The ACC, it's one of the most feared events for all the athletes and one of the most popular for all bodyboarders and fans. Whoever wins here could possibly win the world title.
Ahorita ahora va a volar el sudafricano, a ver qué trama este humano. Vamos a ver qué trama este muchacho, va a ir arriba. Tremendo aéreo de Juventus Houston. Voló la Brenner de la reunión.
What's up, everyone? Manny V here. The Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop invite you to the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by Erizos Surf Brand.
Welcome everybody, Manny V here with David Hubbard once again, and this is day number 7 of the Arica Chilean Challenge here on Scorpion Island, just outside of downtown Arica. Today, really quick, let's bring you up to speed on where we are today. Yesterday, we went through the first big chunk of round number 3 of the men's division.
Yeah, we got 12 heats done yesterday in terrific conditions with lots of really high scoring rides. 5 9s within almost a 50-minute period.
That was amazing.
And that was unreal. So now we're going to finish up round 4. We got, round 3. We have 4 more heats of round 3 before moving into round number 4 of the men's.
And yes, yesterday's competition was intense. Even with the really short period, we had a ton of action, and we had waves in about 3-4 foot range, but we did see some 8-10 foot face waves coming in throughout the day. And we do have a rundown of the the heats, and we're going to talk about each of those heats that went down yesterday, and that graphic should pop up on your screen right now. But yeah, round 3, very intense, a lot of action that went down, and we saw some upsets as well.
We did. There was upset early on in the event in the morning, and so Jared Houston, current world champion, was eliminated by young gun Chilean who's competing in the juniors as well, Marcelo Fondes. And then we continued on through and saw some terrific heats and even some more Chileans passing through, Sebastian Kreft.
Yep.
And we're going to see a couple more Chileans in the final heats of this round, so we're excited about that.
We had a huge contingent of Chileans that were in the event, and a lot of them are still pushing through, a lot of them are still dropping out, and we're going to keep marching on into round number 3. With the last 4 heats we weren't able to complete because of the conditions. So again, what happens every day here in Arica is in the morning, classy, epic conditions all the way until 12, 1 o'clock, and then it's the weirdest thing at 1:30, 2 o'clock, the wind switches and it goes onshore. Every day seems to be like Groundhog Day here in Arica at this wave float post, but the wave is insane.
It certainly is, and even today we're having those beautiful glassy conditions right now early in the morning, and so we'll have to just see when the wind comes. We're going to keep an eye on the conditions. And so right now it's about 6 to 8 foot on the wave face, a couple of 10-foot sets coming in on the face. So, and just glassy, nice lefts and rights. It's breaking a little bit closer in, especially because of the tide right now.
Let's take a look. I mean, we have it right here. We're going to give you a wide shot of what's going on right now out in the water before we start today's competition with the last heats of round number 3. And Yuri Valadao and Tristan Roberts are actually out in the water. And after you took a quick look of what is going on, here is what went down yesterday in men's round number 3.
So as you can see, we did have Moz making it through, Marcelo Fondes, then Dudu Pedra, then Eder Luciano. Those two are going to be matched up. And then also Antonio Cardoso, Sebastian Kreft. They made it through. They'll be matched up. Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard had incredible heats. They're going to see each other. Then it is PLC and Maxime Castillo. So a nice French rivalry from the established, now top men's competitor, PLC, and Maxime Castillo, the up-and-coming young French Grom. Then we're going to see Dino Carmo take on Ian Campbell. That's all coming up in round 4. But we still need to move through heat 13, and the first heat of the day will be Udi Valadao and Tristan Roberts. The winner of that will go on to face the winner of the heat number 14, Nicholas Chiara and Mike Stewart. So that'll be a great matchup. Then we got myself and the local Matias Miranda, and winner of that heat will move on to face the winner of the final heat of round 3, Alex Udonga and Idem Cabrera. So we still have a couple really great battles on our hands for men's round 3. We'll get through the 4 remaining heats before moving into round 4. So tons of action today for sure. Great battles not only in this round but in the round to come.
Yeah, and you can see all the free surfers making their way out of the water. This place is pretty packed when there's no comp on. Again, because it's only really good for that first part of the day, and you can still ride when it's onshore and bumpy and a little choppy, but then it gets a little hectic, and I wouldn't want to be out there when it's big and lumpy and onshore. But that's why it gets crowded here during the mornings, and everybody's trying to get that last free surf in, get the muscles warmed up and getting ready to, if they have a heat today, just to be ready.
Exactly. So we are getting the word that we're about 1 minute to start. The free surfers being requested, as they have been for the last 10 or 15 minutes, to please clear the area for the competition that's going to come right up in the next minute or so. We're going to get right into heat number 13.
Yeah, they're instead of paddling in, they want to catch one last wave in because they probably were sitting out there for maybe an hour or 45 minutes without probably catching a wave. Usually during the free surf session, you're going to have guys like Amory Laverne and I remember Ben Player and Dave Winchester. They were just doing circles around everybody, getting every wave during the free surf. I don't know how they did it, but they were doing it. Here's a look of the grandstand here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. And you can see us up in the booth up here. That's us right over here in the top right corner, giving you a shaka through the light right there. But yeah, this has been our office for the past week and a half, and it's been an incredible show so far here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. I've been pretty excited pretty much every day.
Oh, certainly, and there's another something special in the air this morning when we woke up. We were just fired up to get into day number 7. Just so many intense matchups, such a wonderful day of competition we have ahead, and we're hoping that Mother Nature is going to be on our side. She is right now for the morning, and yesterday we saw conditions improve throughout the morning like we have most mornings. So we show up and it's nice, but it even gets just a little bit better as the day moves on, and then like Manny mentioned, eventually the wind comes up. So we're going to hope to get through not only the remaining heats of round 3, but hopefully all of round 4 as well. This matchup will be in
goodness.
red, Udi Valadao, and in yellow, Tristan Roberts. Udi from... Oh, we have a ride from Tristan Roberts.
Goodness.
Getting a beautiful invert to start the morning. Doesn't look like he came unstuck on the landing because he had quite a flight. But a terrific way to start his morning. Tristan Roberts getting a beautiful section and putting it all into the air.
That was a wake-up call right there. If you're tuning in, that is what is to be expected today. We're saying it's on the little smaller side, just a bit, but you know what? With that wave right there from Tristan Roberts, it's there's going to be no shortage of action today here on day number 7 at the Arica Chilean Challenge. So definitely contestable waves today to be had. Tristan Roberts showing you what is possible out in the water. Udi Valadao, known for his explosive backflips and ARSs, the Brazilian former world champion, is also going to look for those lip maneuvers and take flight here at Flopos.
So on paper, this does seem like a pretty tight matchup. Udi Valadao, more experienced. He's a veteran. He has made it really far in this competition in most of the times he's competed here, which has been pretty much every year for the last 8 years, I'd say, maybe even 10. So Udi will be definitely one to watch in this heat. High-flying backflips, but it's this guy, the young gun, the South African, who's been pulling out huge moves, and the technical aspect of that invert came from the timing, and that's how he got the flight. Beautiful bottom turn. He had a lot of speed, and the section was nice and clean. It did look like maybe he could have used a little more projection. Up and riding, the Brazilian Udi Valadao.
Oh, the 2008 world champion, Udi Valadao, the Brazilian. Not much there for Udi, so he kicked out of that one. And Tristan taking a look at that left, too. Some of the lefts are forming up and getting really hollow on that inside section, and I think that's what these two riders were looking for, is that big barrel. And in some instances, when that barrel isn't breaking, they come around the section and find a giant ramp and take flight.
We've seen some of the highest scores of the event come from exactly that, Manny, finding a big ramp on the left-hander, because they're able to get so much speed from that peak, and it's a really hollow section that continues through the left-hander. And like you said, if you don't get a barrel, you can come around and usually find a beautiful lip. So most of the competitors are looking for that. Early morning spectators just taking note of the nautical activities out in the lineup. And there we have a free surfer who has cooperated and has come in. So just a really short start so far. Tristan Roberts was able to garnish 275 for his invert, even though it was incomplete maneuver. And just a short score for Udi because he just quickly pulled out the back of his first ride. Tristan Roberts likely to be sitting in priority now.
And these conditions right now, where the wave period is a little bit longer, which means the bigger waves are going to be coming in with a little bit more time between them. That 2.75 can be, a detrimental score at the end of a heat. If the ocean seems to fall asleep for the last remaining minutes, and both riders have one score under their scorecard, one good score, and they need that second score for their combined total score, that 2.7 could come in handy.
It could come in handy for sure. Udi Valadao now looking at this right-hander. Nice bottom turn. Gets a little cover-up as he gets up. Hits a kind of a late rolo there. And speeds into that inside section and darts out the back of that one. So Udi Valadao, he's looking to get that backup score that Manny was just mentioning, because ultimately he needs a better wave than that, I feel, to overtake Tristan Roberts. So both these riders just getting started, feeling the flow. This is the first heat of the day, so it's all kind of new territory, so to speak, and they're feeling out the conditions. We did see Tristan watching the waves for a solid half hour, suited up, ready to roll, waiting for the call, getting his jersey on, heading right out there. So we did see Udi show up just a little bit on the later side, but got out there nonetheless. So Tristan's has had his eye on the water most of the morning, which is a smart move, and it might give him an insight how to access the highest scoring wave potential.
Look at this. We do have sets rolling in. It looks like Tristan Roberts going left, pulls under the lip right there. But we're going to go to Udi Valadao on the right, looking for a lip section, finds it, goes for an extended invert, and he pulls that one off. And Udi Valadao, again, taking flight on that right, extending his body as much as he can so he can get as much air as possible. So Udi Valadao completing that maneuver, paddles back out. This is a pretty tight heat so far, and we're only in 5 minutes into the heat. 25-minute heats, top two waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on into round number 4. This is an elimination round.
This, and I believe all the rounds in every division, will be elimination rounds from here on out. And
Look at
that
this.
last exchange looked pretty solid, and we do have a set out the back, so some of that new south swell starting to show up. The period is expected to increase today. Similar wave height, but when the period increases, that does bring larger lumps of ocean energy to the lineup, and there we just see some nice sets coming through. Here's the left, and this looked like a better wave because he scooped in to the barrel right off the takeoff, even got a roll on his way out, got plenty of air, landed mid-face, but still I feel the exchange might be on Tristan's side, but a close exchange and a terrific way for these competitors to keep the battle going.
So stacked heat from the very first heat of the day, and we're gonna see a couple more heats. Sorry about that. My cappuccino is nice and frothy this morning. But yes, we are warming up here in Arica, and the competition is heating up out in the water. Udi Valadao, Tristan Roberts currently out in the water, but man, looking at the next 3 heats in round number 3, the last 3 heats of round number 3. Nicholas Chiara going against Mike Stewart. I'm sure all the Argentinian bodyboarders are going to tune in to watch that heat. It's going to be very interesting to see how both of these are going to take to these waves out in the water. They're going to be followed up by David Hubbard and Matias Miranda. Dave's going to step out after this heat and head on down and do his pre-heat warm-up psych session. And then Alex Uranga and Hiram Cabrera will finish off round number 3. That's all coming up. And before we get to that last heat, we're going to make there's going to be a decision made to figure out which heat to get out there next, which division, whether it's going to the men's, the pro juniors, or women's.
So we'll have to wait and see, but Udi Valadao, way behind this section, gets around it and just cuts out. He was sitting in second priority, so he's on the hunt. He's going to continue to work that inside section, while Tristan Roberts, who's sitting not only with the lead but with priority, has plenty of time to wait. Here's the right-hander from Udi Valadao. He's got a lot of speed coming up to this section and gets a nice invert there. Not super tweaked, but a smooth flight nonetheless. And there you can see a couple of domes on the lower screen and a peace sign. So awesome little view there, but it was the replay of Udi that showed us his 6.5 for that invert, Manny, and it was an 8-point ride for Tristan's barrel to roll on the left. That's how Tristan is sitting in the lead with that 10.75.
Yeah, a ton of times. 16 minutes remaining in this heat, so a ton of time for situation changes to happen. But again, Mother Nature is always in command when it comes to events like this one. And we've seen time run away from a bunch of riders yesterday, where they were sitting on 2 good scores. They needed a very obtainable score in the last minutes, and it never came through. But we've also seen waves or heats where the riders were behind the 8 ball, and all of a sudden a wave showed up, and they were able to pull off that win to advance on. So anything is possible, and it's always recommended to keep your eye on the screen until the very last minute of each heat. So again, round 3, we're finishing off this morning with the last 4 remaining heats in round number 3 in the men's division. At the end of this round, we're going to make a decision on which category to send out next. Quick shout out really quick, Dub. The people who've been on it from day number 1, I think, is Shane Lono, Connor Flanagan, and Manu. Manu's in Portugal, and Connor's tuned in from Ireland, and Shane is in Hawaii. So different time zones, but everybody is awake and watching. And I mean, there's still waves to be had out at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Right now, taking a look, Tristan Roberts.
He wants a backup score. He comes around this section and gets a beautiful flip, high-flying maneuver, lands it really cleanly, and that was awesome ride from our rider in yellow. We expect another high point ride logged in, and that will likely increase his distance over the Brazilian Uri Valadão.
That was incredible. The amount of projection and height between when he left the water, when the contact with the water was completed, to the part where he was landing, I'm saying about 6-8 feet at least of just airdropping down to the flats and pulling that off. So there's one of the filmers / photographers of the event bringing you the incredible media and landscape photos and action photos. Great job from the crew.
So it does appear that a 9-point ride is being dropped for Tristan Roberts, which does mean that Uri Valadão is now sitting in a combination situation needing 2 new rides, but he does have priority. So the first half of this heat clearly dominated by Tristan Roberts. Let's take a look at this. He's behind the peak, takes a lot of speed down, doesn't go all the way to the bottom, but he bottom turns up with a lot of speed, gets such clean projection, hits it very crisp, arcs his back and head straight down and backwards, and lands a beautiful backflip for a 9-point ride. Tristan Roberts from South Africa.
Now, Uri Valadão taking a look. No, Tristan Roberts back in the lineup and under priority. He doesn't have priority. Uri Valadão has the priority out in the water. And really quick, Dave, priority system.
So priority is a system that allows the riders to wait their turn and try to access the best ride they can from wherever they want to in the lineup. So since Uri has been waiting longer than Tristan, he's going to be holding that priority position. Means he can move anywhere in the lineup, and even if Tristan's deeper or farther outside, it's Uri's wave to choose. If he uses his priority, that would come in the shape of paddling for a wave or taking a wave, then the priority will switch to Tristan Roberts if he's still out in the lineup. So when we talk about surfing under priority, what we mean is that the rider in second priority who doesn't have first choice, who's not sitting in first priority, that rider will usually sit a little bit further inside, and they'll surf the waves that come in, because there could be scores on the inside on the medium, smaller waves. So they're going to continue to surf the heat, and they let the rider with first priority just wait for the better one. Also, what that allows them to do is, usually, it's not always the case, but it usually allows them the opportunity to enter the lineup after first priority uses his priority, and then they get their turn at sitting in first priority and having a nice wait. But we can see the point totals. Tristan Roberts 17 cumulative, so his 2 top scores are added together to get that 17, and Uri Valadão's 2 scores equal a 10. Udi up and riding on this left-hander, scoops into the tube.
Yes.
Gets a quick little barrel. Now he sees a section. A nice big invert. That was a really clean ride. Didn't look like he totally rode out of the invert, but I'm sure they're going to give some points for the effort and the tube. And he's right on the rocks, Manny.
Oh, my gosh. He's like, seriously, right there. He is maybe 1 foot above that dry reef right there. And for him to pull off that maneuver and pull it off and ride it out a little bit, it's pretty courageous, especially right now with the tide the way it is. You're riding up onto the reef. So Udi Valadao with a solid score. It's going to be in that excellent range for sure. Clean barrel and a giant invert onto that dry reef. So a battle is at hand right now, right off the bat. Both of these riders going head-to-head. Tristan Roberts and Udi Valadao, the South African versus the Brazilian. Both of them want to advance on. There's only one spot. First place will be the rider moving on. Another quick shout-out to the South African, Jean-Pierre, who is tuning in. Justin Becker. Yes, it's going to be another epic day. Let's take another look at Udi Valadao's perfect execution on getting into the barrel, slows it down, does his bottom turn halfway down the face, and then finds the lip, hits it perfectly, extends, and lands it, rides out. But again, perfect drop into the barrel. He didn't go all the way to the bottom, and that is key here at the Flopos. This wave, as soon as it hits the reef, it's going to start barreling top to bottom right off the bat on most of the waves. There are some waves that have a little crumble at the beginning, but most of the waves are going to hit the reef and start barreling. To get into that barrel smoothly, you can't go all the way to the bottom of the wave. You got to do what Udi Valadao did right there, and that is throw your legs out, slow down your drop, and then slide into the barrel, scooping and turning into the barrel smoothly. And Udi did a spectacular job. Mike Stewart getting ready.
Mike Stewart's getting ready for a nice battle against the Argentinian Nicolas Chiara, and that's coming up right after this heat in the water. Just under 9 minutes remaining. Scores coming in 7.25 from Udi Valadao. It does take him out of his combination situation, but he now needs a 9.75, a tall order, to attack first position held by Tristan Roberts. And Udi Valadao can do it. It's just a matter of time and the opportunity, but also Tristan Roberts standing in his way. So if Tristan Roberts increases his score line by, a fraction of a point, he could then put Udi back in a combination situation. Udi taking a look at this insider. Nice, clean bottom turn, comes up, gets a flip, lands on the top of the wave. He knows that's not going to be a big score, and he just finishes his ride immediately after landing the flip.
Back-to-back wave exchange right there from Udi Valadao. He paddled back out, saw the opportunity to catch a solid wave. It looked like it was going to form up perfectly, but the timing was off just a little bit and wasn't able to get that projection that he really wanted on that maneuver. So another last shout out before we stick to the action until we put another post on. But mi gran amigo Marcos Rivera is tuning in from the Canary Islands, and he's watching with his daughter, tuning in. No sé qué hora es allá, pero pienso que está muy tarde, loco. Pero sí, te amo y te espero hasta que te veo otra vez, hermano. Marcos Rivera tuning in from the Canary Islands. Here we go, out the back.
Udi Valadao up on this left-hander, and it doesn't materialize. It broke a bit wide, so it didn't hit the shallow section of the reef and really barrel, and he gets out of there quickly. Tristan Roberts sitting in a nice position. He's no longer as comfortable as he was during Udi's combination situation, but still, he's in first place. He's got first priority. It's his job now to wait for the next best ride that comes in. Here we see Mike Stewart getting all laced up, getting his equipment situated, and you need to make sure that leash is on tight, because one of the last things you want to do here at Flopos is lose your board. So Mike Stewart getting that leash on nice and tight. The leash is a device used to keep the bodyboard within reach of the rider, and so during a wipeout you could let go of the board or have it ripped out of your hands, but as long as the leash does its job, you come back up, resurface, grab your board, and get back out there.
A lot of riders choose to put their leash strap up above their elbow as opposed to putting it on their wrist. And it's usually just preference, but a lot of the riders who ride prone on their belly as opposed to drop knee or drop knee like to have it above their elbow because it keeps it pretty much out of the way, and it's still attached. You're still going to get your board, but I know a lot of drop kneers prefer having it on their wrist. So it's a lot of it's preference, but it makes sense to have it above your elbow.
Also, the leash itself isn't stretching as much while paddling with your arms. So besides staying out of your way during a ride, it stays out of your way during paddling. So I'd say a good percentage of bodyboarders use bicep leash. Here we have a ride from Tristan Roberts, scooping into this left-hander, getting a nice barrel, gets a nice little spit out. That's all she wrote there. But, fun ride. Tristan staying active. He's not going to just sit the rest of the heat. So that was a good go for Tristan. It won't improve his situation, and he's going to get back out and continue to be in the kind of the pressure cooker situation as far as inflicting that pressure on Uri Valadao.
So, Tristan had priority right there with 5 minutes remaining. It'd be kind of tricky to hold on to that priority and try to fend off Uri Valadao from catching any one of the good waves that would roll in. So, not a bad decision. I agree for Tristan. Just keep warm and keep moving with 5 minutes to go.
Also, that was a nice-looking insider, and he wanted to increase his situation. Uri Valadao now with a paddle and a go on this left-hander. He gets up, gets a nice big flip, and the section wasn't super round, but he hit it really clean and got a beautiful flip. So he's notching his way just a little bit closer now. He'll probably drop that 6.5 and move just a little closer to Tristan. Tristan now is going to be out the back, sitting in the priority spot, and we got about 4 minutes remaining. So this has been a really great matchup first thing in the morning, Manny. I'm sure the riders are taking note of how this heat is unfolding.
Yeah, you were talking about how the riders are out there getting warmed up, getting a feel for what's out there. But, yes, the competitors in the next few heats definitely will be keeping an eye on what's going on. I love looking over at you, and you're in this super thick bomber jacket with a a beanie and long pants. It's cold here, and you can see how cold it is. Everybody's all bundled up, and there's Luz Marie. She's all about you, Leonard.
Ian
we got
Campbell
Joanna.
staying focused.
We got Tristan's mom watching with the blue hat. Ian Campbell and Tanner McDaniel all lined up, and it's a little chilly, but Tristan's mom, she's fine without a jacket.
Yeah, and she saw me bundled up this morning, Manny, and she asked, "Are you cold?" And I was like, "Yeah, a little bit." And she was like, "Oh, I'm fine," or something. I was like, "Wow." Well, she is from Cape Town, I believe, and it gets really frigid over there. So this is probably like a nice, temperate, mellow vibe temperature day at the beach. She's used to it, and she's supporting her son, who's out in the water right now, making her proud.
Yes, and either if he gets first or second, she's always going to be proud of her baby boy. But it's pretty cool to see them traveling. They were in Brazil together, and here they are in Chile together on the South Africa leg of the APB World Bodyboarding Tour. And look at these waves coming in. There is no shortage of waves, that's for sure, here at Flopos. I rolled up again this morning and looked out. I'm like, oh boy, it's going to be a small one today, but we've seen what kind of action can be had, and actually the sets rolling in. I would take this day back home on any day in the summer. Usually it's flat in the summer in San Diego, but man, this is pretty amazing.
Yeah, this is nice, and we're experiencing the similar kind of slow flow of the ocean, just like we have yesterday and some of the days before. So patience and wave selection, some of the most important ingredients in advancing out of these heats, besides the obvious skill and performance that is put into riding each wave. So there is a bit of, tactics as far as how to use priority and what waves to wait for. And positioning is huge too, Manny, because there's a few different takeoff spots, especially at this size, as the waves kind of creep towards that inside section and really bowl up. There's great scoring potential further inside, but there is some sets breaking out the back too. So you want to be able to access everything. Tristan Roberts up on this left-hander, and he's flying into that section, closes out in front of him, and he ducks out.
So Uri Valadao with 1 minute remaining, looking for a 9.5 wave to advance on into that first place spot. But time is winding down, and I don't see any bumps. I don't see any waves on the outside coming in anytime soon. Oh no, Uri Valadao putting on a great performance, but it looks like it may be the end of the road for the Brazilian, 2008 world champion. I mean, the young guns, Tristan Roberts, along with Marcelo Faundes. But wait a second, Uri Valadao, is this a 9.5 wave? Ton of speed, and oh, that is it,
And
Uri Valadao.
Yeah, I just dove out of that. But Uri surfed a great heat, a 7.25 and a 7.5, but Tristan Roberts with the bigger heat total.
So there you have it. Heat number 1, a ton of action out in the water. Sorry, heat number 13, the first heat of the day, has been completed. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here now with Jeffrey Hubbard. Good morning, brother.
Morning, Manny. How are you guys doing out there?
Well, they are tuned in. I mean, we had people tuning in right when it started, so thank you for tuning in. So the conditions, you were down there for the past half hour or so. What do they look like to you?
Well, to me, it looks pretty glassy, so that's good. It's a good sign. It's clean. It's lower tide moving up, so the conditions are going to improve, I think, as the swell starts to fill in. We have a long period swell filling in today and throughout the day, so it's going to get more consistent. We're going to see some better waves as the higher tide brings that swell in, and should see some great action.
All right, so there you have it. Heat number 14 out in the water, the Argentinian Nicolas Chiara going head-to-head with the legend himself, Mike Stewart. Let's get out there. These are 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves are scored, and one rider will advance on into round number 4. Nicolas Chiara will be in the red, Mike Stewart in the yellow jersey from Hawaii. So, hubby guys, it is definitely contestable. The riders are definitely putting together a solid run on these waves. So, no shortage of big moves, no shortage of barrel rides, both of which were had in this last heat. Now, let's see what these two guys, Nicolas Chiara and Mike Stewart, can do out in the water.
So,
let me ask you this: you show up for your heat, you're ready to go, but what about the other time? What are you doing to spend your free time, or do you have free time? Or are you just focused right now on the competition?
Well, the contest is the most important thing. There's not much else to do here in Chile. We went up to the Morro, checked out the Cristo, and saw the beautiful scenes from up there. We walk around the city. I mean, I go shopping for my wife and my nieces and nephews and my friends. On the downtime.
What did you
watch
pick
some
up?
movies.
Give me
I got
some ideas.
Lapis Azul. It's quite cheap here. It's this nice blue stone.
Oh.
It's a very I guess particular to the Chilean region, and it's one of their major jewelry type exports that they'd like to produce. It's really cool. So I picked up some little items like that for my wife, and grabbed some nice Arica t-shirts and some beanies and stuff for my nieces and nephews. So yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's this cool street right down the center of downtown where it's pretty awesome. It feels like, I don't want to say a circus atmosphere, but it's very festive and very fun to just go from one end to the other. You can do that a couple times and see totally different things on the way back.
Exactly. I did that like 3 times yesterday and a couple times before that, and I see new stuff each day, and I'm like, wait, I should have got that. Oh, I should go get this. And so I'm like, oh, I got to change more money. It's just, it's pretty fun here in Arica. We have staying at the Casa Beltran. It's a really nice hotel. It's kind of a boutique hotel, and the lady there, Daniela, takes very good care of us, gives us, good deals, and so we feel very comfortable there. So it's very nice of her to, make sure that all the competitors stay in there really relaxed and have a nice atmosphere. So after the contest, we just go back and have a great lunch, and they're real famous for their big lunches here in South America. That's come the most important meal of the day is the lunch. It's just so much food. It's like 3 courses, and it's unreal. So we eat there, and then you kind of just have a little siesta, and then you start your afternoon.
So that's where the siesta comes in. You're filling your
exactly.
You're becoming a food coma after this massive lunch. So no wonder everybody wants to take a massive siesta. All the shops, not all of them, but 90% of the shops close from like 1 to 5 o'clock. It's the weirdest thing.
Yep. Like you get your FOMA, you take your siesta, you wake up, you get ready, you go walk around, and everyone's setting up again at around 5 o'clock.
All right, check this out. Looks like. Hold on.
Some sets out in the water.
We may have the interview ready, but we're going to hold off just a second, just in case we do have live action, and we do. Up and riding, Mike Stewart.
Michael Stewart, Godfather Bodyboarding. Nice barrel, getting pitted. High line right there. Let's see what he's got here. He's going to do something. Looking for a nice big move. Little clean vert there by Mike Stewart. Beautiful, just smooth surfing there by Michael.
That was insane. You know what? We're going to come back with, actually, we're going to the interview with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys, and good morning to everyone that is tuning back home. Tristan Roberts here, won the first heat of the day. Tristan, what can you tell the people that is watching right now, how the conditions are out there, and how was your heat?
Yeah, it's very fun out there, and it's a bit slow, but it's real glassy, and there's some good barrels and some good ramps out there, so it should be a good day for competition.
And how about your heat? How were your waves?
Yeah, the waves, I managed to get the 2 I was looking for, and I was serving against Uri, who actually kills it and previous world champion. So, it's real good for me to serve against guys like that and kind of push my limits. So I was really enjoying it. And I just want to say thanks to everyone back home for all the support. Really appreciate it, and much love to all the South Africans back.
So congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Okay.
All right, Nicholas Chiara and Mike Stewart dropping their first scores of the heat. Mike Stewart in the yellow jersey, you see a 6.75 given for that right-hander. Barrel ride extraordinaire and pulls off an error. And then Nicholas Chiara, he had a 4-point ride during the interview, and we'll have a peek at that as soon as we can. But, no shortage of action at all.
Yeah, so I saw Nicholas's first wave. It was right after the Hooters started. He got a quick inside, did a little flip on the left on the way inside. So that's why he got only a 4.0. It was a smaller wave. At the end of the section, he did a little ARS. So that was the reason his score is low. Mike had a set wave and got a barrel out the back and another wave. But look at that peak, Nicholas Chiara with a barrel. See if he can make it out of there. He does make it out, Manny. Wow.
Yeah, he punches through that end whitewash section, and that's definitely going to increase his score for coming out of that barrel. The judges like to see the clean, open barrel exit, but making it out of there is definitely going to help him get those extra couple points. But Nicholas Chiara, second wave coming in. Again, top 2 waves are scored, so you need at least 2 good waves if you're even going to think about advancing out of these heats.
Exactly. And look, Stewart's on the outside with priority. Set's coming in. He's going to have his choice here. He's going to be looking for some barrels. He wanted that last wave of Nicholas because it was a barrel, but now he's just waiting out the back. Look at this set. Mike Stewart's up and riding. Talk to Stewart, Manny.
All right, so here you go. That's what we were talking about, stalling and waiting for that barrel. Not going all the way to the bottom, and Stewart perfectly maneuvers through the barrel and comes out, goes for a roll, but pretty much didn't have a ton of speed and was using as much power as he could from the wave to roll over, and there was just not enough speed for him to land and drive out of there.
Yeah, that's true, Manny. So Mike had a nice barrel, came out with control, and he went for a nice vertical roll. And at the beginning of the roll, it looked really beautiful, like it was going to be perfect. And then he landed, and there was just so much whitewater coming from the wedge, pushing, that he just wasn't able to push through it because the strength of the whitewater from behind him just took him out. And Nicholas Chiara didn't, only get a 4.75 for his barrel. So Mike Stewart's still in a very commanding spot, looking good from this heat.
All right, so if you want all the live scores, if you want the draws and the results from the very first heats of the event, head over to apbtour.com/live. That's where you're going to get everything in one nice, neat little area, apbtour.com/live. And a big shout out to everybody tuning in from all over the world. We can't thank you enough. And you know what? We have action out the back.
Yeah, so Nicholas Chiara taking off, giving up yielding priority, so Mike Stewart now has priority again, and Mike's going to be in a great position here. Little paddle battle, but I'm pretty sure Mike's going to have the edge there. He's got really long arms, and Mike can motor past almost anyone at 52 or 3 years old. He's one of the fittest humans on the planet, and he can definitely hold his own in any paddle battle. I'm not sure who could beat him. There's a couple guys that come to mind that could give him a good edge. Maybe Guillermo Tamega,
yes.
Ian Campbell, Ben Player, or Andre Botha. Those are the only guys I could imagine in the world that could have a good battle with Mike Stewart. And those guys would be all up and up. But a 5-way race, that would be what I like to have a next contest, is just to see all those 5 guys race from one point to the other and back and forth, like a swimming race, like in the Olympics, with their boards and fins, and see who wins, because that would be very entertaining.
I think that's a brilliant idea, and I think we should hit up the director of the APB World Tour and see what he thinks. Throw yourself in there. Let's get the top 32. Let's just say that top 32 guys. Put out some buoys and have a paddle battle.
Well, yeah, I guess we know. I just named the finalists, man. I'd give a good run, but I think we know who the finalists would be. Look at Mike Stewart, nice cover up, quick one though. It was real quick. He engages his rail to go up, see, nice and round, and then that whitewater just bounces him right off the peak there. But he's still going to be in a first place position, so he's going to be quite happy. And look, 4.5 for that from Mike Stewart. So his second wave is still better than Nicholas Chiara's first wave. So Mike's got a great lead right now.
Wow, look at the little puppy on the sidewalk there. It's siesta time pretty much all day until some other dogs show up. And, it's pretty cool seeing all the dog owners show up with their dogs. And there's no leash policy anywhere in South America, I believe.
Wow.
So it's pretty fun to watch the dogs having fun. But, yeah, siesta time, definitely a culture shock for those of you who aren't new, who haven't experienced that. You wake up. You finish lunch, you go into town to go buy something, and everything's just closed
shut
down.
D.
It's like a ghost town.
Did that the first day to go pay for my, you got to pay our entry fee and our fill out your registration form for the contest. I went down to the Tomate Surf Shop to do it, and it was closed. And I had to wait till dinner to go back down there. But it was fine. I got to walk the streets and cruise, and I think I saw they have this nice kiosk that just sells all sorts of dog uniforms, because you really see dogs just parading around and prancing around with nice looking coats and jackets here, because it's so cold, and it's, you can tell the dogs that have owners all have jackets. The dogs that are random and just have stray dogs. You're right, Manny. No jackets, no collar, free for all.
Oh my goodness! I noticed that. So I'm gonna notice it even more that you mentioned it. All right, so check this out. We are in the northern part of Chile, on the coastline, on the west coast of South America, in the small town of Arica. It's actually not a small town. Every time I come here, it's just getting bigger and bigger. But this is a major port for this area, Arica. Not only for fishing, but a lot of cargo ships rolling in here, dumping and picking up massive amounts of cargo. And there's one road that goes up and over the mountains to hit up Bolivia, Brazil. It's a pretty unique area here in Arica. Yeah,
it's got a really great, I guess, landscape and climate. It's very unique. It's very dry and arid. Yet, the coastline is just raw and really just incredible seascapes.
Yeah, no, everything's just amazing. If you fly in during the day here, it looks like you're landing on Mars. I mean, it goes desert straight into the ocean with nothing around, and then you creep over this valley, and all of a sudden you see this giant canyon open up that's green, and it's pretty much the end of a river that comes down from the mountains high up above. I think it's like 48,000 meters or 4,800 meters, so almost 13,000 feet.
Jeepers.
So that all that water from the snow comes down the valley and pretty much gives this whole area life with the water.
It does, yeah. Life is sprung by water here. And we see David Hubbard getting ready for his heat next. He's up in about 10 minutes or so. So he's up in heat 15 of round number 3, in which we will finish round number 3 today, Manny, and move into round number 4. We're hoping. And the last heat of the day, last heat of the round is going to be Alex Uranga and Adam Cabrera.
That's going to be another fun one to watch, especially that Alex Uranga is coming off a high from winning that Itaquachata Pro, the previous event before coming here. And he is bringing that high into these heats that he's been in, just absolutely killing it out there.
Yeah, he surfs really good. His style of surfing fits El Gringo to a T. He's really aggressive and powerful on these maneuvers, and these left-handers just really suit his aggressive, huge. I don't know how to put it correctly, but he attacks the wave, and it really looks great.
Do we have some action out the back?
Yeah, they're waiting. We got the guys waiting. Looks like a right coming in. Let's see if Nicholas Char goes. No, he doesn't. Mike Stewart's holding priority. Comfortable lead. Fishing boats are coming back in early with their trawl. You see these guys coming through all day. They create a couple wakes, which isn't the best, but sometimes it gives you a good extra ramp, Manny. So you just never know what these guys are going to produce. There's a jet ski guys out there. Look at the boats. It's like morning commute. Wow, how's the traffic?
I know, that was crazy.
Wow.
It's what time is it here? It is 8 o'clock in Arica, 8 a.m. in the morning, Thursday morning. Happy July 7th from Arica. Manny V here and Jeff Hubbard giving you the live feed as David Hubbard stepped out as his heat is coming up next with Matias Miranda. He's coming up next, but let's bring you up to speed on the situation that's happening out in the water, Heat 14, round number 3.
So Mike Stewart's sitting comfortably in first place. He's got two waves, a 4.5 and a 6.75, and we got some paddle by Nicholas Chiara. No go for Nicholas. Couldn't get onto that little wave. Great, but he didn't need to. The wave was too small and just closing out. Mike Stewart's out the back. Nicholas Chiara just has to improve on a 4.0 though, Manny. So he should be able to do that as long as he catches a decent-sized wave and does a clean maneuver. He should improve on that situation. But right now, he's looking for a 6.51. It appears to move into first place.
Getting ready right there, your very own co-host David Hubbard. But look at this, Mike Stewart.
Wow, nice bottom turn, beautiful line. What's he gonna do? Big ramp. Nice ARS by the 52-year-old. Very clean. That's going to be an awesome score from Mike Stewart. Nice. Yes. Wraps it up. See, that was all built on the bottom turn, Manny.
You know what? That is probably one of the cleanest ARSs I've seen from Mike Stewart. It's been a while for me to get back into the hot seat, but before I used to see his legs were dropped when he would be doing these ARSs, but he tucked everything in nice and tight on that one. That's the cleanest AR I've seen from Mike in a long time. So solid move right there from the legend himself, Mike Stewart.
Clutch time too. Brought it out in a heat. He's probably been out practicing those, and he was able to perform it in a heat in a clutch situation. So it was a nice bottom turn, nice flip, and it was going to be a 7.5. Mike was rewarded for that, the highest score of the heat. So now Nicholas Chiara needs a nearly perfect score, 9.50. And so that's going to put him on the back foot for the rest of the heat. And with only 8.5 minutes remaining, Manny.
Yeah, Nicholas now is he's got to get moving now. I mean, he's got to find those waves where he's going to score really high, really good or into excellent scores to have a chance to take out Mike Stewart. Let's take another look at Stubags.
Yeah, look at him draw the line, sets it up, and just sees the lift from far away, and then goes straight up. Nice flip. Yeah, he kept his legs real tight there. They didn't drop out, and he came out perfectly off that maneuver. So great job from Michael Stewart to increase his lead against Nicholas Chiara, who's now in a desperate situation. needing a 9.50. We have seen scores of that nature, Manny, so it's not out of the question, but today looks like a little smaller, so Nicholas is going to have to dig deep and really wait for something special if he wants to get that score. Or two. He might even need 2 new scores, Manny. That could help.
Yeah, I mean, well, with 7 minutes, anything is, he can totally pull it off. But for him to pull that off, he has to be in the right place at the right time with the sets rolling in, and it's totally doable. I mean, we've seen it in the past. Everything could happen in the last 3 minutes, the last 1 minute, even 30 seconds. We've seen a situation change here at the event. So totally doable for Nicholas Chiata, the Argentinian. So he's got to keep busy, try to hold on to that priority every given chance, so he has that first opportunity to win that or get the best wave. So Nicholas Chiata in the red jersey now on the hunt for a 9.50. A little slower paced heat, of course, and I wonder if we will go into that traditional slow paced heat and then action packed heat where it's non-stop waves. We've seen that pattern in previous events, and it could happen here. That first heat was a ton of waves. This heat a little slower, and then maybe this next heat, which I'm sure Dave is hoping for,
more
is
action.
A little bit more action as far as the waves are concerned.
Yeah, we'd really like to see that, Manny. You're right.
So this wave right here, give us the inside. We are facing pretty much due south. So all these southern hemisphere waves are coming straight up the coastline and hitting this reef head on. But talk about the reef itself.
Well, the reef itself it's an island, so I mean we're sticking out on the point of this island right here, and that's what's gauging all the swell. But up and riding Nicholas Chiara. Let's see if he can do a nice big move. Tries an ARS, doesn't complete that. It was a little late, and I thought he was just going to go for a roll. But it was a powerful wave. It had a nice lip to it. He had the right idea there, but it was just a little small and a little late to be doing an ARS. But Nicholas Chiara is going to paddle back out and give himself another chance here, Manny, with 5 minutes to go. You know what's good? I think I noticed that the boats moving by now is great because maybe they won't go by later. Maybe we won't see those chops later in the day when there's a little bit of onshore flow, which would affect it more. I think there's a touch of offshore right now, just a little bit. That's cleaning up their wakes. So it's not, and this heat hasn't been so busy, so it hasn't affected the competitors much at all.
What makes this wave perfect? I mean, it comes in and it makes a perfect A-frame, which means it's able to break, and you have a left and a perfect right, perfect left and a perfect right.
Well, the bottom contour, it abruptly drops off, so that creates a fast-moving, shallow wave that's gonna peak up and be very hollow. It's got a good angle on it, so it's very deep to both sides, the right and the left, and especially off to if you're looking at the screen here, off to the left side, you'll see it goes very deep, and there's a break even about 400 meters to the left of it called El Bue that will also send in some wedges when it's breaking. It'll also create some angles too, so that the swells will hit that point, and it'll kind of refract in here and giving it even more of a steeper angle, which helps the wave get so wedgy and get those great speed bumps. Because it gets so shallow, it's going to most of the time it's going to wrap in at some point and close out. So if you get this speed run, you'll be able to hit the ramp.
So we've seen a lot of that, especially during that little short period of the 3 heats. It was Tanner McDaniel's heat, the one that he won, your heat, and PLC's heat. There was that perfect time zone where those waves were coming in perfectly. Yeah,
that was really nice. It was a great time to be out in the water, and we're hoping for something similar today. I've noticed that it seems substantially slower. It was a short period swell yesterday, so there was a lot of waves. We have a short period swell dropping and a longer period swell filling in, so we're just hoping that comes in sooner rather than later, and our competitors get to take advantage of it. But look at that beautiful camera work by our camera guys, Manny, with the Cristo in the background and the Arica sign.
Yeah, most competitors have been up there this event, and that statue, what do you think, 60 feet high?
It's giant.
Yeah.
He's a beast.
It's about 20 meters high, and we got to get used to saying meters and kilometers if we're going to be hanging out in South America for a month. But yeah, it's...
and even talking on the mic, because there's only one country that uses such arbitrary numbers such as feet and miles, which is the United States. So maybe we can just start to change that system so we can all talk on the same dimensions.
I don't get it. But I heard there was a run to try to change it back in the 70s, but they realized how much money it would cost to change everything in the U.S., street signs and just everything. So they're like, all right, you know what, let's stick to this.
But that's pretty backwards thinking, because if you put an initiative there, 40 years ago, you'd have to change every sign by now.
Yeah.
So you slowly change every one and have
I
it in
agree.
double meters. In Puerto Rico, they have it in both miles and kilometers, which is great. So people know this, they know that. It works out great for everybody.
Well, I think when we get back, we start with Hawaii. We put legislation down and try to
Perfect.
get it passed.
I think we should, especially for all the traveling foreigners who come there. It probably means a lot to have things in kilometers much more easier. Look at this peak out the back. No one on it. It's a real short left, so that was no scoring potential there. The right might have had a little ramp, but it's a little soft, so probably a good call. And who's going? Looks like the rocks and the crabs are having a good attack, but yeah, it looks like no one went. And Mike Stewart still very comfortable lead. 1 minute left. I guess this is, Nicholas Chiara is going to have to say goodbye to his day today, but he's great. He came all the way from Argentina. What a nice guy. Really friendly human. Always happy, always smiling, and he likes to put on a show and just be around the scene and just, really give it a good nudge for Argentina. So what a great competitor. We're really happy to see him here, and we hope we see him in some other events this year. And all the best, Nicholas. Great work.
Yeah, no, I was fortunate enough to hang out with him and his lady in Tahiti for the last couple days, and yeah, what an amazing couple. The Argentinian Nicholas Chiara, always smiling.
Yep.
He's got that vibe that 99.9% of the bodyboarders in the world have, and that's just being stoked on life and being stoked to be able to ride waves. Period. So it's great to. And you know what? He's going to put this in his memory bank. He got to surf
a heat with Mike Stewart, man on man,
by himself
Unreal.
for 25 minutes. Yeah, it was pretty awesome, and I guaranteed
cool.
He's going to be stoked.
He's going to be very stoked, and he's going to have good memories. He's going to go and surf events, maybe at Fronton. We see him at Fronton a lot, so it'll be nice to watch him out there. And but Mike Stewart, I'd love to see him catch one more wave and see what he's going to do. Here he goes, right at the end. Great work, Michael Stewart. Maybe a cutback for the boys. Legendary rail work by Mike Stewart. Nice little spray. He's coming in looking for that keyhole, and he's quite happy. He's quite content. Another relaxing win for Mike Stewart. Look at him go.
All right, so Mike Stewart will advance on to round number 4, and Nicholas Chiara will clock this into his memory bank and had a killer session with Mike Stewart in Flopos for the Arica Chilean Challenge, round number 3. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the next heat, David Hubbard versus Matias Miranda, the Chilean, right after this. Welcome back, everybody. As you can hear right there, heat number, what is this? Heat number 15. Yes, David Hubbard and the Chilean are now going to start their 25-minute heat, and only one rider will advance on that last heat, Mike Stewart.
Mike Stewart killed it, man. He had a nice combination. And we're looking at Dave up and riding on his first wave. Nice big backflip on the left. Great way to start his heat. So you guys might have missed that, but maybe you saw it in back of me but you're looking like you're live, so it's good. He was ripping. That was a great way for Dave to start his exchange. But yeah, Mike Stewart came out ahead of that last heat against Nicholas Chiara. But look, Matias Miranda up on this ride. Nice deep barrel, spitting out. Can he come out of that? If he does, it'll be a 10. Oh, it came out a little too sloppy, so I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but it's going to help his cause. It's deep. He was in there a long time, so it's going to be a score for him and a great way to start his campaign. So off with a bang, Manny.
Yeah, pretty incredible start to this heat. We had Dave Hubbard. He's going to be out there in the red jersey, and Matias Miranda in the yellow jersey. And the deep barrel from the Chilean was pretty deep, but it's not going to be a super high scoring wave because, again, the judges like to see that clean exit, but he was able to push through that whitewash. So it will be deemed an in and out barrel. Not as clean, but still a good score to start off his heat.
Yes, it was. And so here's some.
So scores are dropping right now.
7.5 for David Hubbard.
Not a bad start for your co-host. He's getting a lot of fans from all the FaceTime he's getting, and not only that, but what he's doing out in the water. I mean, he's one of those very incredible, versatile riders. Let's take another look.
There's Matias's wave. Look at he just gets stuck right there in that section. That if he had powered straight through that and came out clean, he would have got an amazing score. But as it was, he got caught behind it, and so he came out just in the front of the wave, which the judges don't really like because it's not deemed like as much control, Manny. So he did a great job to make it, and he's going to get a score. And he did get a 6.25, so that was a great start for him. Dave with a 7.5, so what a nice way to start the heat for both competitors. Opening minutes, they got some waves, and now they're going to go back out and try and get their second score.
Yeah, again, these are 25-minute heats. Top two waves are scored. The sum of those two waves will give you a total score, and the person with the highest score will advance on out of this round and into round number 4. Currently out in the water in the red jersey, David Hubbard, and in yellow, Matias Miranda. Dave touched on, actually explained the priority system. So those of you that are just tuning in, the priority system summarized.
Yeah, so Dave right now is going to be holding first priority. He got back out first. So he's has his choice of waves. So whatever wave comes in, he has the first choice to decide if he wants it, and to decide if he'll paddle. So if he starts to paddle, that'll engage the priority system, and he'll be able to catch the wave unimpeded by the other competitor. But if he paddles and doesn't catch the priority will change to the other competitor. Or if he catches the wave, the priority will also change back to the person sitting in the second priority. So that's it's nice. There's no hassling, very little hassling. There's definitely some jockeying and some people having to get in certain positioning and some tricks and tactics, but it's a much fair, nicer system. You can surf your heat the way you want to, and you wait for the waves you want, and hey, if you're in priority, you're going to get them.
Yeah, it does a great job of giving everybody the opportunity to show their best, but at the same time, it can also be used as a strategy when it comes down to the later minutes of the event of the heat, where you have priority and you are ahead of the ball, ahead in the score, and it will be interesting how. And when that situation shows up, we'll talk about it. Check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Mike Stewart. Just made it on his heat of today. Mike, what can you tell about your heat and about the conditions out there?
Well, the waves dropped quite a bit. So for me, it's quite a bit more challenging. Got to kind of change the game plan up a little bit, or a lot. And but I'm super stoked I made it through, and it's good to be here. Waves are, it's still fun waves, even though it's small.
Yeah, there you go. Would you like to send a message for all your fans and all the people that has admired you for all these years?
Yeah, just thanks so much for the support, and just encourage everyone to follow their own passion, whatever it is. Might not be bodyboarding, but if it is, you'll be a stoked human, I'll tell you that. And thanks for my family and everyone tuning in, watching. I know some people are up at wee hours of the morning, so thanks for tuning in, everyone, and thanks for the support, man. Love you all.
Great message, and congratulations, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time. Big congratulations actually for Stewart for showing everybody how to barrel ride out here at Flopos. And I'm wondering if Begonia asked Mike Stewart what jersey he'll be wearing today and grabbed the beanie from Erizos to match.
I bet she did. She's probably gotten a plethora of beanies to match all the competitors' jerseys, and so she's going to be doing great. And so we just want to thank all our sponsors here, the Municipalidad, the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop. It was presented by Arizos, Universidad de Tarapaca, Agua Clio, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. So thank you all the sponsors for making this event happen, and these are the guys that bringing you this live feed, all giving us the opportunity to ride this awesome wave and showcase some great riding to get you guys all amped to go jump in the water yourself.
Yes, we were just handed round number 4 in the men's division. I'm looking at it, and some of the heats are absolutely crazy. You're going to be able to see the heat draws as well. I mentioned the one place where you can get everything in a nice and tight little package. That is apbtour.com/live. That's where you have the live feed, the live scores, and the draws, plus the results from that very first heat in the trials from the very first day. So apbtour.com/live. Thank you all for tuning in. Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard, multiple world champion, giving you the live feed from the 3rd round of the men's division, currently out in the water. We have heat 15 of 16, David Hubbard and Matias Miranda, and here's the situation we have in the water.
Yep, both competitors have one wave. Dave has a nice flip on a left as a 7.5. Matias has a decent barrel at a 6.25, so both competitors looking good in these opening stages of the heat. They have 18 minutes remaining. They've been sitting out there for about, 5 minutes, Manny, without a wave. So they're being very patient, very selective. There's a lot of little waves on the inside going unridden, but I think these competitors both know they need to catch really good waves here in order to advance.
And it's every rider right now who's has the potential of getting out in the competition, whether it be the next round of men's, which is round number 4, the women's, or the pro juniors. That call will be made within the next few minutes here, I believe. They're watching and seeing exactly what Mother Nature is doing. And I know there's a few riders that are actually timing the sets and figuring out, hey, there's the ladies. They're waiting and standing by and waking up.
Antonio Cardoso
some
from
of them
Portugal.
with a bedhead and some of them just staying warm. And that's Neymar, multiple world champion, blowing everybody a kiss.
That's awesome.
Yulinet from Venezuela.
Yeah, and you
Joanna
saw the guy.
Schenker from Portugal.
Manny, did you notice the guy in the back, the Chilean in back, giving some signals to his competitor out in the water? That was pretty tactical. He was all in black, standing next to the flags, next to the priority flags, so his rider, Matias Miranda, could look in and see what he needed to do. And so he's getting coaching tips from the inside, which is nice. It's nice to have coaches here. A lot of the Chileans have coaches, and they take this sport really seriously, which is great. And that's why they're at such a high level, and probably one of the up-and-coming countries to notice in bodyboarding. They have some great riders, and these coaches are really helping them along the way. And we're looking at a couple little waves coming in. Any takers at the moment? It doesn't look like it. Looks like they got sucked out thinking there was a set. Sometimes there's an optical illusion out here, Manny. There you go. Idam Cabrera, one of the Canarian legends of the sport. He's here, He was the poster boy. We've mentioned that multiple times. He's a beautiful barrel rider. He charges. He's really good. And he's going to give a great battle to, our next heat with Alex Uranga and Idam Cabrera. These guys are probably good friends. Idam has probably, helped Alex out a lot in the younger days in the Canaries. So when Alex was a Grom. So it's going to be cool to see him battle. It's going to be one of those heats that they're going to just go for it. These ferocious competitors. So someone paddled wonder if the priority changed. But we'll see.
Well, we have a little bit of lull in the action. Perfect time to give a shout out to those that are in tune on our APB Tour Facebook page. And we're going to run through these comments that saw this little sneak post that we put up. Jeff Hubbard and Manny V in the house. Where you at? And this is who we have tuning in 9:11 p.m. It was Goro in Japan. Ohio daimasu. We have Hiram in Isla del Encanto, one of my favorite places to go, Puerto Rico.
Wow.
And we also have Black Moses from Morocco, Mariano in Buenos Aires, Argentina, just watching their fellow countryman Nicolas Chiara go against Mike Stewart. Manu is tuned in from Sintra, Portugal. Manu is on pretty much every single minute, every single second of every
That's awesome.
broadcast
What a legend.
of every event. So, Manu, thanks for tuning in. Matt Menzie, of course, from the Coronola Bodyboard Club. And we also have Elijah Welsh, 2 a.m. in Maui.
Mad support.
That is huge
Thanks,
support.
Elijah. You the man.
He's up to watch Mike and Dave's heats. Dave's heats out there right now, which slowed down just a little bit, but luckily for both of them, they got 2 solid scores. Now they got to build on that. And by the way, my girlfriend loves Dave Hubbard. So that's Matt Menzie talking about his lady, Lisa. So I don't know if you want to put that out into the world. But Enrique is in at work from Puerto Rico, and Wayne tuned in 1:30 p.m. from England. So thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. And again, Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard. We are in heat number 15 of 16, round number 3. Dave Hubbard versus the Chilean Matias Miranda. And David Hubbard a 7.5 and Matias a 6.25. They each only got 1 wave in this first 10 minutes of the 25-minute heat. So again, Mother Nature is in full control in this heat as well.
Yeah, it is looking a little slow out there. We see some sets on the horizon, some bumps. We're going to see some competitors scratching and catching some waves here now. This might be what they were been waiting for, Manny. Let's see. It looks like a nice clean wave coming in. They paddle over the first bump. There's one right behind it. Let's see how it goes. Let's see who's catching it. If it's even could be a right split peak scenario. Dave on the left, Matias on the right, closing out. Dave's on a good right, possibly. I mean, a left. So it would have been nice to see what Dave does. I'm sure we'll pull back to that in a second. But the right was not very good for Matias, so he'll go back out and try and get another wave.
Matias was trying very hard to come around that section, holding that speed line, and wasn't able to get around, and finally gave up and ducked out of that one. But look at these rights. The lefts are still coming in as well. But we're going to take a look at Dave's wave as soon as we get that dialed up. But, yeah, I mean, still waves coming in, but in that case, it took, almost 8 minutes to come in. And that is crucial. If you need, like these 2 riders, very smart, very intelligent as far as getting that first wave within that first minute or 2 of the heat to make sure they have something solid on their scorecard. Because if time winds down and another wave doesn't come in for another 10 minutes, that could be detrimental to either of the riders.
Totally. They're well aware of the time out there. They probably both have watches, and they're monitoring it closely of this 25-minute. Here's the replay. Dave on the left. Look at him go. Let's see, setting up for something here. He's driving, trying to get through this little barrel. Long tube. He just comes out, so that's good for Dave. He has a second score on the board. It's a set wave, little barrel. It'll help. Matias has a 1. Dave will have something a little bit more than that, so that we'll see how it goes. See who got out back to the peak first as well. See who has priority, because that could be a major point in the next exchange on how this heat transpires. So we're still waiting for scores to drop for David, and just to see how that will affect the outcome of this heat, to see if what he's gonna need. Oh, it looks like he's got a score. He's probably got a 5.5, so that was great. Matias on this wave, nope, not going to happen. He's going to look for another wave. So Dave's got a 5.5 and a 7.5, so he's got a 13.0. Matias is looking for now a 6.76, Manny, to go first place. So that's what Matias is looking for, 6.76. That's a very obtainable score out here, and Dave knows that. Dave's going to be well aware of what his competitor needs, and he's going to put himself in the position to increase his score and to make sure he's on the next wave that allows scoring opportunity.
Well, Dave has priority right now, and he has about 10 minutes remaining. So, I mean, with those scores that he has, he can wait all 10 minutes for that next solid wave if he wants to.
Yeah.
Is that what he's going to do?
It depends on what comes in. I think he's going to wait, but we'll see how Matthias handles this scenario. What Matthias is going to start catching some of the insiders and seeing what kind of maneuvers he can do. But it looks like some lines coming up the back. There's long period sets. They're taking their time coming in. That's the only problem with a long period swell is you don't have as many opportunities as a short period swell. There's not as much wave energy. The waves are usually bigger, but they're not as consistent.
So that's Dave is already looking good. He's got priority. I think he may wait for that set.
Yes.
Where it's going to line up perfectly, where he can improve on that 5.5, his lowest of his 2 scores. So that's one of the advantages of having the priority system in place. You can actually use it to your advantage. And this is a perfect scenario on. Even though there's 9.5 minutes remaining in this heat, those 9 minutes can just zip by if no waves come in.
Yeah, totally. Someone's up and riding. Matthias paddling, doesn't get into that wave. Close out left, short right. So Matthias not missing out on much. Dave, on the other hand, out the back with priority. Looking at this one, he's behind the warble. He's tucking in for a nice barrel. Clean exit, spit out. Gonna look for a roll, look for something else, but he's just gonna cut out there. Didn't offer him any other scoring opportunity, but he had a great wave. It's gonna be one of the best waves of the heat. It was the best looking wave. He had a nice, clean, big barrel, spit out. Came out with a lot of speed and without any whitewater hampering him. So I expect that much higher than the 5.5 he just received.
Yeah, that was a clean. That's the kind of exit the judges like to see. Even though he got a little bit of sprinkle on the way out from the lip chandeliering as it was breaking over him, it was still clean. He didn't have to punch through a big whitewash, and that is a nice exit and a nice wave for Dave Hubbard. And that is definitely going to improve on that 5.5 for sure.
Yep, so it's going to put him in an even more commanding lead and going to extend what Matthias needs next. So Dave's going to be in a much better situation. But Matthias does have priority. There's 8 minutes remaining, and Matthias is going to be looking for, somewhere in the probably 8-point range now, I would assume, if he wants to take advantage wants to win this heat.
So I can't thank you enough. Actually, everybody here can't thank you enough for stepping in for a couple heats, giving us the inside tips and first-hand perspective on what we're seeing out there.
Yeah, hey, this is fun, Manny. I'd be home watching the live feed in my room in the hotel room, so I'd way rather be here with you, hanging out, chatting it up, watching the same feed, but actually being able to talk through it to all my friends out online and the world out there on the internet.
So check this out. If we do go into round number 4 right after this in the men's division, we are going to see an incredible lineup. But first, I'll get into that in just a second. It is Matias Miranda on this right.
Nice roll. Goes for an ARS, digs a rail, incomplete. So Dave's going to be quite comfortable out there. And so some waves coming in, seeing if Dave's going to hold position or take off and try and improve on his scores here. So, Dave's got a 7 and a 7.5. So, yeah, Matthias, here goes Dave on a nice right, set right.
What is this? Oh, my God. Another clean barrel from David Hubbard comes out. Oh, that was a fast, quick barrel, but it was clean, and that came out of nowhere.
That was cool. He got a set wave, got a fast driving pit, and a clean exit on a set wave. He was looking for something else. He didn't get it. So, I'm, similar to his left, where he came out clean from the barrel and wasn't able to use any other part of the wave for a scoring opportunity, but it's still going to be a nice score, and it could be right around the same as his last wave, around a 7.0, which is a good score. And so, yeah, Matthias needs an 8.25, 6 minutes left. So Matthias is going to have second priority still. Dave's going to get back out first, and there's not much time for Matthias to grab this 8.25, but the waves that do come in, like we see, Manny, they're decent size now. They're picking up quite a bit than when we saw in the first couple heats. So it's nice to see this swell filtering in now, and hopefully it does throughout the day.
Yeah, no, if we get an increase of swell throughout the day, that's going to be very, very awesome for the riders, which don't quote me on this, but we're looking at the final confirmation on which round of is going to be sent out next, and we did hear it. Okay, so Jeff, we do have confirmation. Round number 4 of the men's division will be going out next, and I'm looking down some of the heats. Oh my goodness! Look at heat number 4, Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard.
Woo, that's going to be fun. Me and
That
Tanner
is
from
gonna
Kauai.
be a fun one.
You know, someone from Kauai is moving through that heat, so that's cool.
So 2 Hawaiians, 2 Kauaians, and then the following heat number 5, the 2 Frenchmen, PLC and Maxime Castillo. That's going to be another fun one. You can look at all the heat draws, including round number 4, if you are on apvtour.com/live. If you go down and look under the live feed, you can see all of the rounds and the heat draws on the website, and you're going to see it all lined up right there, and you can see all the heats that are ready to rock and roll. It's including round number 4, heats 1 through 8. So the goal today to try to knock out all 8 heats of round number 4. And I think with the conditions that we're looking right now, it's totally possible, totally doable.
It does. You know, yesterday we saw a strong offshore flow in the morning, which was, you know, almost the same as morning sickness because it was so funky, and then it cleaned up really nicely throughout the day and kept that even flow. Today, you know, we had really smooth seas in the morning. It's a light offshore right now. I think it's going to stay very calm and last a long time today, whether the very glassy conditions, you know, probably till about 1 o'clock or so, similar to yesterday. So we definitely should be able to get through 12 heats. Up and riding, Dave Hubbard on a right. What's he doing? Big move coming up. Nice big roll, extended roll. And back for another roll, spin. He's having fun. He's just milking some points out of here. So that was a great strategy by Dave, keeping his competitor off that scoring potential and knowing that Matthias maybe likes to go right, it seems like, and so Matthias wasn't able to utilize that section.
So if you have any time on your hands, now's a great time to give a quick plug to You Riding The Journey. Awesome bodyboarding game that you can download on your phone, tablet. It is available on iOS and Android. Head over to your app store, search The Journey, You Riding bodyboard game, and it'll pop up. Download it and you will be able to have a ton of time. Look at the offshore breeze hitting these waves. Look at that thing. That thing looks beautiful. A nice wave left and right. But yes, download You Riding The Journey bodyboard game and you'll see the likes of Jeff Hubbard and Dave Hubbard in the game if you can make it to Region 26, Hawaii.
Ooh, Hawaii, that's a tough region to get to. U-Riding is a very fun game. Yuri, the U-Riding world champion, is pretty awesome at it. He'll give you any tips. Just email him, look him up on his social media handles. Yuri will hook you guys up with all the special information you need to become a U-Riding champion yourself.
Check this out. Let's take another look at David Hubbard. He is finding that nice lip section with an extended roll, perfectly executed. Right when he lands, he's already looking for the next move, and he finds it with a roll and throws a spin in for good measure. So a solid wave right there for Dave Hubbard. And again, just keeping busy, and 2 minutes remaining. He's just, you know what, Matthias has an uphill battle. 8.25 is what he needs, but we can't count him out.
No, you cannot count him out here in Arica. There's a lot of surfing capability left in these waves. You know, the waves offer up amazing scores, so you just have to catch the right wave, and you could be on your way to a 9-point ride just by finding the right tube.
We are going into round number 4 of the men's division. Thank you all for tuning in around the world. This is heat number 15 of 16 of round number 3 out in the water. David Hubbard and the Chilean Matias Miranda in yellow. Scores have been dropped for both riders, so the scores that you see on the side little panel on apvtour.com/live, those are the current scores out in the water. But look at this, we have some waves still coming in. Not bad for being flat, as the locals call it.
Yeah, locals would be sleeping in, not showing up. They wouldn't surf all day. No one would be out but the seals. So this is pretty awesome to have a contest out here. The guys are ripping, showing up a good show, and wow, what a nice event. It looks like the next heat's going to be a cracker. Alex Uranga, Adam Cabrera. PLC is going to be stepping in for me, so I'm going to step out, and Pierre Luis Costa is going to come in and talk you guys through the next 2 heats. And we really hope you guys, thanks for tuning in. We had a great time here, and there's so much more action to come. Just stick to this monitor and watch all the amazing bodyboarding happening today here in Chile.
That's right. So thanks again, Jeff Hubbard, for stepping in. Time is winding down. We're about 10 seconds to go in this heat, but it looks like Dave Hubbard is going to walk out here. But wait a second. Did I say it too quickly? An 8.25 is what he's after. I don't know if this is going to do it. That's a solid wave, but an 8.25, and look at this out the back. David Hubbard finding a wave for wave. You know what? I don't think that was an 8.25. Jeff Hubbard, thank you for coming in. He's making his way down to the water to prep for his heat, which will be coming up shortly. PLC is going to come in here, and yeah, so I'm gonna say an 8.25 for Matias Miranda. Probably not. It was a nice wave, but it was going to be in the high mid range. Not super excellent, but you know what? We'll give you the official results once we come back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with the legend himself, world champion, former world champion, PLC from France, and welcome.
Hello, Manny. How are you? Stoked to be here, back in the booth.
Epic. So we're gonna have PLC. He's gonna be here with the next two heats. So you know what? Let's get into the action and we'll talk you through it. Out in the water, we have the last heat of round number 3. We have from the Canary Islands, Airam Cabrera going against the Basqueman, Alex Uranga. So Alex Uranga will be in red. Airam Cabrera will be in yellow. So yes, PLC and Manny V bringing it to you live from Scorpion Island in Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge. So there you have it. Alex Uranga and Airam Cabrera are out in the water, 25-minute heat. So big shout out to our sponsors, Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and presented by Erizos. And right off the bat, here we go, Alex Uranga.
Oh, here we go. First wave of that hit. A huge, massive IRS that is in my eye completed, but you know, it's in the hand of the judge now. And we have Airam Cabrera at the back on the not as good looking wave, but there you go. That was a huge first attempt from Alex Uranga, and no, we have both riders jumped on the leaderboard.
That was pretty awesome wave right now. We were talking about Alex Uranga being on a high right now, coming off that Itacochara Pro win just a week and a half ago, and you can see that he still has that energy, still has that power, and he found a perfect wave to pull off that giant ARS.
Yeah,
it looked a little shaky, but he was able to pull it around and get into that barrel.
Yeah, it was a little shaky. It's very hard to hit that first section, and but he managed to turn around it. But as soon as he did turn around, the wave covered him up, and you know, it's in the hand of the judge, and it's their interpretation right now.
So from you being downstairs looking at the waves, what are your thoughts on the conditions?
The conditions are a little bit smaller than yesterday. It's a little bit slower too, I would say. But we have some, it looks like it's getting better actually, which is very positive. And here we have Airam Cabrera on a nice little barrel, comes out of it with a spin, and that will be it. So that's the second wave of Airam Cabrera, much better than his first one, and that should be something decent.
So not a bad start to this
Here we have the replay of Alex Uranga. There you go, perfect timing, huge RS, and then he turns around, lands it, I guess, and I'm pretty sure the judges also thought it was a land. So we're gonna have the score very soon, and in the meantime, Airam Cabrera on his second wave, probably gonna get a decent score, probably in the 5 to 6 point range, and now we're gonna wait and see. So yeah, as I said, Alex Uranga's first wave was at 8.0, and here we have Alex on another wave. Goes for the barrel, nice little cover up, comes out of it. Nice extended roll, goes again, and another roll.
Oh my goodness.
That was a very good way to
right
get a
off the
second
bat,
wave.
Alex Uranga may have put combination land Hiram Cabrera, but scores have not dropped yet for both riders. But what is going on out there?
Well, the tide is going lower, so you can see that there are more better waves. So those two were shallow, and that's why you can see better moves and maybe better barrels now. And Alex's wave now was perfect, typical El Gringo, and a nice barrel with 2 moves. So that should be really be well rewarded.
No, that was an insane wave right there. 2 solid scores for Alex Uranga right off the bat, but answering back.
Hiram Cabrera on a nice looking wave as well. And he goes for the huge ARS as well. Whoa. Whoa.
Yes, this is a big wave rider, Hiram Cabrera from the Canary Islands, showing that he's got the moves too, with a giant ARS answering back to Alex Uranga's waves. So scores are dropping. Here's another look at Alex Uranga.
Alex's wave, yeah. It's he's getting covered up in that last section. That's why the score wasn't so high. But he comes out with a nice roll and goes for another one. And he got scored a 7.15. So not as good as his first opening wave. So the judge are really looking, for big maneuvers today, which is great. And I'm curious to see the score of Hiram Cabrera.
Yeah, so again, we have some solid action right off the bat in this heat. We talked about a pattern that sometimes happens in the events, and it's pretty weird how it does work. You get really fast action, ton of waves like that first heat, and then you get two heats where it's a little slow, what we just saw, and then we get back into a heat full of waves, and this seems to be that heat with Hiram Cabrera and Alex Uranga.
Yeah, the waves are better now, and we already had 3 decent waves surfed, and Hiram Cabrera's last wave came out as a 7-point ride, so that's a pretty good wave, and now he's looking for 8.15 to take the first spot of Alex Uranga.
Wow. So scores are dropping for both riders. Again, if you want to see all your live scores and the live feed, the draws, and the results, head over to apbtour.com/live. And waves are still coming in. A quick rundown of the supporting sponsors: Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. Check it out. We do have the interview downstairs ready to go with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Dave Hubbard and Matias Mirandas, who performed the last heat. Dave Hubbard won. I mean, it was we saw a little slow waves. I mean, a period out there. What can you tell about the heat?
Well, I was definitely concerned because Matias has a lot of talent, and I knew as a local he could find the best ones of the heat. So I was cautious. I just tried to surf the best heat I could. I was blessed to catch a few rides, but he had the potential, so it wasn't a calm heat for me.
Oh, there you go. Congratulations either way for your performance. Matias, we want to know, how do you feel by surfing here, a World Tour event? What do you think about having the APB coming here and performing this event right here in your wave? ¿Cómo te sientes de tener a la APB acá en tu ola y surfear en este evento tan importante en tu casa?
Muy contento. Primero, un saludo a toda la gente que sigue apoyando a los chilenos. Competencia, aún nos quedan niños representando al país. Muy contento por el evento que se realiza ya, que nos da la posibilidad de competir con Dave Hubbard, que es uno de los máximos exponentes, como los otros competidores del circuito. Gracias a la oportunidad de APB que nos dio para competir en el circuito, en el campeonato, y la verdad es que estoy un poco molesto, no sé, triste por la competencia, pero ya pasará, el próximo año seguiremos. Y un saludo a Dave. Muy buena competencia, muy buen amigo también. Y esto va dedicado, quiero mandarle un saludo especial a mi amigo Guati. Fuerza, compadre. El próximo año tenéis que estar acá apoyando. Gracias.
Well, he says very happy to have the opportunity of competing here against riders of the level of Dave Hober. It's great for them to have that opportunity, and he's very happy to have the APB right here. Well, I mean, congratulations to both. You guys surf amazing, and well, sure, we're gonna see you next year here, and I'm sure we're gonna see you back here. Back to you guys.
Well, quick shout out to both riders and congratulations to David Hubbard for advancing on. Again, PLC and Manny V here in the booth giving you the live feed of this incredible Heat 16, round number 3. Oh my.
Yeah, we can see a lot more waves ridden, and Alex Uranga's last wave came out of a 7.75, so this will enter his top 2 waves. And Aram Cabrera will then need an 8.75. So great effort by Alex Uranga. I mean, the wave he rode wasn't such a perfect wave, but he rode it so perfectly. There's nothing else he could have done better. So that's why he got a 7.75, and yeah, he extended his lead, and yeah, it's gonna be tough for Aram to, take the first spot out of him.
Yeah, no, so far I got to give props to the judges. They've been on cue pretty much the entire event, and we couldn't do it without them. The production crew, the viewers from all over the world, and everybody tuning in from
all around the world.
Yes, check this out, live action.
Oh, and Alex on second priority then. That was a really nice looking wave. It was a nice barrel. A quick cover up with a very good carving reverse,
Nice.
And at the back, that one is looking great too. What is he going to be able to do? He's going to come out of that.
The lips breaking down, hit his legs.
Yeah. He was, hesitating in between a barrel or a move. And today, the conditions are pretty difficult. You don't really, know exactly what the wave is going to do. And here's a replay of his 7-point ride with a nice IRS. And as you saw, his last wave didn't really cooperate. And here's Alex seeing, I believe, 7.75 with a nice spin in the pocket, a nice cover up, comes out with a move. So let me tell you, this is a very, very difficult technically to do such a combo, and it was perfectly executed. And if the wave was bigger, we could have probably been in a 9-point range, but well done, Alex. That was a really great wave. And Aram now has priority, and he's probably just gonna, wait for a bomb, and looks like we have more waves coming, so that is great news.
This is one of those heats where we're going to see a ton of waves rolling through, and it's very exciting because both of these riders are throwing it down, but Alex Uranga looking very, very strong in this heat so far. Aram Cabrera, he can pull it off. I mean, we're in that part of the event where, given the opportunity, every rider is going to be able to pull off big scores, but that's the whole point, is being in the right place when the sets roll in and getting the wave.
Yeah, you're completely right, Manny. And it's a great exchange between those two riders, Alex Uranga from the Basque Country and Aram Cabrera from Canary Islands. Those riders know each other really well, and it's a great battle so far.
What happens? I mean, out in the water, do you guys talk to each other? Do you guys yell at each other? Do you what do you guys do in the water?
Well,
you guys just do your own thing and ride your own waves?
Yeah, I'd say doing our own thing is probably what happens the most. But depends who you have in your heat and which kind of heat. That for example, first round non-elimination, it's it's all good. No one's gonna get knocked out, and if the waves are pumping, this is great. We can probably talk more than usual. But as soon as we enter that round 2 and 3 in that crucial elimination round, it's much harder to speak to your opponent. And but depends. Like, for example, yesterday I had a pretty special heat with my friend, and we talked the entire heat, and it was a pretty fun heat. Very stressful, but at the same time, it looks like we were doing like a 25-minute free surf, and that was great too.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool, the camaraderie that you get on the beach, and then you leave it all on the beach when the competition is on.
Yeah, exactly. We are competitors, and we can be great friends outside the water, but inside the water, it's a different story. We came here all the way, it's
that's what it is.
To do well in the event.
We're here to compete, and I shouldn't say we. I'm not touching the water. Well, I need to get in the water. I haven't got in the water yet. I'm kind of pissed off. I'm kicking myself in the butt for not getting out in the water, so that day is going to come. But heat number 5, talking about being friends on the water and then hitting the water and being competitors, you have PLC and Maxime Castillo.
Yeah.
In heat number 5. That's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, for example, that heat is a perfect example. I'm going to face a very good friend and a fellow countryman. So, I believe there's going to be talk in that heat because, also release the pressure. And, looks like we're going to have a fun battle. And, it's not the first time that I'm going to face a friend. And let's see how it goes.
That's going to be coming up, heat number 5 and round number 4. And all the heats are stacking up in round number 4. And that's going to be coming up next after this heat. So, stay tuned. We're going to have a ton of actions today from here on Scorpion Island in Arica. Look at these waves coming in out the back.
Paddle for a wave. Aram Cabrera just lost his priority on this last attempt. So, Alex Urenga is now in a very comfortable situation with the priority, controlling the lineup, and next good wave that will come through, he probably is going to go. So that is going to be harder for Arica Cabrera now. So there you go. Same situation so far. Alex Urenga still in first place with an 8-point ride and 7.75. Arica Cabrera with a 7-point ride and a 5.5. He's in second spot right now, and he's looking for 8.75. So let's see what the ocean brings us right now.
Well, the ocean is definitely bringing us some goods as far as the waves in action today. I mean, like I said, I walked up today, and I looked out in the water for about 5 minutes and didn't see one wave. I'm like, oh no. And then that first heat went out, and very explosive riding from Uri Valadao and Tristan Roberts. I got a little perked up, poured my coffee, and it was game on ever since.
Yeah, I missed that heat. I was walking, and I heard the action was pretty good, and that was great. Tristan and Yuri, was a heat I was looking for in that round 3 matchup. Two very different riders. Yuri Valadao, former world champion, one of the most fierce and experienced rider from Brazil, and he was competing against Tristan Roberts, which is his first year on the tour. So this is his rookie year, and let me tell you that so far he's been a tornado. Just creating a lot of damage on the tour, and but I don't know, it's great to see the young up-and-comers riders coming, and so Tristan won that heat, and after that we had Nicola Chiara and Max Sirot. The waves were slower in that heat. I think the tide was higher, so we didn't see so many good waves, but Mike's experience helped, and he was able to catch only 2 good waves on the heat. I watched that heat very carefully, and Mike's experience was great to watch. And then Dave Hubbard won the last heat with great surfing as usual, defeating the local Matias Miranda. And now in the water we have Alex Urenga and Arica Cabrera, which is the last heat of round number 3. And we will jump into round 4 straight after this.
Oh my, so yes, we still have a ton of time here in this heat. 8 minutes and 45 seconds for things to shape up.
We have Arica Cabrera looking for the 8.75. That's a nice barrel.
What's he going to do after is the question.
That's a good barrel, but I don't know. It could be in his top 2, but it's not going to be the 8.75. And unfortunately, that lack of control on that reverse is gonna penalize him, because the judges really look for control in the barrel, after the barrel. It's very important, all this aspect, and I don't think it's gonna be an 8.75.
Scores are dropping. We're still waiting for those to fall for Arica Cabrera, who got a nice barrel ride, but wasn't able to pull off that last maneuver, but it really wouldn't have made that much more difference in the overall score for that wave.
No, you wouldn't. So there you go. Alex Urenga still holding that priority, and Arica Cabrera still chasing that. That's a pretty decent score. We're talking about excellent range score. So 8.75 is not an easy score to get today. I believe the best wave ridden today was by Tristan Robert with a 9-point ride. And that also means there are waves, that can provide 9-point rides. So there you go, Aram on the right, a very, very short wave. Now, he doesn't have priority. That he knows that Alex is not here to play tennis, so he's gonna try his best to catch a wave under his priority, which is gonna be very complicated.
We got 7 minutes remaining out in the water, and that's a ton of time for either rider to either increase on their score or to come up into that first place spot, which Airam Cabrera is trying to do right now. He's out there in the yellow jersey, the rider from the Canary Islands, our poster boy here in Arica. He's pretty much everywhere you drive around in Arica, you're going to see a poster glued up or stapled on anything and everything, and you're going to see him in one of the giant barreling left that is well known within the bodyboarding community. So yeah, Airam Cabrera, can he make it through this heat and into round 4? But it's going to be tough with Alex Uranga, who's actually looking really and surfing really good.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably the first time Alex is in so early in the year. Here we have Airam Cabrera on a nice looking wave with a nice IRS, but that was perfectly well ridden. The only thing I would say is it wasn't a set wave, so it's going to be very hard to go in an excellent range, but he could improve on a 7-point ride, and then he will need a lower score, so that was pretty good. That was a very good tactic. He's a good competitor as well, and as you said, he's the poster boy with an amazing photo, probably the best photo ever taken at Gringo.
Yeah.
No, and here we are. And I remember we had a crazy first round last year. It was big and heavy, and and I remember watching that photo the night of that day, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And it went all over the world, and here we go, bodyboard is going crazy at El Gringo, and they do.
Yeah, no, this place is absolutely amazing, and all the riders, they want that big barreling left hand wave or right hand wave. But you know what, every event we're at the mercy of Mother Nature, whether it's a storm rolling in Tahiti and blowing everything out of sight, or just not having the giant waves we're asking for. But you know what? Being a flat day, as the locals would call here at Flopos, is not bad at all.
No, you're right. This is here is a replay of Airam's. I believe that was his 6.75, where he wasn't able to complete his reverse out of the barrel, and here is his other wave, his 6.25, and then here we go, a nice IRS. But as I said, it wasn't a set wave, so it's going to be hard to jump in the excellent range score.
All right, so there's a quick little replay from Airam Cabrera's last waves, but check this out. We have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat, with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you, guys. We're here with Maxime Castillo and Teresa Almeida, the only couple in the World Tour. I wanted to know, how does it feel to be traveling together, because it looks so nice, and I think everyone would love to have your partner in the World Tour.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty cool. I have my girl here in the tour, so yeah, for travel, for relax too after the heat, before the heat, it's always here. So yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty fun, and like you feeling better. You are not alone. You are two. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the same. I think it's better for me and for Max. If you lose, you have support, and yeah, it's better if you have a person that you love. It's perfect.
Well, there you go, people. Two pro bodyboarders traveling together. It's very beautiful. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the action.
All right, so that was pretty cool to see Maxime and Teresa, the traveling buddies.
Yeah, and
around South America together.
As we spoke, there was another exchange in between Airam and Alex. Airam is a nice barrel, and Alex was a nice invert on the right.
So there you go. So live action will always take priority here on the live feed, no matter if we're interviewing Maxime and Teresa or Mike Stewart himself. Live action is priority. So we are always going to go to live action. And there you had a little wave exchange go down.
Yeah, Alex, I don't know if it was completed, but he did a nice invert on the right, and Anyway, I don't think he will jump in his top 2 ride. And Arica Cabrera got a 5.9 on his last effort, so not enough, unfortunately. And now we'll see. There's only 2 minutes remaining, so it's going to be very, very complicated.
So it was back in July 7th, 1971, where Tom Mooring invented the bodyboard. So guess what? Today is bodyboarding day. We are on July 7th here on Arica. So yes, if you are a bodyboarder, it's time to celebrate. Drink juice, beer, wine, whatever. Celebrate for our sport that we love.
I didn't know. I didn't know today was the day. So she's great.
And you know what? I have to give props to Elmo Ramos from Ride It for making sure we know that here in the live booth. The live webcast. So Elmo, we love you. Thank you for that heads up. But yes, bodyboard day today, July 7th.
Yoo-hoo!
Tom's Mori.
Open the champagne, Manny.
Yeah, champagne's going to be popped open.
I see you have that bottle here. Just open it.
Yeah, right. It's not champagne, it's wine. And we still got to open up the wine your wife sent over from Tahiti for us. Actually, from Portugal. Once we all get back to the U-Riding headquarters in Carlsbad. So we're all waiting to come together.
Sounds good.
Believe me, I will send a photo to you too once we open that thing. So we're coming down to less than a minute out in the water. It looks like Alex Uranga is fending off the very powerful Arica Cabrera in this last heat of round number 3. And Alex Uranga has been on a good one, and it looks like he's still going strong. And speak of the guy, here
we have Alex with second priority going for it. He's going fast on that one. I don't know if there's going to be a section, but you never know. And it was just a way to come out of the water.
All right, so that is the end of heat number 16. Alex Uranga, Arica Cabrera. It was Alex Uranga who will advance on. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back to the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge. And we are moving on in to round number 4. Super exciting. We got PLC in the booth with us. So let's go right into the action. Our first heat is a battle between Emily Laverne and Marcelo Foundes. And this should be a nice matchup for sure. What do you think about Marcelo?
Well, Marcelo has been the dark horse of this event, obviously. The surprise of this event, being able to eliminate riders like Jacob Romero and Jared Houston. And he found himself in round number 4 against another former world champion, Amaury Laverne. And he has all the support of the Chilean community here, and he's been so far the hero. So, and I believe he's the only Chilean so far left in the car with Sebastian Kraft. So,
right. So here we see the Heat 1 matchup that's in the water, but Heat 2, Dudu Pedra, Eder Luciano, the 2 Brazilians, as well as the rest of the field. And if you want that information, also you can just check out the apbtour.com/live. And under the feed,
there's draws and results, so you can be totally up to speed with exactly what's going to be happening here in round 4. We do have terrific matchups, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
One of the Chileans left in, Sebastian Kreft, going up against Antonio Cardoso, very talented Portuguese.
Yeah.
And finishing off the first half of round 4. An incredible
here
battle.
we have Marcelo Fernandez on a nice looking wave. That was a nice barrel. One of the biggest waves we've seen so far in this event and today. And that should be a nice score to open up his campaign.
And he needs to be surfing strong to take out the rider in red, Moz. He's a very tactical rider, and so if Marcelo brings his A game and Moz is only able to find his C game, then we could have even another upset. But we've noticed the conditions are just a little bit slow out there. Wave selection, super important.
Oh yeah, super important today. You know, the waves are good, but you know, there are not so many, and the wave selection is so important today. And you know, it's slow too, so it's a little game with nerves today, and we'll see how it goes and how we see Marcelo found on his second wave with a nice IRS. Wow.
That was really.
He has no pressure. I feel like he's surfing with no pressure. You know, he has nothing to lose. He's facing the best rider in the world. He's probably didn't even expect to go that far, and now he's just, you know, going nuts. And here's Amorila on a nice wave with a nice barrel on the right hander, and he goes for it for another little move with a nice invert. That is gonna be a good score. That is gonna be a good score.
Yeah, terrific exchange, and it does look like Moz might get the better of that last exchange, but that was his first ride, and we don't often see Moz going right, but he sure picked that gem to choose to go right on, and I think it's gonna pay off for him.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, today the waves are a little bit smaller, so the ride are not as long as when it's big, so you can actually, you know, see better, you know, if it's gonna be a really good one or not. So, you know, that one looks so good, and Amor is not gonna, you know, let a bomb pass.
Exactly. So we will get you the scores once we receive them, and so far a terrific battle, because before Moz caught that right, Marcelo was really establishing a nice heat total that he was going to start applying pressure to Moz early, and Moz getting on the board with a nice score, and we'll bring you the situation once we receive it. And almost a little paddle battle, but it does.
Looks like Amori got the prize, which is pretty crazy because he was far on the right and Marcelo finished his second wave before him. So, you know.
So he really motored back out there. Moz, one of the more powerful paddlers that we have on tour. Let's take a look at the left.
So that's a replay of Marcelo's first wave with a nice barrel. Unable to do the move out of it. But that was a good first score, and here's his second wave with a pretty nice IRS, and he got a 6-point ride. So he's in the lead with two decent waves, with a 6-point. Here's the replay of Amor11. That was one of the best waves we've seen today, with a nice barrel, and then goes with tons of speed to get something, and he managed to get a little invert, which is gonna play a very, you know, important role in the score. So. Great first wave for Amor Laverne, holding priority now, and can't wait to see his second wave.
Scores coming in 8.5 for the first ride of Amor Laverne from Reunion Island, who's now living in the Canaries, and a pair of 6s for Marcelo. He's got a 6 and a 6.75. So things are heating up here. Moz just needs a 4.25 to get into that first place position. And just when we were talking about slow heats, you know, in the first 5 minutes, we've seen 3 nice rides from this matchup. And so round 4 is starting to heat up. During the commercial break, you were even mentioning to me, hey, I think it's getting better out there.
Yeah, I mean, comparing to the first few heats of the morning, I believe there are more waves. And I believe it's because the tide is lower, you know, so we're going to see more shallow waves. And this is great. And Amori on his using his priority on this one with a nice spin before the cover up, and he gets barrel, and he's probably going to do move outs. Typical Amori Laverne here. So that was a good score. He did exactly what Urenga did in the last heat on a similar size wave. So, you know, the judge loved that. You know, even though it was a small wave, the fact that you're able to control so well and, you know, land all your moves and show control, power, speed, you know, it's great. So should be a nice second wave.
Yeah, terrific riding from Moz. Really surfing on point, and yeah, the spin in, nice cover up, roll out, very textbook riding from Moz. So this is a little bit more like what we're used to. We did see his round 3, just a little bit of a hiccup in his normal performance.
Marcelo Fernandez on a nice wave as well. It was a nice barrel. That was heavy, that one. Was that almost too heavy? I think he wasn't expecting such a big explosion on the foam ball.
Exactly. Had he just been able to hold on through that, we would have potentially seen almost an excellent scoring ride, because that was a nice set wave that barreled all the way to the keyhole.
Yeah, that was a good wave. He looked for a deep barrel, but unfortunately, maybe he went a little bit too deep.
Yeah, so trying to milk it for all it's worth, but we do have an interview downstairs with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Begonia.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Alex Uranga, taking on the last heat of round 3, Airam Cabrera, another strong competitor from Spain, from Canary Islands. Tell us a little bit about what went down in your heat. ¿Qué pasó en tu heat? Cuéntanos un poquito.
Otra manga parecida a la anterior, no con demasiadas olas, y bueno, he intentado estar bastante activo, empezando a coger las olas desde el principio, y ya con la primera una nota decente, y luego pues nada, intentar hacerlo mejor, ir mejorando las notas poco a poco y hasta que haya pasado el tiempo. Al final un poco de nervios, pero bueno, bien, contento.
Okay, he says the heat was, it looked like the previous heat he surfed. Waves are slow, but he tried to remain active out there, and he's got a very good score at the beginning, so he remained comfortable the rest of the heat. Now, the last heat that you're going to be surfing will be against Dave Hubbard. What do you think is going to happen there?
No sé, Dave está surfeando muy bien y bueno, esperamos que las olas entren y bueno, suerte para él y a ver lo que pasa.
Well, he says you never know what's going to happen. Dave is surfing really good right now, so just good luck to him, and let's wait for the waves and see how it goes. Congratulations, Sorionak, and I hope you have the best of lucks out there. Back to you guys.
Muchas gracias.
All right, thanks, Begonia, and focused Alex Uranga, who has been arguably on fire since Brazil. Let's take another look.
Yeah, that's a replay of Amaury 7.25. It wasn't a set wave, that's why the judge didn't go in an excellent rage, but he rode that wave so perfectly, that I don't think he could get more than 7.25. So great wave from Amaury Laverne. And so now he's in the lead with a 7.25 and 8.5. And Marcelo Fernandez has a 6 point and a 6.75, and then it's a 9-point ride. So, I would say that it's the first time maybe in this event Amaury is in a comfortable situation, and he was telling me yesterday his frustration of not being able to surf his surf, and I believe that now that he has his 2 score, I believe the next wave he's going to catch, he's probably going to do something big.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited to see his next wave now that he has that sort of pressure out,
Right.
So let's be attentive.
For sure. We will be attentive and bring you the live action. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. This is day number 7 of the Arica Chilean Challenge, and it is the 45th anniversary of the invention of the bodyboard. So definitely a terrific opportunity to celebrate is by sitting back and watching some of the best bodyboarding on the planet here at one of the most iconic venues on the APB World Tour. And we're going to be bringing you the rest of round number 4. This is the first heat, and so we've got 8 action-packed heats ahead of us. We're hoping that the wind stays nice and calm and we can bring you all of those heats, because man, some of those matchups we're taking a look at are looking really cool. One that sticks out to me, high performers from yesterday with 18.5 and 18.9 cumulative scores respectively. Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard, both the high-flying Hawaiians, going to be in heat number 4.
Yeah, that's going to be a great one to watch. Like you said, both riders yesterday had the highest combined total. And, now we're going to see them facing up in this heat. Both riders surfed amazing, so it's going to be a great one to watch.
So in each of their heats, they're in separate heats yesterday, but there was about a 45-minute span of time, and it was, well, let's check the action.
Yeah, Marcelo looking for that 9-point ride, and unfortunately, I don't think that would be it. And I think he had second priority anyway, so, he's just trying, and,
Yeah, good going. So in the final 10 minutes of Tanner's heat, throughout Jeff's heat, and the opening 5 minutes of your heat, so just about a 45-minute, 50-minute span of time, 5 9-point rides were dropped, and that was obviously just the best time of the day as far as what waves are offering, and it collided perfectly with some of the best riders we have on tour. Then in the rest of your heat, you continued to surf really well, and I love the variety of maneuvers that you brought. Let's check.
We're using his priority on a nice looking left, tons on speed, and he's going for a big move, as I said, and boom, a nice backflip, extended legs to make sure he's gonna land it, because you want to land your move here, that's why we see some, maybe default in some moves of some of the riders, because what comes to our mind first of all is the landing, not the aesthetic of the maneuvers. So that's why sometimes you see some extended leg maybe early, or but that was a huge move, and that's going to be very well rewarded, because that's what the judges, I think, today are looking for.
I would totally agree with you. Back to your heat, you threw out a beautiful variety of maneuvers. One that stuck out to me was that reverse, and it started as a carving reverse, but the amount of speed that you had and where you were performing the maneuver, the wave started pitching, and it actually threw you into the air, and you traveled quite a bit. And have you seen some of the photos from that?
I've seen some of the photo. It's actually one of my favorite move to perform. It's using the pop of the wave, to actually get air. Because it's usually all about hitting lips. But when you use just the form of the wave to get air, it's something really good for bodyboarding. And I did that reverse, and it was a set wave too. So I honestly thought about a higher score.
Right.
But that was in the hand of the judges. But maybe it's something we should maybe discuss in the future. Maybe.
For sure.
Power surfing is something an aspect of bodyboarding we need to. And here we have Amori's replay, and there you go. He's not even looking for the bar. He just wants to go for a big move, and he goes for a huge backflip, extended leg, and managed to land it. So yeah, that's gonna be a great. Yeah, that's his. Here we go, 7.65. So that jump is in his top 2.
So a nice way for Moz to continue his surf, as you put
Marcelo
it, and push on through.
On a nice wave as well. He's going for the cover up, and is he going to be able to make a move out? He goes for a move with a nice roll. He was looking for a 9.4. The wave was good, and he did really well on it. But we're talking about excellent score here, and to get an excellent score today, I think you need something probably maybe more special than this.
Right, and I do think that he is surfing a wonderful heat, but like you said, Moz is kind of coming into form, and we see some waves out the back. Will we have a taker?
One of the biggest waves we've seen today, and Amori is not thinking twice. But yeah, it wasn't really hitting the reef properly, so he's going to go back out and hold his priority, which is, today, actually, not just the wave selection, but being able to use your priority when needed. This is going to be very important as well.
Yeah, I think that will be tactical, especially because it'll come into play which wave you get to ride next. So if you kind of make a misstep with priority, you might leave your opponent in the position to take potentially maybe the best wave of the heat, because it's really hard to tell sometimes. And you can never really tell when the best wave is going to come in. You do your best to wait for a good opportunity.
For sure. Today's a tricky day, because something that I love about El Gringo is the fact that there is so much opportunity for high score. When the waves are on, you can go right, left, even the insiders. I remember one of your heats, I think it was back in 2009, when you were facing your brother, and I believe you took off on maybe a smaller wave, and you got a 10-point ride doing like 2 giant backflips. So that's what I love about El Gringo. You know, you never, you can never, you know, feel safe. You know,
for sure.
And the fact there are so much opportunity is great for the sport and is great for, you know, for the audience and everything.
For sure.
But today is different. Today the wave selection is very important, and the set wave is what you want, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does seem that way as far as the maximum points will likely be coming from set waves. That was a really nice left-hander there.
Yeah.
And maybe some of the medium ones if they come in and get bowly enough, but like you're saying, length of ride on a set wave is going to produce so much more scoring potential. Even if the barrel is more intense, when it shifts to the inside, this direction, this size, at this tide, the wave's so much shorter.
Yeah, exactly. So here we have Amor 11 using his priority. That wave is looking good. That wave has that nice wedge that we were looking for. And he goes for a barrel, comes out with, I believe he did an IRS out. We're going to have a replay very soon.
Wow.
But yeah, that wave looked good, you know.
For sure, like you said, it had that kind of a wedge
And
take
here we
off.
have
He was
Marcelo
behind
using his priority now, so straight after Amor 11. And well, this wave didn't really provide anything, so it's just gonna. Maybe we're gonna have a paddle race for priority, and I think Marcelo is gonna.
We do. Look
we
at
do.
him.
And I think.
So
well,
talk us through this. Moz is on the far side, but he's paddling a more direct line to the outside.
Yeah, I think it's very tactical from Amori, you know, to go all the way around the peak, because, you know, as soon as you're gonna join the lineup, he's probably gonna, you know, being given the priority by the judges. And you can see that Marcelo is not really, you know, trying. You know, it's very hard, you know, to beat Amori in a paddle race, and he's already so far away. So, and yeah, so here we go. The last score of Amor 11 came out of a 9.5. So highest score of the day so far. And we're most likely going to have a replay. And but what I think he did, and Amor using his priority again. And you know, Nan has no pressure at all. Mercedes combo, so he's going to go big on that. Big invert. Goes for nice barrel. Well, I told you that he was, you know,
gonna feel his serve.
He was really frustrated the last 2 days. So now, oh, that was a nice wave, nice barrel. Comes out with a nair. This is technically so difficult to do, and it's very typical to Amor 11. You know, I think that's one of his weapons, is the move out of the barrel. And usually he's able, when other people might do a roll or maybe nothing, he does an RS. So
the
very well rewarded.
Yeah, judges
and well deserved.
Awarding that well-deserved technical riding from Moz. And I also love that he took off behind the peak and just got straight in. It is difficult out here to get straight into the barrel, because sometimes it has just a little tighter of a entry right at the start. But that one had that wedge. He scooped in behind it and just had a clean line through a beautiful barrel section, like you said, exiting it with a technical flip out of the wave. So that was great.
Yeah, that was great from Amor 11, and we're gonna have, I believe, a second really high score, because his last wave was his last invert came out of an 8-point ride, so he's not gonna come in his top 2. His highest score waves where he actually did a barrel and a move, and here we have Marcel on a nice wave, a nice barrel. That was a bomb of a wave. I believe that could be his best wave so far, but at this point he's comboed, so he's gonna need at least an 8 to be back in his heats.
Right. And I feel that if he was able to just sit in the barrel just a little bit longer, he could have garnished a little bit more points. But we do see Flopos turning on some of these left-handers, really starting to line up. And
there's the big one at the back. Amor is back already.
We're anticipating a nice south swell starting to fill in through the day, and this could be it.
This could be, Amor goes for sure. That's one of the biggest waves we've seen today. That one he didn't hit the reef properly. And today we have, you know, small periods, so the waves are very close to each other. Sometimes we see weaker wave than usual.
Very true, and we're hoping that the new swell kind of comes on in, but we'll see. Here's Marcelo, and he tucks in behind this one. He sits in there nicely, and then he gets out of there. So a nice ride for Marcelo. And I would like to point out that, as we mentioned, Maz wants to get into form, and the way you put it was feel his surf, and he's thrown away some 7s. He's thrown away an 8.
Yeah.
And he's counting an 8.5 and a 9.5. So he's surfing very consistently. He's surfing very strong.
Yeah.
Even those 2 7s could be, enough to advance out of some of the heats we've seen already.
Yeah.
And the 2 8s he's throwing away obviously are really good scores, but 8.5, 9.5, he's counting 18 points cumulative, putting Marcelo Fondes from Chile in a really tough position, especially with about 2.5 minutes remaining. We're starting to get towards that almost impossibility mark, because he needs 2 rides and he needs 2 massive scores. And to do that in about 2 minutes and change is
most unlikely.
Getting most unlikely, exactly. But a terrific heat. He's been performing well. He's got 3 6s on his scoreline, the best of which are a 6.9 and a 6.75. Marcelo Fondes, who has made it all the way here into round 4, one of the furthest Chileans to compete at this year's 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge, and it looks like the Chileans will have one more chance to advance one of their own. In heat number 3, it will be Sebastian Kreft taking on Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, exactly. And, Marcelo's last wave is probably going to be his best one. It hasn't been shown yet, but what I love to see right now is more sets. I'm so stoked to see there are more wave, and me and you are going to jump in the water again. So we're both pretty excited.
Yeah, we're stoked for sure, and we want to hopefully continue to see exactly that throughout the rest of the day. Beautiful conditions, and we're hoping for just an amazing day of competition in round number 4. So we want to wish you terrific luck, as well as a wonderful opportunity to show us your stuff out there, PLC, and have fun.
Yeah, it's all about having fun, isn't it? But it's much easier to have fun when the waves are good.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, and
Amore,
looks like we have
he's gonna
Maz.
go left, and it is probably the last wave of the heat. So yeah, great heat by Amore Laverne, showing that he's one of the best, if not the best rider here, and he's throwing an 8 point and a 7.25. So incredible
so
hit from Amore Laverne, and we're gonna have some amazing matchups the next few heats, and I believe I'm gonna leave the mic to the man known as Manny Vargas. And that was a pleasure commentating with you guys, and good luck Dave, and good luck Manny, who's everything.
Wonderful. Well, thanks so much, PLC. We're gonna take a commercial break, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everybody. A little bit of cloud cover is coming over, but you know what that means? It is glassy here in Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge, and I was sitting on the beach watching that last wave. Marie Laverne just having a heyday out there. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he was feeling it, and that was the rhythm we're expecting. Right into live action, a long, deep barrel ride from Dudu Pedra, unable to exit. So this heat just kicking off right from the get-go.
But we got to give a big shout out to Marcelo Foundes, the Chilean Grom, who actually performed a beautiful, did an awesome event here in Arica. But there you have it, out in the water right now. The Brazilians going head to head. All of Brazil must be tuning in right now to watch this heat. Round number 4, heat number 2, Dudu Pedra versus Eder Luciano. Oh my goodness. The Brazilians going head to head. And I'm looking down at the rest of the heats. Every heat here in this round number 4, are stacked. I can't believe some of the things lining up right now. Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard, are you kidding me? PLC, Maxime Castillo, the French feud going down in heat number 5. Tristan Roberts, Mike Stewart, heat number 7. It is definitely going to be a fun one. Heat round number 4. Heat number 2 out in the water, and the waves are starting to roll in. It's pumping out there.
It really is, Manny, and throughout most of the days we did see the best conditions starting to occur right around mid-morning, somewhere around there. So we're kind of entering into that time frame because 5 heats through this day 7, we're now getting into that mid-morning, and such a terrific opportunity to celebrate the 45th anniversary of the invention of the bodyboard.
You know what? I'm starting to look. I wrote down the date in numerical order 7771. Do you think that's the reason why they call the Mach 77? Mach 77?
Whoa, Manny, we're getting
wondering.
deep. We're getting deep.
So welcome again, Bodyboard Day here, July 7th. As David Hubbard said, the invention of the bodyboard. Thank you, Tom Mori, for giving us a lifestyle that we've all grown to love. And without the bodyboard, we wouldn't be here and had the friends we have and traveled the world and seen what we've seen. So again, fellow bodyboarders, time to celebrate.
Time to celebrate. And yes, a huge mahalo nui loa going out to Tom Mori, who's created not only a beautiful wavecraft, an invention of his to ride the ocean, but a sport and a lifestyle that hundreds of thousands of people around the world really connect with and basically live and breathe.
Yeah.
So Tom Mori affecting so many people. And 2 of those people that he's had a huge effect on are these 2 Brazilians, Dudu Pedra, Eder Luciano, both of them making their lives from the sport of bodyboarding. Dudu Pedra, local at Itacoatiara, makes his living by just charging the massive waves there. And Eder Luciano, a super talented, super smart competitor who has been on the world tour for a large number of years.
So the Brazilians, both of these riders, very explosive. We know Dudu Pedra from charging those massive waves in his hometown of Itacoatiara. And there's a little right-hand reef slab to the west of Itacoatiara called Shock, which he loves when it fires, but it doesn't fire unless it's 12-foot faces and bigger. And so Dudu Pedra loving that. And that being a reef break, and Flopos out here in the Arica Chilean Challenge, also being a reef break, he feels very comfortable as opposed to Eder Luciano, who's coming from a beach break. So it's going to be very interesting how this all pans out. Check it out. We do have the interview ready for Begonia, but hold on. We may have some sets coming in out the back. We got some waves rolling in. Both of the riders have yet to catch a wave. Dudu Pedra in red, Eder Luciano in yellow. Looks like we may have no takers on that one. Let's wait for this next set. Look at that left reeling off the reef. Omri Laverne having a heyday, having just an epic session out there is what it was. All right, now let's head on to the interview with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. Oh my God, what an stunning heat out there. You guys surfed amazing. It was incredible the way it's picked up, beautiful conditions. It was an amazing moment. Amaury, what can you say about it?
Yeah, I'm super happy,
I was a bit yesterday. I saw his heat against Jared, and I knew like everything can happen in the heat, which is good in bodyboarding. You know, even if you are better, that's mean nothing in bodyboarding. And so I knew I had to focus and catch the best wave. And been pretty lucky. The waves are getting pumping now, and it's better than this morning just for our heat. So I knew I had to do something good, and I was really keen to surf. And yeah, really happy to compete against this guy, and really proud of him.
Excellent. What a beautiful words from Amaury. Now we have here, what can you tell us about the feeling of surfing for the first time in this competition, Marcelo, which you only 18 years old. This is the first time you are here in the Gringo, and you advanced a lot and lost against Amaury, but you surfed amazing out there. So what can you say? Cuéntanos un poco qué se siente solo tener 18 años, estar aquí por primera vez. Surfeaste increíble, llegaste súper lejos y perdiste de una manera muy decente porque surfeaste increíble y contra Amaury Laverne. Cuéntanos un poco.
Primero que nada, acá feliz después de mi hit contra Amaury, que es una gran persona. Traté de dar todo lo que podía, pero Amaury, el hombre ahí, una muy buena persona, corre excelente, le tocaron buena ola. Nada, contento, mi primera CC con 18 años, logrando avanzar tanto, ganando la Jacob, que es una... Jacob, Jared, que son unos monstruos del bodyboard, y feliz, más contento que la cresta, porque este es mi primera CC, y a seguir dándole nomás, que se viene con todo y falta mucho, que viene harto por delante. Y felicitaciones a Amaury por haber ganado el hit, ya que le tocaron muy buena ola.
Boy is very happy to had actually had the opportunity of surfing out there with guys as Jared and Jacob, and also Amaury, and yeah, he's very happy and stoked with having only 18 years old and having that opportunity. So congratulations to you guys. You made an amazing show out there, and we all very happy for both, and we're sure we're going to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, well, congratulations to both riders, but it was Amaury Laverne who moves forward into the next round in the men's division. He is the first rider to move on out of round number 4. Now we're going to find out who that second rider is going to be. It is Dudu Petra, and look at this guy, Eder Luciano.
Takes off a bit late on that, doesn't get a barrel, but resets his line, looks for a section, and he's got a lot of speed. He finds a Rolo.
Eder Luciano in his first wave. That is, wow, interesting. Let me make sure this is up to top speed right here. Eder Luciano dropping his first wave. Dudu Pedra in the red jersey, out in the water, waiting for those scores to drop, as you can see on the side of your screen.
Let's take this opportunity to thank the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop. Of course, the Arica Chilean Challenge 2016, presented by Erizos. Also, terrific sponsors like Universidad de Tarapacá. But first, it is Dudu Pedra out the back on this left-hander. He stalls, throws a spin, chunks the rail, and gets out of there. Also sponsoring Aguacielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, as well as Bodyboard King. So, terrific group of sponsors and terrific group of competitors. We are now into round number 4. In Spanish, they call it Octavios the Final, or Octavio Finales, and it is the round before the quarterfinals. So, 8th finals, I guess, would be the English translation, but it is round 4. After this, first place from each of these 8 heats will move into the quarters, one-on-one matchups all day long. First place moving on, and second place will be eliminated from the event. Now that we're in round 4, second place will get an equal 9th position, and the riders in the quarterfinals will be the final 8 of the men's. We're whittling it right on down. So round 3, we eliminated 16 competitors. In round 4, we will be eliminating 8 more. In the quarters, 4 more, and then we're going to have our finalists, which will be our top 4 placings. And we're going to surf a podium final as well as a grand final. But the quarterfinals, semifinals, and both finals will be coming to you on another day. today we're just going to do our best to push through round number 4 of the men's main event action here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
And I'm looking at the heats again. Oh my goodness, just it's stacked all the way through to heat number 8. And you're going to be lined up with the winner of that last heat of the round 3 that went down. Yes, you're going to be facing off the bassman who's been on fire, Alex Uranga. Dave Hubbard will be the last heat, possibly the last heat of the day. Make sure you stick around for that one.
And Alex Uranga has been on fire since his performance in Itacoatiara. He's come here, he's put up solid performances in his heats thus far. And yeah, to be honest, Manny, that is going to be an intense matchup for myself. I'm going to have to surf that heat smart, but also do my very best if I want to overcome Alex Uranga, who has been totally in form. Let's see, which Brazilian is this? Up and riding.
Eder Luciano up and riding, comes off the bottom, slides under the pocket. Can he come out of this barrel? Looked like he had a little bit of chance to come out, but then you can see the whitewash got a hold of his legs while he was in the barrel and just said, no way, Charlie, you're not coming out of this one. Eder Luciano not making out of that barrel, but he will be scored for that wave as an incomplete barrel ride. So Eder Luciano and Dudu Pedra dropping their first scores. We're at the 12-minute and 50-second mark out of the 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored. One rider will advance on into the quarters.
What a terrific day we have here.
Yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, I walked up to the beach, looked at it for about 5 minutes, and it looked like I didn't see anything come in. And then that first heat of the day started with heat 13, Uri Valadao and Tristan Roberts, and both of these guys were just as stoked as the waves just started pumping out of nowhere. Both of them putting down some solid scores. Tristan with a solid scores, Uri with solid scores. So that was just the beginning, and it's been on fire ever since. A little slow between the sets, but when the sets do come in, riders are throwing it down.
They certainly are, and we saw some of the bigger sets of the day so far coming in that last matchup, and it was Moz who was capitalizing and putting the bigger scores on the board, but the Chilean Marcelo also got some bombs. Split peak scenario here. We've got Dudu on the right, and he's going up for this section. Hits a nice flip, gets projection, but comes undone.
Oh, no.
We'll get you a replay to see what Eder did on that left-hander. But just in case you're wondering, that is his nickname. Eduardo is the first name of Mr. Pedra. And down there in Brazil, they shorten Eduardo to Dudu. And so everybody knows him as Dudu Pedra. And a terrific, powerful rider. And he has had his opportunities in the past here before, not only to judge, actually, but also to compete. And he's going the competition route because he has so much talent. And we are stoked that he is choosing that route. And check out the back. If the riders can get in position soon enough, there could be a terrific opportunity.
Well,
Look
you
at
can
these.
see Pedra down on the right. There's no way he's going to be making it out to the lineup. And Eder Luciano's closer, but let's take another look at that from Eder.
So he drops in and comes around the section, and he punches an arse and pulls it. And that's all she wrote. So that wave also not really hitting the reef very clean. And Eder did well to get a maneuver with it. And so we will be able to bring you scores because at this point in the heat, maybe before the last exchange, Eder Luciano is sitting in the lead. And here we have another ride from Eder. He's slowing himself down on this left. He gets a nice barrel, gets his body up and over for that roll, throws some spray on the reverse. Complete ride from Eder. A barrel, a roll, and a reverse from the Brazilian Eder Luciano. So a Brazil versus Brazil matchup here. And we're going to see at least one Brazilian into the quarterfinals.
Will it be Eder Luciano or Duru Pedra is the question. And that wave from Eder Luciano was almost exact repeat, I believe, on one of his waves yesterday. I felt like I had just a little quick deja vu. It was pretty awesome, and I know he dropped a solid score yesterday, so I'm sure he's going to be getting another solid score on that wave as well. So again, bodyboard day today. July 7th, 1971, Tom Morey invented the bodyboard and gave life to this sport that we all love and live by. Look at this, Eder Luciano's last wave right there. A deep barrel comes out, pulls off a roll, and then goes into a spin. That roll was not super high, not super projected, but he did extend his arms to, give it the illusion that it was a big maneuver. But a solid run right there. Because of that long barrel, the judges will score accordingly. Eder Luciano's scores are dropping now, and you can see right there, Eder Luciano now leading the charge with a combined total of his top 2 scoring waves, 12.5. Pedra waiting for that second solid wave to come in.
We have great conditions here on day 7. We're so pleased to be bringing you the Arica Chilean Challenge live. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. And this Brazilian matchup, I actually misspoke. It will produce the only Brazilian quarterfinalist. So this is the last chance for Brazil. One of these riders will move into the quarterfinals, and from there, there's no guarantees. But what is guaranteed with 2 Brazilians being in this heat is there will be just one. Sorry, not at least is where I misspoke earlier. There will be just one Brazilian quarterfinalist, and right now it's Eder Luciano making a push to be that man. And Dudu Pedra has the opportunity. He might be sitting with priority now, so we'll see what occurs in the next 7 minutes.
So I'm looking now on the sheet here, and you can look as well on the heat draw. Head over to apbtour.com/live. That's where you're going to have the live stream, the live scores, and right below the live stream, you're going to have all the draws and the results. And I'm looking at what you can look at too. If you go to men's and click on the round 4 link, you're going to be able to see all the heat draws that are coming up in the next few minutes here. So right now we've already seen heat 1 out of the water. Heat 2 is currently out in the water right now. And the only Chilean left in the men's division, Sebastian Kreft, the sushi chef from Antofagasta.
Indeed. So we saw a terrific performance from the junior Marcelo Fondes, making it all the way here into round number 4, getting himself a equal 9th place. And we're hoping that Sebastian Kreft can keep those hopes alive for Chile. But the Portuguese will be rooting on the other side of the coin for their man from Nazaré, Antonio Cardoso. 2 Nazareans still in the event, Antonio Cardoso as well as Dino Carmo. So the 2 Portuguese representing Nazaré, Praia del Norte, Antonio Cardoso and Dino Carmo coming up in Heat 3 and Heat 6, respectively.
All right, now's a good time as we're waiting for the sets to roll in. And the door to come in here to the booth with us and say hello is on our APB Tour Facebook page. There, I just posted, Dub and Manny V are in the booth. Where you at?
And where you at, human?
Where you at? Drop us a comment. Just give us your country and what time it is, and we'll do our best to run down the list and give a shout-outs to all of those that are tuning in from all over the world. So head over there. I know we can get through at least 10 of those, so if you're in the top 10, guaranteed to get that shout-out. Head over to APB Tour Facebook page, APB Tour Facebook page for a shout out. So far so good. I mean, we've had waves today, and I'm pretty stoked because it makes our job a little easier when we got some epic conditions and epic riders out there to commentate. Time just flies by when you're having fun.
Time does fly when you're having fun, and that's exactly what PLC was hoping for in his heat, that he would be able to have fun. And some of our competitors realizing they perform at their best when they're having fun. PLC mentioning it's a lot easier to have fun when the waves are good and thus hoping to get some good waves in his heat to complete that equation, to have fun.
And yes, and you know what? PLC hopefully will be having fun in heat number 5 when he goes head-to-head with Maxime Castillo, fellow Frenchman, coming up shortly. Out in the water, heat number 2. Time is just slowly ticking away here for both of the riders, both of the Brazilians. We're at 21 minutes, which means there's about 4 minutes remaining in this heat.
So we are waiting to see who will strike next. And what Dudu Pedra needs is something like an 8.25, I believe, to make it ahead of Eder Luciano at this point. A capable rider, for sure. He's likely sitting with priority. And Eder Luciano has a set of scores that give him that 12.5 total you saw on your screen. And they are waiting patiently.
Yes. And there you have it, all of our social media handles. If you head over to our YouTube channel to watch the live feed or to watch all the recorded days and our highlight reels, which have been amazing, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel as well while you're watching those clips. Instagram has been on fire too, and we do have a Snapchat channel as well, so make sure you tune in to all of those. But we are going to go through our list of shout-outs really quick while we got a little lull in the action while Dudu Pedra and Eder Luciano are standing by for that wave to come in. Cape Town, South Africa. We have a lot of South African viewers, so a big shout-out to all the South Africanese that are tuning in. This David Bam is tuned in. Kyle's in Australia. Diego from Lima, Peru, wanting DK Wars to come back. Medico is tuning in as well. Bagus is in Reunion Island watching his very own Omri Laverne going all in. Manu in Portugal, I don't think he turns his computer off every time the APB tour comes into town. And we have Ismael in Morocco. Javier is in the Dominican Republic. It's bright and early. Isan is in Morocco. Hako is in South Africa. Jacques is tuning in. Louis Finnegan, what? Louis Finnegan, get down here. Watch this live, brother. But he's, I'm sure, nice and comfortable in his hotel room. Davo is tuning in, watching from France. Damian, what up, brother? Tuning in from Plettsburg in South Africa. Colum, what up? He's in Newcastle. Dwayne is in San Diego. What up, dog? I'll be home soon. We need to get some waves. Javier is in Puerto Rico. And thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. And it's been a pretty incredible South American leg. Brazil and here in Arica.
Such a terrific way to kick off the Pro Juniors and the women's divisions. We've had incredible conditions so far. An amazing event there in Itokachiara for all 3 divisions. And we are just bringing you some of the best bodyboarding action on the planet here at the Arica Chilean Challenge with all 3 divisions yet again today. It is about the men's division, and we're into round 4. We have moved through so many rounds and so many incredible competitors and matchups to get to this point, and we are whittling down. After this round 4, we will have our quarter finalists, the final 8 riders who will be going for the opportunity to be the 2016 Arica Challenge champion.
So yeah, and that is a prestigious title to have on your portfolio. I mean, there's only a few riders that have been able to pull off multiple wins here in Arica, and a bunch have made it to the final, but only 4 have made it multiple win here. Jeff Hubbard has won twice. Guilherme Tamega has won twice. Dave Winchester 2 times and Ben Player 2 times. And it's just one of those events you want to be able to put down as a win in your portfolio. So you can hear the horn in the background. Wow, Mother Nature just took a long nap, and hopefully she'll come alive for this next heat. Dudu Pedra and Eder Luciano. We're going to come back with the official results right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard once again, giving you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge down here on Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica. And Flopos is breaking right behind us, and lucky for us, we have waves.
We got waves and we got battles royales on our hands, celebrating this 45th anniversary day of bodyboarding existing. And it is now in the water. Antonio Cardoso and Sebastian Kreft should be a terrific battle in this third heat of round number 4.
The Portuguese, Antonio Cardoso, going head-to-head with the lone Chilean, Sebastian Kreft. Will Sebastian move on into the quarterfinals, or will it be Antonio? Let's get out in the water and see what unfolds in this heat in the next 25 minutes. Top 2 waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on. And the way the scoring system, if you're just tuning in, again, top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those 2 waves will give you a sum total, and that score, the one with the highest score, will advance on into the quarterfinals. And I'll tell you what, both of these riders have been riding very well up until this point. Now it's a matter of Mother Nature waking up from that long nap she just took towards the end of that last heat and delivering some waves. Antonio Cardoso, he's the Portuguese rider who has been showing pretty strong on those left barrels and able to come out and end with big maneuvers. And then Sebastian Kreft, he's known to the Chileans as one of the better tube riders here in Flopos. So Sebastian Kreft, keep an eye on him to look for the barrels, and Antonio Cardoso, big explosive moves as well.
Yeah, should be a terrific matchup. The versatility probably coming in just a little bit stronger on Antonio's scorecard, a little bit more multi-directional and a little bit more maneuver-based activities. But Sebastian Kreft, he showed us in previous rounds, not only is he going for the barrel, but he's going for big flip maneuvers as well. So definitely a solid battle on our hands.
Looks like the riders are getting situated right now. A big shout out to Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop. This event is presented by Erizos. Oh, you know what? I got to remind Begonia. I got to put in my order for my Erizos wetsuit. And I got to make sure I take that home with me just in case the waters are still cold back home. And it's nice to have a full suit when shooting water photography. Universidad of Tarapacá.
Aguacielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK Hertz, and Bodyboard King. So, wow, we've got a terrific band of crew, not only on our Facebook page, but watching live. And so we want to thank everybody for tuning in, and just stick with us, not only throughout the day, but throughout the rest of this competition. We've been running 7 days straight, and we're going to keep running for the next 3 or 4 days. So just stick with us. We're going to keep bringing you incredible action.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty phenomenal week so far here on the island, Isla Alegran. And we still got more action. We have the women's and the pro juniors heats still to rock and roll, and they're all just anxious to get out. I'm telling you, the ladies are here on the beach standing by, waiting to possibly get the call if the conditions stay good after heat number 8. But they're all ready to rock. I mean, they want the big stuff as well, especially the likes of Alexandra Rinder and Neymar Carvalho. That is their forte. They love the big stuff, as well as Isabella Sosa. Check this out. Up and riding, we have Antonio Cardoso. Nice clean barrel. Comes out with a roll. And he cuts out of that. The Portuguese will be in red. Sebastian Kreft will be in yellow.
And we did see that that wave didn't hit the reef super square. It was kind of swinging off the side of the reef. And even after the roll, we saw Antonio kind of using his fins to kind of kick back into that wave. So we'll see a score come down the pikes for Antonio Cardoso. Good way to open the account, but he'll want to better that for sure. But, I mean, it could definitely come in handy if we see another sleeper session in the final few minutes, because I'm sure Dudu Pedro was thinking, okay, just be patient, my opportunity will come. Well, it didn't. 6-point ride coming in for the first of Cardoso, the Portuguese, and now we got some waves coming out the back. Mother Nature proving that she is definitely awake, and maybe she just had some mate. Sebastian Kraft up and riding on this left-hander. He stalls into the barrel and gets a nice cover up, and he finds a way out. And that's why he is, as Manny mentioned, known as one of the best barrel riders here in Chile, as well as here at Flopos. Let's take another look at Antonio. He gets a quick cover up, then finds his way up to the lip. Clean roll. There's the kicking, just to show that he did complete it, and then he does a strong cutout just to show that he was still riding the wave, even though he was well at the top of the wave. So tactical, well-ridden 6-point ride for that opportunity of Antonio Cardoso.
So stacked heat, all the heats are stacked in round number 4. This is where it's all or nothing if you're going to make it into the quarterfinals. The heat after this, oh, doctor.
Oh, doctor.
That's a solid one. We're going to see Tanner McDaniel going against Jeff Hubbard coming up next. And heat number 4, that is the Kauai contingent in heat number 4.
Guaranteeing that one of the Kauai riders will be moving on into the quarterfinals, but it will be only one, even though we've had some of the best rides of the event from those two individuals.
We look like we have the interview ready to rock, but hold on, we got a rider up on the left, Sebastian Kraft, up and riding.
He finds a small roll, does a interesting spin maneuver, and does another one. So now he's going to get out of there and paddle back out.
All right, as Sebastian makes his way out, it looks like we got some time to get the interview with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with super stoked, super happy Eder Luciano, who was telling me that he saw a little bit of a break in his heat, and he was a little bit, nervous. But what can you tell us about the heat?
So stoked, so happy to advance to the quarterfinal, and very difficult heat with Dudu Pedra, and I was a little bit nervous again with just 2 Brazilians in the competition in the same heat. The waves is stopping our heats. I just get two waves on the middle of the heat, and the waves really stopped it. Any more sets coming, and I waited. So stoked to advance. Yeah.
So it's got to be hard to defeat your friend, such a good rider, such a good person as Dudu Pedra, right?
Yeah, but in the water we are just competitors, Everybody wants to win the heat, and it's okay. Now we are friends, and let's enjoy Chile.
Welcome, congratulations! You did an amazing job, and we wish you the best of lucks. Back to you guys.
Brazil.
All right, Begonia, thanks for that terrific interview with very excited Eder Luciano. And when he was helping us out in the booth yesterday, he did mention, hey, I'm going up against my good friend, fellow Brazilian, Dudu Pedra. He was excited about that battle, and he was excited about the opportunity to potentially push on through into the quarterfinals. And he has done just that. And we now know that the first quarterfinal of the men's division will be Emily Laverne and Eder Luciano. That will be a terrific matchup. We'll hopefully be able to bring you that as soon as tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. We did have a terrific exchange out the back, and this was one of the earlier rides of Seba. He tucks in, he gets that barrel, and he finds an exit. Very well ridden, but this is the wave of Antonio Cardoso that sent the beach into hysterics. Beautiful cylindrical Rolo after that nice tube ride. So just a great way to continue this heated exchange between the two. We got live action again. It's Antonio on a nice insider scooping into this barrel. Nice clean barrel ride. Comes out clean and draws his line straight off the back of it. And he gets out there. But we might even have another ride. Here it is, Sebastian Kreft.
Sebastian dropping in, finding that barrel. Is it going to stay open for him? He punches through the whitewash, and there's not much after that for Sebastian Kreft on that wave. But a nice clean barrel. Looks like Mother Nature is waking up from the siesta she had from the last heat, and now she is delivering some solid waves. This is the time when you want to be out there and be ready, be energized, have that energy to be able to get back out to the lineup as quickly as possible, because once that wave machine is turned on, it's going to be delivering wave after wave.
Yeah, it looks like the mate is kicking in for Mother Nature, the traditional beverage here from, I think, originated from the Incas. So it's around this area, and instead of coffee, you will see many locals drinking mate, and they use sometimes a metal straw, and they don't strain it. They just put the chopped up leaves into hot water, and the straw has a little filter at the bottom, and it keeps the solids from coming up, and it has a very strong taste,
Genius.
mate. And so we're getting scores coming in, and it does look like a 7-point ride being dropped for Antonio Cardoso. He's now sitting with 13.5 cumulative. Sebastian Kreft with a 10.75. And so a very nice battle, terrific exchanges that we've been seeing thus far. And wow, again, we've got just about 12 minutes remaining in this heat. We're into the second half of this heat, and we are looking forward to the next heat. So are these fishermen, so they're going to come and dock their boats so they can watch. And Chavo, 10.97, he definitely wanted to make it back in port in time for that next heat, heat number 4. Tanner McDaniel, Jeff Hubbard. This is going to be a terrific battle. Chavo 10.97 knows it, so he's going to be docking. He's got 10 minutes to moor the boat, but Sebastian Kreft.
Sebastian Kreft, live action, back into the water, trying to get as much barrel time as possible, but sometimes that does not pay off as his board is tombstoning. He's in that keyhole area, and he's going to make his way back out into the water. So if you're just tuning in, again, welcome to the Arica Chilean Challenge. This is round number 4 in the men's division. We are in heat number 3. We've already seen Amaury win heat number 1. Eder Luciano win heat number 2. Now we're in heat number 3, going to find out who is the next person to advance on into the quarterfinals. Again, if you want all the details about the event here in Arica, head over to apbtour.com/live, and that's where you'll be able to get the live scores, the live feed, and all the draws and results from day number 1 here from Arica.
Exactly that. All the information's right there for you, and all the action coming to you live. We've got waves out the back stacking up for our competitors for another heated exchange possible. And we do have our rider in yellow in the next heat, Jeff Hubbard, super focused, has his equipment ready to roll, and he is still cheering and, you know, saying what's up to folks, but at the same time he's really focused for sure.
I don't know what was going on in the background, but I think people were putting down some pesos to figure out who is going to win that next heat. Don't quote me on that, but I saw some money exchange going on in the background. Maybe somebody was buying an empanada. I don't know. But Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard coming up next. That's going to be exciting to watch.
It's going to be super exciting. Here's the rider in red, Tanner McDaniel.
Who's the hooded one? Who's the hooded one?
It's Obi-Wan Kenobi, perhaps, talking to the young Jedi. And so Tanner McDaniel trying to get that knot undone so he can get his red jersey on. But it was Mike Stewart, his not only mentor, but his sponsor. So They're here together.
Lucky.
Yeah, they're rooming together. Tanner getting the opportunity at a super young age. He's still a junior, competing in the juniors, but he's here in the men's, and he gets to get told things from Mike Stewart, and that's a terrific opportunity to be in, especially at such a young age, to learn from arguably the best ever. And he's still in the event. He's going to be coming up in Heat 7. So let's see now if there's going to be some action out the back. The big sets have not produced much as they don't hit the reef quite right. So we will look and stay active in our attention, but just a short ride for Sebastian Kraft.
So we are waiting for some sets, but look how tight that heat has been so far. Antonio Cardoso with a 7 and a 7.5. Sebastian Kraft, 6.25, 6.9. So needing that 7.60 to get into that first place spot. 10 minutes remaining. And again, only one rider will advance on into the quarterfinals. Woo, it's going to be a tight one. This is, hopefully it doesn't happen what happened in a previous heat where the waves just essentially just took a break. And Alexander Rinder and some of the other lady competitors standing by watching the waves. The Alexander Rinder, two-time world champion in the foreground. Teresa Almeida from Portugal, chilling, as well as Joanna Schenka from Portugal as well. So they're standing by watching the waves, trying to figure out exactly what the waves are doing, how long between sets, and everything else that needs to be thought about once their heats come up.
Antonio Cardoso up and riding on this left-hander, stalling, scooping in, getting a nice tube, hitting a beautiful cylindrical roll out of that. So terrific opportunity for Antonio to extend his lead over Sebastian Kraft, but he's out the back and he's looking at this one.
Oh my, Sebastian Kraft, the Chilean, stalling, trying to get into a barrel, but it's not working out for him, but he's going to cut out right where, luckily he cut out right where he did. If he didn't, Antonio Cardoso would have been out there before him and gained priority. But Sebastian, because he's further out and going to get out to the lineup quicker, he will have priority. There's Begonia and her dog. Hey, Begonia. The dog's so nice and friendly. You'll just want to go up to him and pet him and have him lick your face.
Oh, delightful. Oh, and even the dog can wave at us. And so there is the dog waving on his own free will, obviously, and it is Begonia and her pup on camera there. Thank you to both of them. And thank you, Doug.
Turn around, pulling in, and yeah, it's Sebastian Kraft in yellow. Comes out of the barrel with a spin, comes down to the bottom, and bounces out of that one. The medium-sized wave, able to pull a semi-deep barrel on that one. But Sebastian Kraft just trying to keep busy. He had priority, so I'm very... it was very interesting that he wanted to get a medium-sized wave rather than waiting for the bigger size set with priority.
There's the heat totals on your screen, so we know Antonio is in the lead. We'll have to wait for scores of Sebastian Kraft, see if that changes. But quite a score necessary for Sebastian to change the situation, so unlikely to come from that wave, but there is more opportunity. We have just about 5.5 minutes remaining, so the heat really winding down, and likely the competitors in the next heat will be getting into the water very soon, because one of the matchups of the event is about to go down. So if you haven't woken up anybody who's still sleeping, if you haven't called your friends, if they're not already currently with you, get them online, because you will not want to miss this next matchup. Tanner McDaniel, Jeff Hubbard, huge point totals being put up yesterday, 4 9-point rides between them, and they're going to be going head to head. The current tour leader versus the phenom. Here's that small wave from Sebastian Kraft. Terrific barrel ride as it was, so good effort from him, getting a nice barrel, even doing a 360 afterwards, and he will be now still chasing a score because Antonio Cardoso is sitting in that leadership position. And boy, like I said, we got a great matchup coming up, so stick with us, stay tuned, and get anybody else online who isn't already, because This will be one to remember. You know, in the form that they were, either one of these guys looked like they could go on to take the event. But in a one-on-one matchup, only one will be moving on. And thus, only one will have the opportunity to fight for that elusive Arica Chilean championship title. That heat's coming right up in about 4 minutes. But on the water right now, Sebastian Kreft, the last Chilean with a hope of moving on into the quarters, with one of only 2 Portuguese left in the event. It is the 2 Nazarenos.
Taking a look, coming around that section, trying to find that barrel, and doesn't look like he got in. He got denied as that foam ball just comes rushing out of that barrel. It wouldn't have been a deep barrel for Sebastian, but he was trying to get in there and just absolutely got destroyed.
Access denied.
Oh, no. I think he's okay. He has his board. He's paddling back out. And, yeah, this is looking really good right now for Antonio Cardoso, who has priority. He's within that 5-minute mark, 5 minutes remaining in this heat. And Antonio Cardoso from Portugal has the opportunity now to better his 7.0, his lowest of his 2 high-scoring waves. And, yep, this is looking really good for Antonio Cardoso, especially how slow the waves have been in this heat. So he's looking really good right now. Time's just going to start flying by for Sebastian Kreft if he cannot catch a wave.
All right, so on Antonio's scorecard, we got a 7 and a 7.5. That gives him that 14.5 you see. Sebastian with a 6.5 and a 6.9, so that's the 13.4 you see. He needs a 7.6, so he'll need the best wave of the heat to overtake the lead by Antonio. But Cardoso sitting in that priority spot. With just 2 minutes left, he's going to surf this heat to its finality by using his priority as best as he possibly can, meaning he's going to try to use his next opportunity to keep a score away from his opponent.
That's where that priority system comes into play. Because he has priority, he can fend off Sebastian from catching a wave, but Sebastian can still hide out on that inside section and wait for a wave that Antonio is not even looking at and possibly getting a high score. A 6.7, totally attainable from Sebastian Kreft, which he needs right now for that first place spot. Only one rider out of these 2 will advance on to the quarterfinals. Do we see a bump out the back? That is the question.
The question will only be answered by the remaining moments on the clock. Just a minute remaining, and a little over a minute before the next heat begins. It'll be Heat 4. Such an exciting matchup about to begin. Tanner McDaniel, Jeff Hubbard. This will be an amazing matchup, and we are going to be counting down the heat in the water. Antonio Cardoso has held control of this heat throughout its duration, and it is now just a few seconds to go. And so maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities, but with Antonio in priority, it will be unlikely that Sebastian Kreft finds the chance to take him out.
Oh, no. Time is winding down right now. Sebastian Kreft, I don't know if it's going to happen for him. Especially with priority. Yep, you can see him being anxious right there, trying to get anything and everything. Because Antonio has priority. He's going to wait for the best wave. And he knows that Sebastian is right behind him. And he sees this. Antonio's going to go on anything that is possible. Yep, right here. Perfect example right there. Using priority in its finest. And Sebastian knows that he had to do something. That's not going to help him. He's actually going to get an interference for that. Antonio Cardoso knew if he would have let that wave go and given it to Sebastian Kreft, Sebastian would have had an opportunity to get a 7.60. But because Antonio had priority, he went ahead and dropped in.
And the best thing Antonio could have done while that interference took place was to get out of the water as fast as he could. If he could get out of the water, it would guarantee that he wasn't going to interfere with Sebastian next. Being out of the water would have made it mathematically impossible for Sebastian to move on. As it is, we don't expect an interference from Antonio to fall on
But
Sebastian.
there's always that possibility that Sebastian could draw an interference.
And with Sebastian now sitting likely with priority, that is the risk Antonio is taking by re-entering the lineup.
Wow, very interesting. I didn't think about that situation, but that is a possibility. And it did not happen. So luckily for Antonio Cardoso, the Portuguese will advance on, knocking out the only Chilean left in this heat, and will advance on to the quarterfinals. So Antonio Cardoso, congratulations. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the next heat. Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard will be back right after this. Congratulations one more time to Antonio Cardoso, the Portuguese, taking out the lone Chilean, Sebastian Kraft, in that last heat. So, doctor, this heat is going to be an amazing one. Tanner McDaniel, Jeff Hubbard out in the water. Let's get out there.
Let's get right into it, because this matchup is just absolutely, it's lunacy.
Yeah.
Because of the 9 points that they've both put up yesterday, 4 9-point rides each, and we are just excited to get out into the water
to
let's
see do this.
What is really going to take place with the two Hawaiians in this matchup. 2 of 4 remaining in the event.
Yeah, if the waves come in and both of these riders are in position, it's going to be pretty incredible to watch this heat go down. There it is, Tanner McDaniel in the red jersey and Jeff Hubbard in the yellow jersey, both competitors. They are friends out of the water, but guess what? This is a man-on-man competition where only one rider will advance on into the quarterfinals. Priority system is in place, 25 minutes long. Top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those 2 scores, the one with the highest points, will advance on into the quarters. Oh my, here we go. We know what both riders can do. Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard had a spectacular showing yesterday, and will that continue here? And if so, it's going to be a very exciting heat to watch. Dave, who do you have your who you going for on this one?
Well, I guess you could take a wild guess that I'm rooting for my brother all of a sudden, and also wish the best to Tanner. Of course, I do hope for just a terrific showdown, and ultimately the rider who makes it on from this will be into the quarterfinals, and we're going to be, all the Hawaiians that is, will be wishing him the best of luck throughout the rest of the competition. And with 4 Hawaiians left in this event at this juncture, that's all going to change, and we're hoping to still have possibly 3 Hawaiians still in to the quarterfinals, but we'll just have to wait and see, because this heat and heat 7 and 8 will confirm those hopes, and we have at least 1 Hawaiian into the quarterfinal. So that is the minimum number that we'll have in the quarterfinal. So we'll see which one it is, because out in the water, Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard, and there has been somewhat of a McDaniel mania happening here in Arica. Articles being written in the paper, awards being given to selective females. A potential date with Tanner has been offered during a Miss Arica Chilean Challenge yesterday after the event.
That was amazing.
A lot of attention on the young junior Tanner McDaniel.
And he had no problem offering that award, a date with Tanner McDaniel, for the winner of the Miss Arica Chilean Challenge competition.
So Tanner McDaniel feeling the excitement of this place. He's been here a few times. He's ridden this wave, and here we have Jeff Hubbard on the first ride, getting a little cover up, finding his way up, but just mistimes the roll. Super anxious to get a lip move after that roll, and he knew that he had mistimed it, and he just lands on his back so he can swim out sooner.
Wow, it's been a long time since I seen him short circuit on a maneuver like that. So it was that's just the beginning. Let's see how he's going to fight back from that one. It doesn't look like Tanner's going to take a look at this one, but we are ready with the interview with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're with Tol Cardoso. How was that? What happened out there, man?
Yeah, the waves are good. I didn't have many luck on this heat because it was really slow. I saw the heat before and there was just sick waves, and I want to catch one of those, but I'll wait so much and didn't come. So I made a few barrels, but not that good. But yeah, I'm happy to go on.
Oh, you did an amazing job. Although what you're saying is true, we keep hearing that from the rest of the competitors that one heat got a lot of waves, and then the next heat it's kind of less slow. But you did a great job. Now you are seated on the eighth of final. So how do you feel?
I feel great because it's my best result this year. I didn't went to Tahiti and Hawaii, but I went to Brazil and I got this 17th. It's not enough, so I'm really happy to be here and going on. I hope to go to the final because I really want to go far on this event. Let's see what's happening.
Well, congratulations, parabéns para você. Você fez muito bom. And there you go, guys, securing his place right here for the Portugal events. That will be awesome. Back to you guys.
See ya.
Thank you, Begonia, for that terrific interview with the winner of the last heat, Antonio Cardoso. Finding his way into quarterfinal 2. Who he will meet in that heat, it will be decided in the next 19 and a half minutes, because Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard going head-to-head in heat number 4 of round number 4. One of them moving on to meet Antonio Cardoso in quarterfinal number 2. This is the men's main event of the Arica Chilean Challenge 2016, brought to you by Ilustre, Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop. This whole event being presented by Erizos, but other terrific sponsors included are Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. So I couldn't imagine a better way to celebrate the 45th anniversary of the invention of the bodyboard than tuning in and watching two of the world's best battle it out here at one of the best waves on the APB World Tour. Jeff Hubbard up and riding on this insider. He finds a cover up. It's a nice long tube. Now he goes up and throws the flip to finish. Strong wave from Jeff Hubbard. It leaves Tanner McDaniel out the back. Yet to ride any waves in this heat, but here it is. His first go. He stalls at the top of this nice left-hander and gets up and out for an air reverse. Unable to complete it. Comes off the back of it. And right now, the heat is being dominated by Jeff Hubbard. And if he gets out in time, he could establish priority and start putting pressure on the youngster. And we did see Marcelo Fondes, another fellow junior, competing comfortably under pressure, like, you know, not much to lose, you know, no stress. He's made it far. But Tanner McDaniel maybe putting a little more pressure on himself after his incredible performances this event. And you know, if Jeff is able to start applying pressure, Tanner McDaniel has less experience. And Jeff Hubbard in a nice long barrel there. And here's the flip. He did really well to come straight down and pull that off. 8.5 for this ride of Jeff Hubbard. And that landing was super critical. He really risked a lot there. Tanner McDaniel wants to strike on this left-hander. Here he comes up around the section. And he pulls a beautifully shaped backflip. It almost had a little tint of a reverse air in it. So we talked about how maneuvers can merge themselves together, the air S and the backflip, and we can generalize with the flip. That was a variance between a backflip and an air reverse. So I don't know if there's been a specific term coined for that, but it's kind of like a reverse air backflip or a backflip reverse, something like that. But it just had a specific tilt on the rotation. Super technical. It brings Tanner back into this heat. I think he's getting a
And that's the beauty about this.
7.25 for that, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
7.25. But no, I was going to say that this wave, Flopos, is one of those waves that gives the riders the opportunity to perform and tweak the maneuvers and get creative, essentially, on any air maneuver that you can think of here with this incredible ramp coming at you on the lefts.
Totally. There, you know, the sky's the limit. Jared Houston calls them moon ramps. And I did mishear the beach announcer. It is a 6.25. So apologies on that. 6.25 for Tanner's last ride. He now needs an 8.26 to attack the lead held by Jeff Hubbard in this heat. He is sitting under the priority of Jeff Hubbard, and he's taking another look on this insider. He scoops in under the pocket, gets a nice intense barrel, puts a nice roll at the end of this too.
Nice.
This could improve his situation. It won't be the score to move directly into first, but that could help. Jeff Hubbard with a huge flip and does well to hang on to it. And wow, we see him cutting out right on the corner of that keyhole, dangerously shallow here at Flopos, but it does look like he exits the wave safely. Both of these riders making their way out to the back, and we've got a battle on our hands. We didn't expect anything less.
Oh my gosh! If you haven't messaged your friends, sent them a text, or even call them, does anybody call anybody nowadays? Whatever you do, make sure you phone a friend. Whatever you got to do, make sure they get online right now. This is one of the most spectacular heats right now going down, with Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard out in the water, both of them getting barreled and just getting crazy out in the water right now. So again, thank you all for tuning in to this spectacular heat. Tanner McDaniel, Jeff Hubbard, it's going to get crazy. It actually is crazy. It's only going to get crazier as the sets and the conditions continue to get better. Look at this monster.
Like you said, a crazy heat, and if you haven't already, page a friend, fax a friend, send a telegram, get the word out, and even use newer technologies if you have them at your disposal. So get everybody watching if you can, because we are seeing a very heated battle out here in round 4, heat 4, but we have incredible matchups to follow throughout the rest of round 4 as well, and that is the order on tap for the day is intense action and round 4 of men's. Looks like a 7-point coming in for Tanner McDaniel, and he now needs 9 points to advance because Jeff Hubbard also increased his total in the meantime. So get you those exact scores, but a terrific exchange, a very close exchange between the two riders in the last minute or two. They both took off on rides, and they're focusing on the lefts right now. I'll be interested to see if anyone strikes on a right during this heat.
We have seen a couple rides come through, but first the lefts again. This is Jeff Hubbard on one of his last waves. Beautiful extended backflip right there, but lands just a little off tilt, but is able to whip it around and have that as a completed maneuver. So Jeff Hubbard and Tanner McDaniel going wave for wave out here on Scorpion Island. here in Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge. Big shout out to our sponsors as the riders are waiting for the next set to come in. The Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is brought to you by Erizos.
Also want to thank Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Tú tienes el control, you have the control, and Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King. And just a terrific battle we have on our hands. And I believe we have quite a difference in ages here in the water, but we're not seeing a huge difference in talent. At least we didn't yesterday. They had cumulative scores upwards of 18.5 and 18.9 respectively, and we're seeing how that battle plays out now, because this is just one of the most tremendous opportunities for action imaginable, and one of the best ways you could ever imagine to spend the 45th anniversary of the bodyboard being invented. This is Bodyboard Day, because on this day in 1971, Tom Morey came up with the invention of the bodyboard, and that invention has made echoes throughout time, creating a sport and a lifestyle and a whole industry. And we're a part of it, Manny and I, bringing you the action live, and you are also being a part of it, tuning in to what we feel is the greatest sport on the planet.
I'm digging more of the lifestyle side of things, only because, I met a ton of great people, friends, long life friends, and, I'm still getting to learn all about David Hubbard. He's almost on my friends list, still got a little bit to go. But
I'm working on it, Manny. I'm working on it.
But
I'm making my way into your dreams.
Oh, no, I don't want to tell you about my dream with this face-sucking starfish I had the other night. That was crazy. But no, seriously, bodyboarding has given each and one of us an incredible life. Got to see the world, got to meet a lot of incredible people. And
you're still doing it.
And we're still rocking and rolling. This is our apbtour.com is where you're going to get all the goods. And here's our social media. And if you head over to YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Just click the subscribe button, and that's when you're going to go. You're going to know instantly when we go live with our events on the APB World Bodyboarding Tour. And we also added our Snapchat as well, APB Tour. And I have the green light for, I'll tell you in a second, but here's Tanner's last wave.
So here he gets up and pulls it out, and a terrific rotation. We did see that it was a type of backflip and a type of air reverse meshed together. Beautiful, very technical ride.
Look at these things.
Really terrific ride of Tanner McDaniel.
We got a set rolling in out the back, and both riders are out there right now. Who is going to be in position to get this one? No takers. It doesn't look like it's going to hit the reef perfectly. Actually going to wash through, but it doesn't mean that the one behind may shape up to be a good one. Standing by, staying steady. And yes, we got it right on our hands.
Jeff Hubbard getting shacked on this right-hander. Oh, my goodness. And if he gets a lip move, we're going to see an excellent score being dropped for this. This was exactly what I was hoping for. Somebody peeking out and finding a right. We did see Moz find a right earlier, and it was one of the best scores up until that point of the day. But Jeff Hubbard now on a beautiful right-hander. Wonderful barrel, nice long ride, and a terrifically executed cylindrical roll. That's going to put him well above Tanner McDaniel, and he will be needing a pretty massive score now to attack the lead held by Jeff Hubbard, previous two-time champion of this Arica Chilean Challenge. Pushing on with hopes of getting a third.
Oh, my. So this is, but Tanner has grown in his maturity as far as a competitor, and having the tutelage of Mike Stewart. I think Tanner is going to be able to keep his head cool, knowing that there's about 7 minutes remaining in this heat. He still will be able to pull off what is necessary, even if he is in combination line. But look at this beautiful thing.
And he's already been barreled for some time by this point. Now he draws his line up to the lip, pushes through, but gets great cylindrical rotation off the Rollo there. And he's got a 9.25 now. And Tanner McDaniel actually is now put in a combination situation. He needs 2 new rides. His 6.25, his 7-point ride aren't going to help him whatsoever at this point in the heat. He needs 2 new rides to attack the lead held by Jeff Hubbard. He needs at least a 7.75 to get out of that combination situation, and ultimately needs a cumulative score of 17.75. There it is on your screen, just now clicking in. So he needs at least 17.75 or 17.76 to overcome this solid lead held by Jeff Hubbard over the junior, the phenom, Tanner McDaniel, inventing maneuvers at the age of 14, I believe, and really making his mark on the world stage. One of the lead motivators of the Pro Junior movement. It is Tanner McDaniel, who is in the men's division, looking again to get into the top 16, which he was able to accomplish last year, with another Pro Junior competitor, David Barbosa. David Barbosa, now old enough to only be able to compete in the men's. He's no longer of junior age. But Tanner McDaniel still competing in both divisions. And he's got his eyes on a solid ranking, and he wants to finish in the top 10 this year. He wants to continue to improve, and if he's unable to take out Jeff Hubbard here in this heat, he's going to get an equal 9th here in the Arica Chilean Challenge, which will be a terrific scoring opportunity for points on the APB World Tour.
And if you want to see where we are situated as of today on the leaderboard, head over to apbtour.com and click on leaderboard up on the top right menu. And that's where the leaderboard will drop, and you'll see where we are up till now. Tanner McDaniel.
He's up and riding on this left. He's going to get a huge section. He does get a nice forward, but the execution, he didn't cleanly leave the lip. He was caught up in it a bit, and that was just due to the form of the wave. Nothing against Tanner's option to go for that maneuver, and just the wave throwing just a little bit more than what would have been necessary for him to project off of the lip up and into the air to complete that whole rotation. As it was, a very technical move, lots of speed, and degree of difficulty is there. We'll see if it gets the 7.75 required to leave the combination situation. Score's coming in at a 7. So Tanner McDaniel still in combination. We've got close to 4 minutes remaining.
Mire, si están mirando en el YouTube, por favor, si quieren, pueden mirar todo que necesitas en apbtour.com /live, y ahí vas a mirar todos los puntos, el vivo y más los resultados. Mire, Tanner McDaniel.
My correction, 7.75 for this ride, and it is enough to take him out of combo. There you see him just getting a little bit hung up in the lip during the execution. Still difficult wave, still terrific ride for Tanner McDaniel. It is enough to take him out of the combination situation. One wave of a perfect 10-point ride could get him above Jeff Hubbard. And so now it's a matter of Jeff using his priority smart and Tanner McDaniel finding a way to get his hands on the opportunity for a perfect score. Jeff Hubbard up and riding on this one, and he pulls off a huge flip. He wants to put more pressure on McDaniel. That one's cleaner. He's throwing peace signs. He's throwing shakas. He's taking a peek at everybody on the beach. He knows we're supporting him, as well as the viewers on the rocks on that wall, but as well as you at home. I'm sure everybody tuning in is supporting both of these riders, and Jeff Hubbard hoping for something more than an 8.5, because if he gets even an 8.51, Tanner back in a combination situation. We'll have to wait and see, Manny.
Okay, so we're coming down to the 2-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, tuning in live, if you haven't done so yet, call, text, or phone a friend. Let them know that these are the stacked heats coming in. I mean, we're looking all. Heat number 8, David Hubbard and Alex Uranga. For me, that's going to be probably one of the most incredible heats of the day, and that's coming up soon. But look at this last wave of Jeff Hubbard just getting projected out on that big backflip and was able to pull that around. So Jeff Hubbard thrown down, giving a shocker right there to the crowd.
It comes in at an 8.5, and it is equal to his second scoring ride.
So Tanner
still needs that 10-point ride, Manny.
Oh my goodness.
Can he do it with under 2 minutes remaining? He's now sitting in priority, so that's going to help.
Yeah. So I was mentioning David Hubbard, Alex Uranga, heat number 8, but look at the one right before, heat number 7. The wonder kid from South Africa. It is Tristan Roberts going against the legend himself, Mike Stewart. Look at this look, another wave, another look at Jeff Hubbard's giant backflip.
Solid projection, a beautiful ride, and a beautiful flip, and a beautiful smile, I might add, that Jeff Hubbard has, and he's showing it big after the completion of that one with even some hand gestures signaling his elation to having performed a very well heat thus far. And he's back on the lineup, now sitting in second priority. Pressure is now on Tanner, but Jeff Hubbard taking a look at this right-hander, and you saw that he was sitting back on his board quite near the tail, going slowly. That was so he could stay at the top of the wave, Manny. He was waiting for a section to pop up. Once he saw the potential section, he would have then scooted up onto his board and taken as much speed as he could have to the section. He was obviously just looking for an aerial maneuver there.
And it didn't shape up for him, so he cut out. Now he's back into the lineup. So again, action-packed day. Waves are starting to pump now. Glassy conditions, light little wind touching and feathering off the lips of the waves as they come crashing down on the shallow reefs here on Scorpion Island, here for the Arica Chilean Challenge. Hermanos y hermanas, si están mirando, por favor, habla a sus amigos porque estamos mirando un incredible evento aquí. Jeff Hubbard's last wave coming down. He won't need this. It's not going to help him at all, but you know what? What a great showing from both Tanner McDaniel and Jeff Hubbard. Heat number 4 going down in history. That was incredible. Both of them throwing it down. Now, don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with another incredible heat. It is former world champion PLC going head-to-head with the young gun, Maxime Castile. 2 Frenchmen coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, we got Louis Finnegan back in the hot
I'm
seat.
back, baby.
You heard the horn has started. The 5th heat of round number 4 is in the water. Let's get out there.
Let's do it.
So out in the water, we have PLC and Maxime Castillo. And Louis, how's it going, brother?
Going very well, Manny. Actually, I had a coffee this morning, I must admit, which I don't normally do, so apologies for talking my head off.
No, we want that. You want another cup?
No, I really don't. I think my heart might explode if I do.
No, maybe we would like to have, well, you know what? Let's have some coffee in here, please. All right, it's coming. PL's coffee right now, but yeah, we had some a pretty awesome matchup in our last heat. Jeff Hubbard, Tanner McDaniel, that was just exciting to watch. And a couple more, I mean, the rest of the heats are all stacked. Right now out in the water, the 2 Frenchmen, Coming up next, we're going to need the Portuguese, who's just he's been moving along through the heats. Dino Carmo will go head-to-head with Ian Campbell, who has been on fire as well. And then we got the other South African remaining in this event, Tristan Roberts and Mike Stewart.
Cracker. Another cracker of a heat.
Have you talked to Tristan about that heat?
I actually haven't spoken about that heat with him, but you know, he's a pretty chilled guy. He just goes out there and pretty much always gets the job done, so I'm sure he's not looking at this heat any different from his last heat with Uri Valadao, which was also a cracker.
Yeah, all of these are set up. And the last heat of round number 4, we're going to see David Hubbard go head-to-head with Alex Uranga.
That's going to be a great one.
Oh, my God. They're all great. And you can see right now PLC off to a great start within the first minutes of this heat. He already clocking in a 13.90. And look at this. We have a rider up on the right.
Up again.
Nice backflip right there from PLC. There we go.
And he was hoping to finish it off, but he couldn't quite get another section. So, you know, he's just building confidence out there, getting to feel the waves for the day. And I dare say now that he's got a couple of mediocre waves under his belt, he's just going to wait for some crackers now. Maxim just waiting patiently for just the best heat of the best wave of the heat.
So there is this. Those are the scores. If you go to apbtour.com/live, you're going to see the live scores, the heat draws, the results, and everything else you need to have to get all the info from the Arica Chilean Challenge. Look at this. We got waves coming in.
Line stacked to the horizon. It's a building swell today, so we should see waves just get bigger and bigger, hopefully. The wind's still clean, and boys are putting on a show, which is just good to see.
Yes, make sure you stay tuned. I mean, that Mike Stewart, Tristan Roberts heat coming up in Heat 7, that's going to be a very fun one to watch. Right now we're in Heat number 5, so make sure you call all your friends and text them.
Yep.
Actually, does anybody actually call anybody anymore?
I don't even know. Here's Pierre's replay. Nice little backflip. It's definitely not going to fall in his top 2 by the end of the heat, but yeah, he's just keeping busy, staying warm. So, Manny, what's been your favourite heat of the day so far?
I mean, every single heat from the very first heats of the first heats of the morning. I was not expecting to see Tristan Roberts and Uri Valadao doing what they did, because when I came up to watch the waves for 5 minutes, there was nothing.
Yeah.
This was before the light came up, before the sun came up. And then all of a sudden the horn sounded and the waves turned on.
Boom, yeah.
So, yeah, every heat so far has been spectacular.
Here we see Maxim opening up his account with a rather lousy wave to start things off. So he's not going to be too stoked with that, but just got to get back out there and give it another crack.
All right, check this out, Louis. We have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Super Stoke. Man, it's always so good to have you here, because Jeff Howard is always so happy. Although you are one of the best in the world and you're always so stoked and so happy. What can you tell us about the heat?
Well, serving against Tanner, man, it's so fun because he's just like this little kid from Kauai that's just like blossomed into the most incredible athlete. And so I've been seeing him since he was like 12, just ripping, and maybe even 10. So he's come so far, and I was worried the whole heat, because you can get 10s, you can get out a combination like that. So I was like, oh, frick, I can do it. I know he can do it. So I'm like, the whole heat I just put on a battle. He put on a good show. He was ripping, and I was stoked to get those scores. And yeah, thanks, God.
Does he remind you yourself when you were that age?
Yeah, for sure. He's way better than I ever was at that age. Oh my God, he's amazing.
Oh my God, huge words here from Jeff Howard. So congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Super stoked and happy.
Yeah, Jeff Dog.
So he's going to be advancing on into the quarterfinals, along with Antonio Cardoso, Eder Luciano, and Amory Laverne. Those are your first 4 quarterfinalists. Who will be the next 4? We're gonna find out in the next 4 heats.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, you got eliminated out of the event.
I did.
What have you been doing to fill in that time?
Basically just eating a whole lot of food,
I
surfing
think
a lot.
everybody's gaining weight on this trip.
Yeah, it's such nice food here for such a little price, so it's hard to stop eating sometimes. But no, I've just been enjoying myself, surfing every morning, doing a lot of yoga, and just relaxing, enjoying my time here in South America. But before we get off topic about Jeff, I actually want to get a bit of dirt on him, Manny. I got to tell you, he is a sugar monster.
Oh.
Every day he will just indulge in slices of cheesecake, apple strudel. There's this passion fruit cake I even think I might have seen him eating. He just
Are you talking about like a little slice?
No, I'm talking monster slices. And he's eating these things before bed. I don't know how he does it. If I was to eat that much sugar before bed, I would be bouncing off the walls while my eyes were closed.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if he does this at home. Is there any way to contact his wife to find out?
We should try and find out. Maybe if she's watching, she can fill us in on the Facebook page.
Well, if she's online, send a Facebook page message.
Here we see Maxim up and riding. Big backflip. Nice. And he lands it.
Wow,
that was amazing.
That's what he needed.
Really hard landing. You could tell by how much his body bounced off the water. So he did really well to actually land that.
So we have PLC out in the water. He has 2 solid waves, a 6.5 and a 7.0. Maxime Castillo in the yellow jersey with a solid run right there. And it looks like the 360 energy drink ladies are in the house.
Oh, here we see Pierre up and riding, pulling into a nice barrel, coming out. Little spin to finish the wave off. He was definitely hungry to do something out of the barrel then.
So it looks like there's a texture on the water finally coming in, and just like clockwork, it's 11 o'clock here in Arica. You start seeing the wind come in around this time, but it doesn't get full-blown onshore until maybe 1:30.
Yeah, it's crazy, hey?
It's
every
weird.
day, just exactly the same. Clean in the morning, and sure enough, the wind picks up around this time every day.
I think there was, in the past week and a half, there's been one day where it was glassy up until like 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And just a little onshore till sunset. And I think I talked to, you got a little bit of that?
Yeah, the first day I got here, actually, I went to just go for a run down to this island and back to the hotel. And when I got to the wave, I actually realized it was clean. So I had to run all the way home, get my surfing stuff.
And you didn't tell anyone, right?
No, I didn't tell anyone. I sneaked it and just had a session with Dave Hubbard, just us two out for a few hours in the afternoon, which yeah, pretty surprising. Here we see Pierre up and riding on a little inside one.
Oh my goodness.
Huge air forward.
So those moves
that was
right
amazing.
There, even though that wasn't a bigger size wave, that move right there is one of the most difficult because the timing and landing has to be dead on. Here's another look at Maxime's last wave.
Big backflip, and it came in at an 8.25, so he's definitely not out of it. And that's a really exciting thing about this event, Manny. Just you can take off on such a little inside wave under second priority and still get massive scores like Pierre just proved. So there's never really a lull in the action.
No, ever since that first heat of the day, there was one heat where time did tick away. I think that was in Alex Uranga and Airam Cabrera's heat, where the last half of the heat there was minimal amount of waves.
Yeah.
And lucky for Alex Uranga, he had priority in most of that half and was able to fend off the Canary Island rider. But we have action. Look at this, paddling into this one.
Ooh, might see a priority change there with that paddle attempt. And we have, so now Pierre's got priority again.
Wow, 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. The question is that priority change going to affect him in the long run? Will that situation bite him in the butt if he comes down behind priority later in time?
We'll have to wait and see. It's
priority will change a couple more times, but will that situation change where he didn't need to change it? Will that affect it in the long run? What is going on? Oh my goodness. Here's another look.
Here we got a replay of Pierre's big air forward. Nice little inside wave, but he just, being one of the best riders in the world, he just made it happen.
So if you want to learn how to do a forward air spin, just replay that move right there over and over, and you'll see what the timing is, when to release your rail, and when to hit the lip, and how to land too. I mean, of course you're going to need that type of wave too, where you have a little bit of ramp, but that is it.
So
right here
we
PLC
see Pierre
again.
using his priority, pulling into a very good barrel, and doing a very, very uncharacteristic spin attempt. Very nice, Pierre. I'm sure he'd be more happy with the spin than the barrel on that one.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible riding so far today, and PLC is on fire right now. Maxime Castile, you know what though? He is within striking distance. That big maneuver that he did on his last wave was, oh my goodness, was incredible. 8.25 for Maxime's big flip maneuver. So he is still in contention. He needs an 8.51 to get that first place spot.
So
Here are the locals. Here are the locals right there.
Yeah, the boys,
The
absolute legends.
The very colorful yo-yo right in the mix right there.
He's got a good setup going. Nice colorful jumper and pants. Kicking it back with a couple of 360 energy drinks. So here's a replay of Pierre's last wave.
Yeah,
really
definitely.
nice barrel. You can see him eyeing off the section there, but I don't know, just had a little lapse in judgment.
So we have the beautiful Generate ladies giving us some water. Muchas gracias.
And Pierre up and riding on a right, pulling into a pretty nice barrel.
Oh my God,
flying
and
through
another one.
bonus section and pulling off the back. So just keep him busy, Manny.
Yes, another solid wave right there.
Scores have been coming in for Pierre's last few waves. He got a 9.25 for the big air forward that we saw, and an 8.65 for his last barrel to bogged spin attempt. So he's now got a total of 17.9. Maxim still just with one big score. And he is chasing a 9.65, so he's still not out of it. He just needs a really excellent wave to help him.
So Maxime Castile still on. He's still within striking distance. He's not in combination land, even though PLC has a very strong lead. He's got about 10 minutes remaining. A 9.65 is what he needs, and I mean, in these conditions, it's totally doable.
Yeah, that's it. With these conditions, you know, 10s aren't really that far-fetched. So
And from what you know, what are the judges? What would a 9.65 look like?
It would either have to be a really big clean air, or there'd have to be a barrel, or a barrel to an air. But it's a wave. I think the wave's going to have to help him out. You can't really manufacture a 9.65 off a mediocre wave. You definitely need a good wave to get it done, but it's not out of the question for him. Maxim's an amazing rider.
Look at these things coming in way out the back. Are the riders in position? PLC and Maxime Castile. I believe PLC has priority.
Yeah, well, we see him on this right now, either way. Keep him busy. Looks like he's eyeing off a section. And a very nice pop reverse. Pulling back under the lip and rolling out.
Wow, there's a handful of riders that are just in tune with Mother Nature that we've seen so far. And PLC is one of them, and it's showing in this heat. I mean, he's just turning around and able to pull off 8s and 9s on the snap of a finger. So PLC, he is looking really good right now out in this heat.
Such an incredible rider. Can't pick a weakness in his riding. Lefts and rights and every maneuver both ways, he's just got him on lock. So such a dangerous competitor in these conditions.
So now's a perfect time as the riders are waiting patiently to shoot off a couple more shout-outs. Nuno is in
shout-outs.
Lisbon, Portugal. Gonzalo is in Portugal as well. Tomas is also in Portugal. Richard tuning in from the Gold Coast, as well as we have Newcastle resident Jack is tuned in. Oh my gosh, we just
a couple of Aussies in the mix there, Manny.
Oh, there's a ton of Aussies, and
yeah,
it's
the
midnight.
Aussies.
They're there. It's like past midnight, and they're still tuning in. Ryan Smith is in Australia. He is stoked to be tuning in. Ryan O'Connor's at work. Lorenzo, Phil is in Cornwall, England, and he's loving the show. So thank you all for tuning in. Luis is also in Portugal, and Claudia is tuning in from Iquique, just down the coastline here. Puerto Rico's in the house with Christopher. Hiram also in Puerto Rico. And in the Basque Country, we have Borda Jabi. I think I pronounced that right, but
Here we see yellow up and riding. Very deep barrel, couldn't come out though.
So thank you all once again. Oh yeah, Silas from the Gold Coast tuning in, and it's past midnight in Australia.
Go the Aussies.
Yeah, so the Aussies are tuning in to watch the live feed here from Scorpion Island. Have you seen any scorpions yet?
I have not seen any scorpions besides Ian Campbell's flip attempt yesterday where he landed on his neck.
Oh no, is he all right?
Yeah, he's fine. We had a little laugh about that last night. He said he rewatched the commentary and was in tears. So I think we're doing something right, Manny.
Perfect.
So Manny, while there's a lull in the action, we always hear about what the riders do in our time off on all these events, but what have you been doing?
Oh man,
I haven't seen you out in the water, so what do you get up to here in Arica?
Putting me on the spot, and I'm actually going to go out tomorrow morning. I just realized I haven't even touched the water yet. As far as right, I have my board, I got my J-ROM number 6, and I got my blunt cuts. I think I'm going to put them to use tomorrow morning. I'm going to be out there.
Hell yeah!
At dark.
Oh, I will see you there.
So yeah, I'm going to get touch the water tomorrow, but. No, I was fortunate enough to throw out invitations to everybody, and as soon as you say no once, that's pretty much saying that you don't want another invitation. So, but there's one person who has been saying, yeah, let's go do this. So we've been on some adventures. Joanna Schenker, we've gone hiking up this super vertical sand dune. We've checked out the sea lions over at the marina, the sea turtles at that other point, and we actually snuck around the fence at the caves. I shouldn't say that on live TV. Oops.
Call the police.
Oops. So they have this awesome hiking trail. Wait, we'll come back to that. Here we go.
Maxim up and over. Nice backflip, but
he pulls that off.
I don't think that was quite as clean as his 8-point ride, so I dare say I'll be back to the drawing board for Maxim to try and get that 9.65 that he's after.
And I'll finish off with a big shout out to Yo-Yo for being a great human being and great friend. He lives here, and he actually took us up to the Lake Chungara, and the hot springs up there. That was the first day, and that was incredible. That was how I wanted to start my trip here in Chile. So yeah, it's been keeping busy.
Yep. Yeah, Yo-Yo is a real legend. He actually introduced me to a really knowledgeable yogi here in Arica, and I've been doing a bit of yoga every afternoon with this guy, and yeah, Yo-Yo's just always out there to help all of us who come here for the event, and he's a honest and good person. The world needs more people like him.
Legend for sure.
So cheers, Yo-Yo.
Actually gonna go kayaking out today with Yo-Yo.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Should I ask for another kayak?
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
I'll do that.
I'll come
right
for a
now.
kayak.
All right, bring us up to speed right now.
All right, well, yeah, anyway. We've still got Pierre in the lead with a 9.25 and an 8.65. He's sort of been trying to shut this heat down on Maxim, but Maxim's still in it. He's got an 8.25 under his belt. He just needs to replace his 6.3 with a 9.65, and he will see himself through to the quarterfinals, which should be on tomorrow if the waves come to the table again. So looks like the second half of this heat's a bit more lully than the first. Haven't seen too much action, but I'm sure there'll be a couple more moments before the heat ends in 3 minutes, in 3 minutos.
Well, it was going to be hard for Maxime Castillo to come fighting strong, but he did. But PLC was, like I said, he's in tune with this wave. He's in tune with Mother Nature.
Yeah.
And she's delivering the waves needed to get those 8.65 and 9.25 waves. So you can see a little bit cloud coverage coming in, but it is keeping the wind at bay. And we are coming up at 11:30. That is I think that's Sebastian Krev's lady and baby.
Oh, it is too. Beautiful little girl. waving to the camera.
Hola. Hola, ¿cómo estás? So yeah, Sebastian Kreft making a fine showing here at the event. Unfortunately, his campaign ended in heat number 3 of round number 4 against the Portuguese, who is also on fire, Antonio Cardoso. So, I mean, it's not bad. If you're going to go down, Antonio Cardoso is actually one of those riders that has seen the likes of the later rounds. I believe he's actually one of those riders that's made it pretty far in this event. So it's good to see how he'll fare in this 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yeah. Maxime actually had a really good run in Brazil as well at the last event. I think he might have made the quarters, so he's looking strong, Manny, to make the top 16 again. Yeah. And here we see, is this Pierre paddling? No, it's Maxime. Getting a little desperate now as the heat's winding down.
If you want to see where we are currently as far as the leaderboard for the World Tour for the men's division, head over to apbtour.com/leaderboard, and the menu on apbtour.com. There's a leaderboard link there, and that's where you're going to find it, and that's where you're going to see where everybody's situated up until Itacochara Pro. Out in the water, we may have some waves coming in.
Here we see Pierre up and riding on a inside wave. Looks like a nice bowl. Going for the air reverse, but not quite being able to land it. So that won't fall into his top 2. Down to a minute left. Leaving Maxim out there. And here he's going to roll the dice for the last time. Big clean backflip. Pulling back in and finishing off with a nice roll. So
you know what? If you're going to go down, why not go down in style? That was a clean maneuver right there from Maxime Castillo. What a way to finish his campaign here in the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge. Another great heat in round number 4. Louis Finnegan, you're going to hang out one more heat?
Yep, one more heat for me. Still got a bit too much coffee coursing through my veins to go and sit down without talking, so I'll stay in the booth for one more heat.
I'll get you another espresso, so you sit tight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of heat number 5. It is PLC advancing on. Maxime Castillo having a great event. Unfortunately, the former world champion, PLC, not letting him go through, but PLC does. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We got more action right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
All right, welcome back to the Arica Chilean Challenge. We do have the character Louis Finnegan from Western Australia.
What's up, everybody?
In here in the booth with myself, David Hubbard. We're going to be bringing you an intense heat number 6 of round number 4. So let's get right out into the action and see what's really going on. It is Dino Carmo taking on the South African fellow squad member of
South Africa.
Yeah, Ian Campbell. So you've had a chance to room with Ian for almost the last month. And is he just one of the most genuine, just coolest blokes you've ever come across, or what?
Yeah, he's such a legend, hey? All the South Africans on tour are just amazing people. And here we see Dino opening his account with a very nice tube ride, getting foam balled out into the channel. So not a bad way to open the heat up.
Yeah, exactly. Dino getting his campaign started, but during that commercial break, Ian Campbell with an 8.75.
Wow, I did not see that wave, so hopefully we can get a replay of that.
Yeah, because that looks to be a huge number that will definitely be haunting Dino Carmo for the next 23 minutes. And he must have caught it like as soon as the buzzer sounded, because we're only about a minute and a half in, and Ian's already out the back waiting for his second ride with an 8.75 under his belt.
Yeah. So Dino this event has actually been battling with hitting the reef almost every heat. I don't know if you knew that, Dave, but
I didn't. Tell us more.
Almost every heat he's just come in limping or got cuts over him, and I keep seeing him with the physios because he's just getting battered and bruised every heat. So he's a true warrior to the sport, and hopefully we don't see him smash the bottom this heat again, but who knows what will happen.
Yeah, we do not know, and touching upon that danger that we have, every rider having to deal with it, have you made contact with the reef yourself?
Yeah, that's it.
Have you hit the reef out here?
I don't think I have. Touch wood, because I don't really want to, because I've seen some pretty bad injuries occur out here.
For sure. Yeah, from almost a separated shoulder muscle from Neymar Carvalho.
And he could have easily just done a roll, but coming into almost into the quarterfinals, you need to step your game up. So here we see Red up and riding to walk us through this, Dave.
Dino Carmo with a nice flip on that end section. He does have an 8 on his scorecard, and now it'll be a battle of that second highest wave. So 25-minute heats, and once again, the top 2 scores will be moving these riders through. And with our riders with a score in the 8-point range each, this is like a really solid battle. And what we just saw from Dino Carmo, he's going to have the better of the 2 backups for right now, but Ian's out there in priority.
So the score did come through at a 7.25 for Dino Reef Basher Carmo. So
wow,
he skyrockets into the lead, but Ian only needs a 6.5 now, so still really open for Ian Monster Calves Campbell to take over.
And this is just early days. We just crossed into the 20-minute mark, so just 5 minutes into this heat, and we have a banger of a heat on our hands. Talk us through this replay.
So he's pretty much eyeing off the section from the get-go, going down, straight back up, and a nice big clean flip. And very worthy of a 7.25 there for Dino.
And we could see him just kind of lift his chest up and look around, just kind of...
A little chest claim.
Yeah, a little chest claim, kind of exhaling with contentment as he kind of psychs himself up for the paddle out. And knows he got 2 good scores on the board early on in this heat, and now he's just going to sit and try to build.
It was Maxime who had the first real score, and he put me pressure. He had priority. It was the best wave, and I was lucky to get a good insider, get a big score on that, and from that on I had more confidence, and yeah, it was a pretty cool heat. And Maxime has been ripping this event. It's his first time in Arica, so pretty amazing to make it that far, and yeah, we're gonna have more battles in the future, so I got that first one.
Well, congratulations to both. I think you both did a great job out there. Bob, and I don't know, but felicitación. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Begonia, and a very happy PLC as he continues to push on his campaign, and it was great to have PLC in the booth earlier today, but right now it is Louis Finnegan sitting here in the booth helping us out with the commentary, because he is one of the bright shining stars, one of the favorite sons of Australia, who's on the APB World Tour.
Thank you very much for that compliment, Davo.
Yeah, we're stoked to have him in here for sure. And yeah, just a terrific battle we have on our hands, and as a founding member of the squad, I'd like to say, you've had you've gotten the privilege to travel with fellow South African squad members Ian Campbell, and Jared Houston over the last couple years. But Tristan Roberts,
Yeah.
it's kind of one of the first opportunities we're getting to see him on tour was in Brazil, and now you guys are staying at the same place,
Yeah.
Casa Beltran, here in Chile.
Just recently initiated into the squad. It's a pretty grueling and tough initiation to go through to we'll get back to this. Here we see Ian up and riding an amazing deep barrel, coming out with a nice controlled carve.
That was cool. This is going to help
really nice.
Ian out. He only needs a 6.5 to attack that first place position. It will be Dino Carmo sitting in priority. We'll wait for scores of Ian's last wave, but I'd say he's knocking at the door. He's looking to retake the lead that he opened with. And so you've been helping out the squad members with some yoga, even a couple of Pilates sessions, training to be a yoga instructor yourself, and even already working as one in Western Australia. Have you gotten some yoga in with any special instructors here in Arica?
Yeah, I was just talking to Manny about this, how Yo-Yo introduced me to a really cool yogi from here, which was really cool, and I've been learning a lot from him, and it's always good to mix it up with different teachers in yoga because they all have a different perspective and different things to teach you, so yeah, it's been amazing.
That's great, and I guess that could be applied not only to yoga but bodyboarding and even life in general, to get a mixed bag of sorts of tutelage and be able to take, some insight from various perspectives is definitely a way to round off your view of the practice, whether it's yoga, bodyboarding, or anything in life.
Exactly. As soon as you get outside of your comfort zone is when you learn the most in life, I think.
Well, even though he's a young buck, he is definitely holding on to some solid wisdom. Louis Finnegan has always impressed those who've traveled with him with just the headspace and the maturity of this young Australian. And so it's a breath of fresh air for sure to not only have a terrific Australian competing on the World Tour, but such a mature Australian and just one that gets along so well with the international riders.
Well, thanks, Dave. Cheers, I appreciate that. But back to the conversation about the squad. Well, first, the score come in for Ian's last wave?
He did receive a 7-point ride, so now he is back in first position. Dino needing a 7.76.
So it's a close battle on our hands.
Yeah, it is. So get back into it about the squad.
Yeah, okay. So it started off a few years ago in Brazil, I think it was, when we got live action again, interrupted by Dino pulling into a very nice barrel with a frog roll out.
That was cool.
That was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool, but as you could tell, mistimed maneuver there for Dino sends him flying, kind of catapults him out of the tube. So the barrel was a make, and the lip maneuver was not. So not sure if it'll be the 7.76 he needs, but a nice barrel ride, and these guys are just going blow for blow out here, and we've got even another nice one in the back.
We might see Ian paddling for this one, and we do. So he's pulling under the lip into a nice, deep, very, very deep barrel, and not coming out of that one.
Yeah, it almost kind of closed down in front of him as it kind of hit the reef, ran ahead of him. So while these guys paddle back out, let's see if we can get a little more insight about the squad.
A little more insight. Okay, so as you probably know, most of the time on tour, people seem to travel together based on their nationality, All the Brazilians travel together, and when there are a lot of Australians on tour, all the Aussies would be together, all the Hawaiians. But a few years ago, that all changed when the squad was born, because all the outcasts of every group came together and formed this group. There was me, because I was the only Australian travelling on tour, and a couple of the South Africans. We had Jacob Romero in the house, had Tanner, and we just formed this friendship, called ourselves the squad, started getting some hashtags going on Instagram. The squad is strong, and we've never looked back, and you can see heads turn everywhere we go, because the squad these days is just so strong, and it's been tough because every single person on tour wants in on the squad. I must admit they do. And this trip, you've actually been initiated into the squad, and How do you feel about this?
It was a milestone for me, for sure. I was not on tour last year, completely not traveling all around, but I kept seeing the social media posts and just thought, dang, what would it be like to be a part of that crew? Because that looks like a dream come true. And so when the opportunity arose for me to come and compete on tour this year, I really wanted to make the best impression I could on the squad leader and former squad members, and just, not necessarily weasel my way in, but try to see if there was a spot for myself. And I was so relieved. They welcomed me in with open arms after some of the grueling gauntlets of initiation, and since then has been some obligatory squad participation events. One of the most recent ones was walking up to the top of El Moro.
Oh, yep. Beautiful walk the other afternoon. We'll get back to that as we've got live action out in the water with Dino up and riding on a nice looking left. Ooh, and he's getting shut down on.
Yeah, he was a little too deep, and he even faded the takeoff.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he was hoping for a ramp, because he would have seen that wall stretching all the way to the channel, and he just put himself in the position where he was going to get the most speed from that peak that he took off on. Unfortunately, shutting him down and not escaping that barrel, but let's see, we could have some more waves coming out the back.
Yeah.
We've got an incredible battle between Ian Campbell and Dino Carmo on our hands. It's a tight one.
Yeah, sometimes this time of day with the wind starting to waft around to onshore, it can be pretty tricky to read the wave. When it's clean, you sort of know that the wave's going to hold up, but with this wind, you can't really tell if it's going to hold up long enough or if it's all just going to shut down like it did on him then. So I think the intention was there to hit the bowl, but it was just too quick for him.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that, really getting your guts into this and really putting it all on the line. Guys will hit the closeout section out here.
Yeah.
Have you gotten a few moves on the left closeout section, which I feel is just a little heavier than that right closeout section?
To be honest, I haven't really had any this trip because I didn't get any in my heats, and free surfing, haven't really been hungry enough to put my body on the line like that, because live action Ian pulling into a deep barrel. Almost getting lipped, but flying out.
So he did well to make it through that final section, Louis. We were seeing him, and we could see him through the lip, actually, traversing through that long barrel section, and I was already impressed when he came out where he did. Had he ridden out of the exit and not used the doggy door, we say, I would expect him to better his situation. As it is, he still might be able to improve on that 7-point ride, because that was a really long pit.
It was really impressive. Obviously, the monster calves were coming into play while he was inside the barrel there.
Yeah, do you reckon he was kicking the entire time?
I really do think he was. Why not? If you've got calves that big and strong, you can just boot yourself through any section. It's almost like a jet ski assist.
Well, it's almost like having a motor on the backside of your body. So the monster calves really coming into play, and I do think that he was able to increase his situation. Scores are kind of filtering in. We'll get you them once we confirm them. But Ian surfing a strong heat. He's been surfing strong heats this entire event.
Yeah, he's just one of those competitors, never seems to have a bad heat, just gets stronger and stronger, going from strength to strength at every event, and he's got his head screwed on nicely. And he's got a really good mentality about all his upcoming heats. He doesn't really get too nervous. He's really focused on getting the job done.
Awesome.
Good bloke.
Good bloke. A good O.
Also known as a gloke.
Gloking it out with the 9-point ride on that long tubular ride was Ian Campbell, stretching that lead over Dino Carmo, who now needs a 9.75. So he's getting precariously close to combo land. Take us through it.
So just pulling in very cleanly and just firing. That's where the calves came into play through that deep section. And I dare say if he came out the front of that and didn't get lipped by it would have been close to a 10-point ride with how deep he was.
I agree with you. I love that the judges took everything into account and that he made it pretty much nearly to the very end of that, riding all the way through the tube. Super difficult, so reserving that 1 point that stood between the 9 and the 10 for probably that last foot of barrel.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's critical the whole way through, but he made it. He rode out of it, and he got a great barrel, and he is in a strong position in this heat. So Ian Campbell hoping to be one of the South Africans in the quarterfinals, and we'll see in Heat 7 another South African with high hopes, but it'll be 9-time world champion and 11-time pipe champion Mike Stewart standing in his way.
Yes, we will. So in this heat, we see Dino Reef Bashikamo now needing a 9.75, which is attainable in these conditions.
It's possible, but it's not easy, and wave selection will really come into play. He's probably sitting out there with priority, and there is some time still left on the clock, so we got somewhere around 6 minutes left.
Yep.
And if he's patient, and if Mother Nature provides the opportunity, and if that drone doesn't distract him, he could be locking himself into a nice score. And we definitely hope for at least one more exchange between the two of them, because terrific scores being alternated blow for blow from the Portuguese and the South African.
So again, a nice lineup shot there on the live feed, just seeing the actual layout of the wave. The left here actually just pretty much breaks into the island, with the right-hander sort of, we got live action. Come back to that.
Dino's stalling on this barrel. He tucks into it and gets a cover up. It wasn't tremendously long, and he wasn't super deep. There we see 360 energy drinks and agua cielo being passed out to the local Flopianos down there at Union Flopos Bodyboard Club.
The Flopianos. What a name.
Yeah, the natives.
Native Flopianos.
Of Ex Isla Alacran, the locals, and we did see
Scorpion Island.
Yes.
And look at those girls, Dave. Tell us about them.
So Hennerade Babe and 360 energy drink woman came up earlier, and they're trying to get here in the live booth, and we told them, you know what, we got to stay focused.
We told them, work before play, ladies. We'll see you tonight. And then they skedaddled out of here.
We told them we'd get them an opportunity in front of the camera down there on the beach, getting those shots of the festivities. And terrific sponsors of the event. We definitely want to thank everybody coming into play. The Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and of course this event presented by Erizos. Also Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK Hertz, and one of your sponsors,
Bodyboard King. So big shout out to Toby at Bodyboard King. If you're watching, good day, mate. And thanks for everything you're doing for the World Tour this year, and also for me in my career. So you're a legend, buddy.
He certainly is, not only for his career as a bodyboarder, but his now involvement in the industry, running that terrific online bodyboard store. And there's also even a physical location as well, somewhere near the northern beaches, I think, right outside of Sydney. So if you're in town, check him out. Otherwise, go online and check out Bodyboard King.
Yeah, that's it. So the heat is starting to wind down here, with not much looking like it's coming through from the horizon, but we'll have to wait and see. And you're actually coming up in about half an hour's time, Dave. How are you feeling about your heat?
Well, I am feeling like I don't need to put too much pressure on myself. I'll either get the best waves of the heat and make it, or I'm going to get beat, because the guy I'm going up against is on fire. Alex Odonga has been surfing really strong, so I know that it's not a heat to approach with just getting small or mid-range numbers. I'm going to need to get the best waves of the heat and the highest scores of the heat to make it, because surely Alex Odonga is going to be putting up an incredible fight. So I hope it's fun for you guys to watch, and I hope we both get opportunities to score.
Yeah.
And that's all I can really hope for, as far as a nice action for the viewers and for both Alex and I to show you our stuff.
Live action here. Dino pulling it under the lip, looking for something else, but not finding anything. So it's a nice ride, but I don't think it's going to be what he's after to progress through the heat.
Yeah, and with that ride, he'll be giving up priority, but it was cool because it was a nice barrel, and it was probably a good call that he went on that wave. If it had extended out just a little bit more, offered more tube time, and had he gotten, something like we saw Ian do, a flip out or a really high performance maneuver, we could have seen him get kind of close to the score he needs, or even just work on improving his current situation so that he requires not as massive of a score for the next ride, and he might have time to go out there and get one more. So we're hoping he does, but all the South Africans probably hoping he doesn't, because Ian Campbell, not only in first position in this heat, hoping to have one foot in the door of the quarterfinals, but he's sitting in priority, so he's in a strong position. And tell us what it's like and what Ian's probably thinking being in first and being in priority with that much time left.
Ian would be feeling great, I dare say. It's always a good feeling being in the lead with a minute to go, but can get pretty nerve-wracking because, anything's possible, and everyone's had those heats where they think they've had it on lock and they've just been pipped at the post. So, he's going to be happy right now, but he's not going to be too happy because he knows the job isn't done quite yet.
Pipped at the post. That's a pretty cool expression. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I think there's only about 20 seconds left. So with priority, man, it's a really tall order for Dino to get that 9.75, because if a good one comes in, we know that Ian's going to be taking off on it.
Yeah.
Well, it's been great to have you in the booth, Louis. And if Alex Leon doesn't show up, I'd say maybe hang out if you don't mind. We hear the heat. We hear the heat counting down. Alex Leon is in the booth.
Here, so a quick shout out to all my friends and family back home watching. I hope I kept you entertained for the last 40 minutes. So thanks guys, and catch you later.
Well, thank you, Louis, so much. And a terrific battle we just witnessed. It is Ian Campbell who's going to move on into the quarterfinals, and we will be back with the next heat of round number 4, Tristan Roberts versus Mike Stewart. That will be coming up right after this commercial break.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here. Now in the hot seat, we have Alex Leon. Alex, so far so good.
Yeah, mate. This contest has been incredible so far. We've been lucky. We haven't had the best forecast, but the action's just been incredible. And the beauty of this wave is when it's small, it's just an incredible ramp, and it's like a skate park out there for the guys. And it's been so good to watch. And the guys have just pushed the level again. They just keep raising it every single event. It's just getting better and better. It's so good to watch, and it's good to be here in the booth with you finally after a few years.
Exactly. So Alex and I are going to bring you the live feed, and this heat out in the water, another incredible heat. We have Tristan Roberts and Mike Stewart. Let's get out into the water. So yes, the APB World Bodyboarding Tour is back in action with full on. We're going full on.
Full on, yeah, that's right. We're going hell for leather, Manny. It's been super busy, obviously, behind the scenes. with the APB team and everybody working for the APB across the world, and just trying to build the sport up again and the World Tour from where we left off a few years ago. And we're actually ahead of where we forecast to be this year, which is good. Our audiences are growing a lot, and we got some action here, I think.
Yes, we got. Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me? Right off the bat, Tristan Roberts with a giant reverse air, and he pulls out right on the dry reef. Oh, and he's going to get pushed even more onto the dry reef. You're going to see him stand up. He may have to regroup since he's so far on the reef. He may have to stand up, take a walk over to the keyhole. But oh my, what a way to start this heat against the legend himself, Mike Stewart. Tristan Roberts, the South African, trying to decide what to do. Look at this. This is what we're talking about. This is bodyboarding.
This is exactly what I was talking about, pushing the level. The fear factor is just gone basically right out the door. These guys are doing air reverses. He'll get a 10 for that. 9.25.
That was definitely an excellent score for Tristan Roberts, a South African. He knows he's going with the living legend himself, Mike Stewart, so he's going to leave fear at the doorstep and come out with all cylinders firing.
Such good, that just shows, how good a position the sport is in, with a young grommet who's 18 years old, busting air reverses like that on dry reef pretty much, against Mike Stewart, and shows the legacy there too with Mike. I imagine that age difference. Mike's 52, I think Tristan's 18. It's incredible to see that, Mike is still in there too. It's unbelievable.
And today is Bodyboarding Day 2016. It was back in July 7th, 1971, where the bodyboard was invented by, Tom Morey. So Elmo Ramos from Write It actually said, hey, Manny, by the way, it is Bodyboard Day. And, Steve Action Jackson sent in more info about Bodyboard Day. So if you want to get all that information, we're going to give it to you throughout the course of today's live action. But again, look at that score, 9.25 from Tristan Roberts, and Mike Stewart clocking in a 5.5 on his first wave. So check this out. We may have more action out the back if anybody is in position.
Yeah.
So we've had some incredible waves already. All day. I was a little nervous when I saw the waves on the smaller side this morning, but since the first horn of the day, it's been going off.
Yeah, I think it was the around heat 5, Amori's heat. You saw the period pick up, and you could see it just started to pulse as the tide came in, and that was just sort of the change in the day. This new south swell that's come through, and we hope it's still there tomorrow. It's forecast to be still a strong period. So what we're looking at planning to do is try and run the men's tomorrow and finish the men's, and then finish juniors and women's on Saturday. That's the schedule at this stage. It may change due to, obviously, the wind and depending on the swell size tomorrow morning, but that's what we're aiming to do to finish this event.
Here's another look at Tristan Roberts' perfectly executed air reverse. That was a perfectly timed maneuver.
So much pop.
And he got projected, and he was able to pull out in front of that whitewash, a 9.25 for Tristan Roberts on his first wave within the first 4 minutes of that heat. So the APB World Bodyboard Tour, what's in store?
A lot of things, Manny. It's been pretty busy. We've actually just got a new big contract with a television company for the next 5 years, which is we're going to be producing a TV series on the World Tour. So we're going to be doing 6 this year and 8 next year. So 6 episodes that'll be hour-long episodes that will start from Pipe, go to Tahiti. Also, Shark Island will be involved in that one as well. And then we'll be Brazil, Arica, and Nazaré and Fronton.
Oh, that's insane. I hope you heard that right. We do have TV shows contracted, and for the tour. So I mean, the year for bodyboarding is looking insane.
Yeah, it's looking really good. It's probably one of the I guess the benchmark what we needed to do. TV media is where we need to be, and we've spent basically the last 20 months working on development plan and trying to get some sort of media database and where we can expand our media across the globe. And doing a TV series is the most functional way to put bodyboarding into people's homes. You know, and so we've worked pretty hard with a company called Epicenter TV to negotiate a nice deal for the next 5 years to help push the sport. And the growth rates, we'll see it just go through the roof in the next couple of years. With so much participation going on, especially here in Chile, we've seen the growth. It's been incredible here. You know, having the Pro Junior Series attached to the World Men's Series is just incredible.
No, I mean, everything's been looking pretty epic so far. We're going to touch more on the APB World Tour. We have the interview with the winner of the last heat on standby. Are we going to go to it now, or are we going to wait for the live action? It looks like, yes, we're going to hold steady.
Tristan Roberts pulling in. It looks a little deep there. He didn't get much speed off that takeoff. Oh, he's coming through.
Oh, my.
He must have taken the high line and just punched out. That was nice, Tristan.
Yeah, so we've been seeing a few of those throughout the morning, but they will be scored for that deep barrel and not the super clean exit, but he did make it out nonetheless. So Begonia is downstairs with the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We here with Super Stokey and Camo. You just made it to the quarterfinals, and what happened out there?
Yeah, it's kind of tough, very slow out there, but there's definitely some fun ones. Yeah, I was just happy to get some good scores, and yeah, really good first one, like just as the buzzer went, so couldn't be more happy with that, and then just backed it up with a 9. So yeah, I'm very stoked with the riding and stoked to go through.
I would like to ask you, how does it feel to be riding for a South American brand, which is GT Boards?
Yeah, GT, I mean, he came to me at the beginning of the year with a cool plan, and it's a nice 2-year plan that we got going, so I'm really stoked to be riding for him, and yeah, he just gives me so much support and good vibes and everything, so yeah, I'm very stoked to be riding for him.
Well, congratulations, you did amazing, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations one more time to the South African Ian Campbell for making it out of that heat against the Portuguese Dino Carmo. So out in the water, look at these things still coming in. Anybody in position for this one? No, both of them are getting cleaned up, just having to duck under that one. But again, Tristan Roberts out in the red jersey, and in yellow, Mike Stewart patiently waiting for the bigger waves to come in. In the booth now with me is Alex Leon with the APB. And yeah, so where are we going after this event?
We got a break money, and then we head over to Europe for the long. Oh, here we go, Tristan Roberts.
All right, we're going to come back to that, but Tristan Roberts up and riding, coming around that second section. He's going to stay on this wave. Hopefully something will shape up for him. A little bit of bump, goes for a backflip on the last part of that right-hand wave. It's not going to be a super high-scoring wave, but you know what? He was on it. He wasn't going to get off of it. The only problem now that Tristan has is he has a long paddle back to the lineup. Mike Stewart is, if the waves come in, probably would be able to pull off catching 2 left-hand waves by the time Tristan gets back out there. So
yeah, and here comes the set. Looks like Mike might be a bit too deep on this one here.
Yeah, I think he paddled up and over that one. But so where are we heading next?
We're heading to Europe. So we've got 4 events on. 4 events on in Europe. We go to Sintra first in September, where we'll have the men's, women's, junior and DK Sintra Festival. And then we'll head to Vienna, which is a new event this year on the World Tour, which is just north in North Portugal, which will also have the men's and women's and a possible junior event there. We're still waiting to confirm. And then we'll be heading to Nazaré again, which we're really looking forward to that event. We've got a longer waiting period this year, 10 days, which should maximise the chances of getting Nazaré on the pump. And then we're heading to the one and only Fronton in the Canary Islands, which we haven't been back since 2012, and I am over the moon that we're going back there this year.
Yeah, everybody I've talked to is super pumped. That wave is it's bodyboard heaven, just big, huge, meaty slabs, and it's going to be a very fun and exciting event to watch. That is going to be the last event on the APB World Tour.
That's right. It'll be the Fronton Showdown, and we've already started working on that event to build it up and really hype it up for hopefully the world title race will go down in Fronton and then not in Portugal. It's always better when it finishes at the last event.
Yeah, and if you want to see how the riders are doing right now, this is the place to go. Go to apbtour.com and click on leaderboard up in the top menu, and that'll drop down where we are currently after Itacoatiara Pro in Brazil. So everything you need essentially is on the apbtour.com website, including apbtour.com/live. The live feed, the live scores, and draws and results are all in one perfect little area. So great job on the website. Everything's all working perfectly on our end, and we can't thank the viewers enough for making it happen.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're still, a little slow developing everything. Obviously, we're still in that development stage. It's hard for us. We don't have the funding to be where we want to be at the moment. In the direction of, like other sports that obviously on a global scale have a lot more funding and major sponsorship, but we're getting there, and it all comes down to the viewers. The bigger viewership we have, the bigger the sport grows, and I just want to thank everybody out there that is watching and tuning in and following us across our social media pages. We know we're trying to obviously deliver our best job we can, and for the sponsors, and for the athletes, and the viewers are the most important here. Without you guys at home, we wouldn't be here. So just a big shout out to every single person that's watching around the world. Thanks for your support. It is really appreciated. And we, sometimes we have hiccups and stuff like that with the webcast or whatever, but be patient with us. We're doing our best, and let's have a look at the action here. Tristan Roberts, nice bottom turn, going for the nice backflip there. Oh, he just bogged as he tried to come around, Manny.
Yeah, it looked like it was looked like his execution was perfect, but the landing is probably one of the most difficult parts to complete in that maneuver, because you're landing, actually your board is almost facing the wrong way, so to be able to spin that, use the rotation around is key. Mike Stewart out the back.
Pulls you in, tucks in under there, nice leg stall there. Textbook Stewart roll out, good timing. He gets on the board there for his backup score. Now he'll be wanting to try and really improve on his first 5.5. I'd say he'd probably get a 6.65 for that one, in that sort of range. This is going to go down to the wire, this heat. Obviously Tristan's got that air reverse, but doesn't really have a great backup score at the moment.
I really need to take advantage of this. I have yet to get down in that little massage area. I need to work on my IT band just a little bit, but it's great to have the masseuses. Is that the proper way, the plural? Either way, you're getting a massage. Oh, wait a second. Tristan Roberts is on a good one. Oh, my gosh. Super deep, coming out of the barrel. Knows he can add a little bit more, but Stewart out the back.
Yeah, Stewart behind him. Not much there for Stewart, so he bails out, try and maintain priority. But Tristan Roberts, nice and deep in that barrel, yeah.
Tristan Roberts.
Applying pressure.
Yes. Man, Mike Stewart, 52 years old, just had his birthday recently in this heat with the 19-year-old South African. Wow, he's it's how do I say it nicely? The veteran and the young gun out in the water right now. Tristan Roberts, a South African, with a solid score of a 9.25 and a 5.25. And Stewart still looking for that higher score. And that last barrel to roll for Tristan Roberts is 7.5.
That's his backup score he needed. Now he can go for gold, Now he'll go for the big moves, deep barrels, and try and put that pressure on Mike.
Yeah, Mike right now in this 9th minute, 9 minutes remaining, is in combo land with Tristan Roberts. That I don't remember the last time Mike Stewart's been in this part in the heat. Oh my gosh.
Mike always has a good result here in Arica. He's always at the quarters or semis, just because of the barrel. He's always inside that barrel, and he knows this wave pretty well. But it's good to see these young guys applying pressure like that. I mean, and it's good to see the South Africans just absolutely dominating on the world tour. You know, after Jerry's win last year, it's really, motivated these guys. And I got a couple of messages from Mark McCarthy yesterday, and I trying to get him to 10 front on. Love to have him back, and if he is listening in, I'm sure a lot of fans probably want to see Mark back too.
Yeah, Mark McCarthy, one of the strong South Africans, not here on this event or in Brazil, but definitely a contender at this level. And if he shows up at Frontone, I think he's going to be lapping at the chops, ready to get some slabs.
Oh, definitely. And the guys are going really good in South Africa too with the sport, developing the sport. And we've got the Tarn event, which is on the waiting period now, and next week the Cave Rock Invitational is also starting, which we'll be sanctioning from the APB as a specialty event. So it's good to see the sport developing too over there. Here we go. A lot of speed here, Tristan Roberts. He's going to go for that nice backflip. Oh, beautiful loft too.
Wow, making that look smooth as butter. Tristan Roberts with a giant backflip. And look at him. He is hungry. He's not wasting any time. And that's what you have to do at this level. If you catch a wave and you just lollygag, paddling back out, that means you're not there yet.
That's
if you get after a wave, you got to give it 100% all the time. I saw that in an indoor soccer tournament. If you're not going 100% on the green, you get out. Get somebody in there who's going 100%, and that's what Tristan Roberts is doing. He's going 100% the entire time. So that is great to see from this young gun and very mature competitor.
Yeah, he is. He's a very good kid. Here we see Mike. Oh, nice bottom turn here. He's got a bit of speed. What's he going to go for? A nice roll. Beautiful roll there from Mike. It's absolutely textbook.
Man, he's been doing that for the past 30 years. Or
are we a pipeline? It looked like we're a pipeline then.
Nah, if anybody's got the way to, he's got the perfect lines.
Perfect.
No matter what wave he's on, Mike Stewart is definitely going to draw the lines that are the most functional for that given wave. And here he is, unfortunately, still in combination land against Tristan Roberts, who has been clocking in a 9.25 and a 7.5. Here's another look at Stewart's last wave.
That's the wave before. The nice barrel. See his legs holding in that extra rail. Your inside leg just is an extension off your inside rail. So for kids that are watching at home, the best way if you watch Mike in the barrel, that's how you surf. That's how you bodyboard. It's incredible. And there's Tristan's replay, deep barrel to a roll as well.
Yeah, if you notice Tristan, when he came out of that barrel, he actually did a turn. He turned on the face of the wave to either slow down and get ready to time that lip maneuver. Because if he didn't do that little check turn coming out of the barrel, he would have bypassed the only section that he would have had an opportunity to do a move on.
That's right, yeah. And you can do the check turn in U-riding game as well. There's a little check turn too.
Yes, if you haven't already downloaded the game, The Journey, U-riding, The Journey bodyboard game, do it. You can get it for iOS and Android. Here's Tristan Roberts once again.
Yeah, there's that nice lofty backflip. He got a lot of pop, a lot of projection.
Yeah, that was incredible for Tristan Roberts, who is leading the charge right now. Still in combination situation, Mike Stewart against Tristan Roberts. Oh my goodness.
And you know, it's not a shock to see Tristan at this level and producing these results. You know, I picked it from a few years ago. You know, I always said this kid's got so much skill and talent coming out of South Africa, and you know, he had the year off last year to finish school, which was a very smart move, and I spoke to him about it and said, look, it's better off, you know, having your education now and then going full force on the tour this year, which he's come out and done.
Yep.
And it's amazing to watch, and you know, and to have his mum here as well, travelling with him. You know, he's pretty stoked, and he feels like, you know, he's in a comfortable position and got a pretty good result in Brazil, and now he's here, you know, comboing Mike Stewart in round 4.
What? Here's another look at Mike Stewart coming around that section with all the speed, and that doesn't get any better than that. I mean, the roll doesn't get any better than that. I mean, it's perfectly timed, perfectly executed.
Timed, yeah.
That is Mike Stewart. Again, that wave clocked in at a 6.0. And again, Mike Stewart needing 2 new fresh waves, but with 4 minutes to go, it doesn't look like that is, I mean, well, I'm not going to say that because it's Mike Stewart. He can totally pull off a couple 10s if he has the opportunity to do so. And that's what's happening. We're at the mercy of Mother Nature, and the riders know that.
And we see some sets coming in, and you know, Mike's been getting 8 5s and 9s just with barrels on these lefts because he's just riding them so well and getting super deep.
There's some of the guys right there, Jacob Romero and Louis Finnegan. Louis having a good time now. He's unfortunately both of these riders got knocked out of the event. Now they're going to be spectating and having a good time here in Arica.
That's right. And we see a little flowery here, little set. that wind's kind of holding off for us. It hasn't puffed up too strong yet, so I'm glad we're going to be able to finish this round, Manny, and we might even be able to go to that final heat of the juniors, heat 8 of round 1, or the women's. And we see Tristan taking off inside the barrel, nice and deep, comes out with a huge backflip. That was perfection, Manny.
Wow.
That was incredible surfing.
Tristan Roberts is pretty much running circles around Mike Stewart right now in this heat. I don't want to bash Stewart, but man, Tristan Roberts pretty much on a different level right now in this heat. But wow, Tristan is on fire.
On fire. That was incredible. He took off under the lip inside the barrel and dug that leg in. And then just had a little scoop on him, and he was able to set himself up for that bowl while he was inside the barrel because he had a good line into it.
Oh my goodness. But you know what, if Tristan is doing this to Mike Stewart, that means he can do it to anybody, and it wouldn't surprise me if Tristan moves on all the way to the final at this rate. I mean, there's a handful of guys still putting it to the metal, and Tristan is one of them.
Yeah, it's a sort of to and fro battle between him and Tanner. You know they're obviously the two best grommets on the men's world tour at the moment, and obviously Tristan's the rookie of the year at the moment. He's just absolutely on fire. But an 8.85 there for Tristan Roberts on that last wave.
Oh my
so
goodness.
Increased his lead 18.1 to Mike Stewart 12.5.
Yeah, I mean, I think from this point we're at a minute and some change remaining in this heat. Mike Stewart, I think, has that might have been it for Mike Stewart in this campaign. But look at this, Tristan Roberts.
Yeah, beautifully executed backflip there. Nice bit of loft and great momentum to just swing that around right on the shoulder. Perfect finish for Tristan. He's absolutely schooling this heat.
We're about at the 30-second mark right here for this heat. The last, second to last heat of round number 4. This is heat number 7 out in the water. We got one more heat in the men's round 4. Another showstopper, David Hubbard and Alex Udanga coming up next. But look at this. Could be the last wave of the heat. Oh, bailing out
Tristan
last
Roberts.
second.
Well, it looks like Tristan Roberts is going to take this one, and he's going to take on either Dave Hubbard or Alex Uranga in quarterfinal number 4 tomorrow. But we'll see who he'll be taking on.
Wow.
Whoever wins this next one, Manny.
All right, well, making their way into the shore, Tristan Roberts winning that heat. Mike Stewart, unfortunately, the end of the road for the legend himself. So don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with more action right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with, once again, Jeff Hubbard. Thank you for coming in again.
Yeah, no worries. This is the best seat in the house. I love it.
Yes. So we're bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge here on Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica. So we've been having an action-packed day all day, and it doesn't stop there. We have the guy who's on fire, Alex Uranga, facing off with
Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, why'd I have to look down? I should have known that. All right, you know what? Let's get out into the action and stay tuned. Buckle up. This is going to be another hot one. So, yes, we have Alex Uranga out in the yellow jersey. Dave Hubbard will be wearing the red jersey. So far, each rider have a wave under their scorecard. It is Dave Hubbard who has a 7.0, and Alex Odanga a 1.5. So we're going to take a quick peek at those as soon as they get pulled up on the replays. But yeah, David Hubbard, he's feeling good, but Alex Odanga, he's been surfing incredible since that first heat in Brazil.
Yeah, so Alex started off the heat. I saw he had a nice invert attempt and just couldn't pull it on a good section. Right behind him, Dave pulled into a nice deep barrel, and that's what Dave got scored a 7-0 for a nice long tube ride. But the tube ended, and there's no other wave to do any other maneuvers, so he had to cut out. And so it's going to be a pretty cool battle today with these two guys going at it. I'm not sure who has priority. I think Dave might have priority here, this situation. The last heat was fireworks. Tristan Roberts was ripping, so that was really cool to see him, just the young gun flaring up for all the boys here. It'd be great to see all the crew in South Africa probably losing it over that. They're having a good time.
All right. Well, I mean, the waves are still coming in. Mike Stewart, unfortunately, I'm still in shock. Tristan Roberts was going all in on that last heat, and I think it's wave selection. I mean, if the wave is there and you're in position, at this level, everybody's capable of going big.
Totally, exactly. You know, guys are ripping. We know Mike Stewart is just a tube hound, and he was looking for those tubes. He was waiting for the big bomb sets, but up and riding. David Hubbard, what's he got here? He's on a right-hander, rare right-handers we've seen. See if he can do something. A big ARS. That was giant. That was giant ARS. Wow, right onto the rocks. So really clean flip. So that's going to be a high score. Look at him right on the rocks there right at the end. So it's going to be a really nice start for David Hubbard here. That was a great strategy to get some two waves under his belt now. He's put some pressure on Alex, and Alex is going to do what he's been doing, and let's see what happens. Alex is left out the back by himself, Manny.
All right, so Alex Odanga just waiting patiently from the Basque Country. I'm sure we have a lot of viewers from Hawaii and from the Basque Country tuning in. Let's. I'm going to post something on our APB Tour Facebook page right now. And that's where the door is open to come say hi to Jeff Hubbard and myself here in the booth. So I'm going to write Jeff and Manny V tuning or in the booth. Where you at?
Where you at, brother? So that's what's happening here. Great start for Dave Hubbard. He's got a 7 on his first wave, a nice long barrel on the left, and his last right was.
So scores are dropping right now.
So great wave for Dave. His second wave, an 8.0 for a big ARS on a clean right rotation. So that's the way you want to start a heat, 15-point totals, and now he has to build on that. And Alex Odanga knows exactly what he needs to beat. So it's great. So there's going to be a nice rivalry here, and we're excited. I like the ships in the background, man. Oh, look at the chopper flying out. Tamate, owner of Tamate Surf Shop, is piloting the little drone we see. There's no drone laws here in Chile, so you can fly them wherever you want, into an airplane, around airplanes, whatever you want. These little helicopters are menaces, but they are awesome to view waves with. And when you see the highlights edited by one of our top riders here, Cristobal, he's the guy editing all these great clips every night. You see some great angles that Tamate's been shooting here, and those makes the wave look so cool. Just such a cool little angle, and you get all the images and all the people around here. We've got a replay, Manny. Talk us through it.
All right, this is Dave's first heat. As you can see, first wave, you can see getting as much speed as possible and timing it a little late, but you know what? He hit it with enough speed and hit it where the lip was actually going to project him out, and that's what he needed to be able to land and pull that thing around. So a great solid first wave for Dave. That was, man, he's already... Within the first 10 minutes, he's got 15 points. Alex Odanga only has that one wave. So,
yeah, it was a great exchange there. So Dave's got those two waves. That ARS was really nice. He bottom turned really clean, had all the speed. You know, the section was funky, but it threw him out really high and completed it really clean in a really critical situation. So that's why the judges rewarded him really a nice 8.0. But I mean, this heat, you know, the level Alex has been surfing at, Dave's got to, you know, surf even better because Alex has been surfing really well this entire event, coming off a hot win in Brazil. This guy's looking like the man to beat here, and so it's going to be a nice show for David if he can continue to put some pressure on Alex and try and improve his situation.
Even though your heat was four heats ago, What has changed from your heat to this heat as far as the wave conditions?
Well, it looks like it's a little bit more texture, just a little bit. The clouds are actually coming back in, Manny, which is strange. So it was sunny for my heat, and then now it's glassing off again. So that's pretty nice. But it's still a little textured. The waves look pretty similar. There's the tide's dropping out a little bit, so they're moving a little bit back off the reef, but it's still a pretty high tide. So they're really wedgy peaks right on this inside shelf, and that's where the guys are getting these big screaming barrels and these big opportunities for some moves.
Yeah, this is heat number 16, and heat number 8 of round number 4 in the men's division. Alex Uranga is just getting shocked right now. Here we go, and it's Dave. Oh no, Alex Uranga on his second wave. He's trying to make something happen here. Gets a quick little in and out barrel on that inside and then makes his way back out. But, man, he had priority. Was that a smart move to get something on the inside?
Well, you know what, Manny? He needs to start his campaign. He realizes, I'm not sure how much time's left, if that clock is correct, because it seems like it went really quick. I mean, I don't know. That seems like it might be a little fast, but he wants to get his campaign started. It was a good strategy because at the start I thought he was going to get a massive bowl, and I think he did too. He was just wanted to get a big ramp, and the section came a little quick, and so that's why he just got a small barrel. So it wasn't a mistake at all. It's just the wave didn't form up to Alex's expectations, because he was looking for a giant ramp on that. Sometimes those waves come in. So, but hey, Alex is out of combination. He just needs a 9.75 now. So, he started his campaign, started his heat. He's just slowly building up, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, looks like we have our first few shout-outs. But we're going to come to those shout-outs as soon as we get back from the interview with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Tristan Roberts. What an outstanding performance out there, Tristan. I saw that air reverse you did. That was amazing. What can you tell us about the heat?
Yeah, I've actually been looking for air reverse ramp for a while, as I've been seeing the guys doing them, and Tanner had a real good one yesterday, so I've just been frothing to try one myself, and I got the ramp, so I'm real happy.
How does it feel to be in Mike's tour, man?
Yeah, Mike's definitely a mentor of our sport, and for me to ride against him is intimidating, but also helps me for the future. So I'm real happy to ride against Mike, and yeah, it's cool.
Well, congratulations. You are advancing right now to the quarterfinals, and that's amazing. So we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
All right, so massive maneuver right there from our man David Hubbard, who went for a big air, and then I think he dropped maybe 10 feet out of the sky and then landing straight on the flats, and with no forward momentum, the whitewash just gobbled him up and ragdolled him.
Yeah, that was a huge invert by Dave, and he knew what he wanted. He saw the wave and form up, and he got a great bottom turn and projection and flew out into the flats, but the wave was so shallow and just strong landing on him, he wasn't able to ride out of it with that with the wave collapsing all over him. But hey, it was great to keep that momentum and that level. He's ripping. So yeah, we got the right time now. So there's 15 minutes left in this heat, so only 10 minutes have elapsed. So these guys got a full 15 minutes left, so plenty of time for these guys to go to war. This is awesome.
All right, so we did get word. We did run round number 1 of the juniors, but we had to stop at heat number 7. So we're going to continue today's action because the conditions are still good right now. There's no way we're gonna stop the action. So we're going to come back from commercials and finish off that last heat of round number 1 in the juniors, and that's where you're going to see, hold on, look at this, live action.
Beautiful long barrel by Alex Uranga. That's a nice tube. So he's going to get a beautiful score for that. It's probably going to be in the 8-point range, Manny. So he's going to be right back in this heat, and we're going to we have the battle shaping form in front of our eyes.
Yeah, getting a super deep barrel like that definitely is going to be in the higher scores. So Joanna Schenker, the Portuguese rider, warming up, stretching. They're finally going to be coming up. So I stand corrected. It looks like we are going to jump into the women's
repechage.
Repechage.
The women's repechage heats are coming up next. They're going to burn through those 2 heats, and then into the juniors, last heat of juniors, I think, to finish the day. We'll
Okay.
see how this goes. I think the reason why we're not finishing the men's is that since we have quarters, semis, and finals, we're just going to hold off for tomorrow. We think it's going to be a little better, and it should be pretty cool.
All right, good. So we are going to see the ladies coming up next out in the water. You're going to see Joanna Schenker from Portugal, Andrea Diaz from, it says USA, but I think this is a typo. So we're going to get the right information. Paloma Fregan from Chile and Yulener Gonzalez from Venezuela. So we have the 4 ladies. Only the top 2 will advance on into round number 4. To fill up that round, we're going to run 2 of those round number 3 heats. So that's coming up next, right after this heat. But look at this. Now we have a game on our hands.
What a heat we have on our hands, Manny. Beautiful.
So quick shout out while there's a little lull in the action. The supports and sponsors making the Arica Chilean Challenge possible: the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event presented by Erizos, Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and our friends over on Australia, Bodyboard King.
Yeah, Tobes.
So thanks again, and if you haven't already done so, make sure you download the bodyboard game, The Journey by You Riding, and you can always be bodyboarding and never stop riding.
It's awesome. That's a super fun game. Look at the little peek out the back. Let's see you guys are paddling. What's happening? It's shifting over. Looks like David Hubbard paddling onto this one. Oh, it's Alex Uranga. Dave gave it to Alex. And Alex with a little flip. Yeah, that's not going to score very well. So that was a good maneuver by Dave. Dave holding on a priority there instead of using it. So I think that was a good strategy. Alex, nothing to lose on that, so he went for it. So that was a good strategy by both competitors. Let's see what happens. Alex with the 8.75 for that beautiful barrel. So it was really well surfed, well rewarded. Gosh, what a good heat. It looks like we have some sets, Manny.
All right, looks like paddling in this one. Yes, David Hubbard going left. And he's coming around that barrel section. Oh, a little missed timing, loses priority, and giving it up to Alex Uranga. So not much there for David Hubbard. So, wow, it looks like we have a battle now coming down to the last 11 minutes of this heat. Alex Uranga with only a 6.25 needed to get that first place spot from David Hubbard. And,
yeah, fun, man. This is fun to watch. It's fun watching the scores drop. It's so close. It's going to be nail-biting. So now Alex has priority. Dave's going to be in second priority out there. Let's see where they position themselves and what their strategy is going into the last 10 minutes, Manny, because they're, anything can happen here in the heats, and we know these guys are both capable of huge scores, and so we just want to see what Mother Nature can provide for them, so we see some good action.
So if you want to see the live scores, make sure you're on apptour.com/live. That's where you're going to see the live scores, and that's where you're going to see not only the scores that you see on your screen, but also each score per wave. And to highly suggest to head on over there. That way you can see exactly what is happening in the heat. So what is going on in both of their brains right now?
Ooh, well, Alex, he's in second place. He knows he needs a score, so he's trying to channel that energy, that inner focus to get that 6.25. He's just, it's 10 minutes left. He's probably pretty relaxed. He knows there's 6.25s out there on offer. He's just going to wait. He's got priority. He's just going to be cruising. Dave's, on the other hand, you're in the lead. He knows he has to improve on a 7, so he's looking for waves that are actually going to give him more points than a 7.0. He's trying to ditch that low score so he can improve his lead over Alex, because he probably knows, as we do, that Alex is very capable of getting this 6.25, and that Dave at the end of this heat is going to need even a bigger score. So we're going to see these sets come in, and both these guys are going to just be going for it. Let's see, there's action out the back. Guys, no one took that first wave. Looks a little closed out, so it was a good call. Let's see who goes on the second wave. Looks like we have a paddle, Manny. Who's up?
It looks like taking a drop. It looks like Dave Hubbard sliding under the lip right there. Nice barrel ride. Comes out with a clean roll, and he's going to kick out of that. But you can see the maneuvering that he had to do to slow down and to get as deep as possible in that barrel and to clock as much tube time as possible. The judges want to see those long barrels and a clean exit, which Dave did. That was a medium-sized wave, so it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to take care and replace that 7.0, but there's a chance it could be.
Yeah, I think it's going to be better than a 7. I definitely think that it'll replace his low score for sure. Yeah, it was one of the best waves of the heat we've seen. Barrel, spit out, roll, very clean maneuver. So that's definitely going to be his second best wave for sure. Because his first wave was just a barrel. So he actually did a big roll after that barrel. So it's a really good heat. Look at the lifeguards on standby for the women, making sure the women are safe. This is great that we have the lifeguards on hand for us here in Arica. They do a great job protecting the beaches, just like all lifeguards do all around the world. Big shout out to all the lifeguards around the world. You guys are awesome. Thank you for saving lives.
Yes, and also we had one of the local lifeguards, actually / bodyboarder, making it pretty far in this event, Christian Fernandez Popea, who got knocked out yesterday in the event. But a lot of the riders. Here's another look at that heat, or at that wave.
Yeah, stalls, gets pitted. Nice roll. So yeah, it was a 7.15. It replaces his low score, and now Alex needs just a little more score, 6.4. So hey, that helped. Dave's situation. Dave's going to even need more though. It's good. Dave's keeping busy, which is what you want to do when you're in second priority. Now Alex is in first priority, which he has been. He's going to be just channeling, waiting for that big ramp.
8 minutes remaining, and Alex Uranga, 6.4, totally attainable wave for Alex Uranga, who has priority right now. Now all he has to do is wait for that wave to come to him. The bigger size wave obviously is going to get the bigger scores, but it has to be a big barrel or a big maneuver to get into that range. So Alex Uranga with priority. It looks like David Hubbard knows that he's not has priority, so he's moved a little bit away from Alex Uranga, just in case a good wave comes. And if it's a right in this case, and
here goes Dave. Great strategy. Dave pulling in for a little tube, getting a barrel, doesn't make it out, so he's getting out of there. So being in second priority for Dave frees him up to take waves like that and take chances to improve his situation. So that was a great wave by Dave. Great strategy. Alex is sitting out the back, so it was great strategy by Alex not to take that wave.
Yes.
So that was very smart on both parts of them, and it didn't change the situation. So keeps us entertained here in the booth and you at home, so that guys keep riding waves. We love it.
Yeah, it's a good point that you mentioned that Alex Uranga with priority could have dropped in on David and prevented him from getting that wave, but he wanted to hold a priority, knowing
Smart move.
Yeah, knowing that there's a little bit of time left in this heat to wait for that bigger set. And Alex Uranga, smart use of that priority. Quick little rundown of shout-outs for those of those of you tuning in. Josh is in Virginia Beach, thank you. Marvy is in Morocco. Antonio is watching in Puerto Rico. Andrew is in Cape Town watching Tristan Roberts ripping it up.
So cool.
Elijah is in Zombieland. I think he's still awake.
Zombies, Elijah.
Yeah, he's in Maui. I don't know what time it is there. Jason Ricky is in Costa Rica, Pura Vida. To Jeff and Manny. Look at this. We have some waves out the back.
Okay, let's see some action, Manny. What's gonna happen? What's gonna transpire? Is Alex gonna pull the trigger and use priority? He doesn't. Nobody goes. Let's see what happens. Did he paddle for it? Looked like it was closing out a little bit, so it might have been a good choice for both competitors. Let's see. Oh, women are paddling out.
Looks like the ladies, but Alex Uranga, wow, I can't believe it. He's actually on a smaller wave, but there's 5 minutes to go. He's waiting for that last section, going for it. He kind of forced that aerial maneuver.
So yeah, Dave doing a big invert on the end section here. So he did a nice invert. We'll see if it's going to fall into his top 2 scores. It might. We don't know it. He's just trying to replace a 7.15. He was screaming down the line. He hit the section. Flew with some control, but then and again he bottom turned for quite a while and drove pretty far down the line to hit that wave. So we'll see what the judges decide on that. Lately they've been kind of rewarding you just doing the maneuver quicker than down the line. They want you to kind of do it pretty soon. Exactly. So Dave 6.9. So it didn't fall into his top 2. So that was so yeah. What do we got, Manny?
We got about 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. This is going to come down to the wire. David Hubbard, who is currently leading the charge, but only by a 0.5, and Alex Uranga. Here's another look at Alex's last wave. Very interesting he went on the smaller wave.
Yeah, this is Dave driving. He didn't have priority, so Dave went on this wave. Look at it, surge up, and he launches an invert there. He just didn't quite get the projection he wanted, and that's why it was only at 6.9. But look at the guys paddle battling out the back. Looks like some sets coming. 4 minutes remaining. Let's see what happens. I mean, gosh, Alex only needs a 6.4. Dave needs to drop a 7.15, so that can really change things up if Dave can get rid of that. And if Alex can get the 6.4, it's going to be awesome. Who's going? Alex Uranga. Wow, right, look at this. Oh, he cuts out. Wow, it looked like a great ramp. So, I mean, hey, I would have done the same thing. I think I would have looked. He needs a small score. I might have gone for that wave too.
Oh, my gosh. Leaving Dave Hubbard all by himself on the outside with priority. So I don't know why I was calling that last wave Alex Uranga. Maybe it was the black hair Dave all of a sudden got out there. But no, Dave Hubbard now looking very, very comfortable right now with it. 3 minutes remaining in this heat with priority on the outside. Will he use that priority? Capturing all the footage right there and all the photos with that pretty sick camera.
Yeah, well, priority is only good if you use it. So he's going to be looking to, replace his 7.15 here. There's 3 minutes left. Alex only needs a very small score. So Dave's going to have to really choose his battle here and make sure he's on the next best wave of this heat because it's crunch time.
So with priority in his hand, Dave Hubbard's, what are his options?
Well, if a wave comes, he's going to look at it and decide, is this going to better my 7 or is this going to give Alex a 6.4? So he's got two choices there he has to make. And he has to also decide if the waves behind it will do the same. So it's a gamble. So if you're a betting man, you have to decide. See, look, Dave couldn't catch it. Alex is going to go on the small one. Alex is going to try to get his 6.4. So Alex up on a small wave here, driving, lots of speed. He does a little air S, so into a spin. So we'll see what that scores. It's a small wave, but very technical, very precise, and it's going to be very close to the score I think he needs.
6.4 is what he needed, and he has time to get back out there. But look at this.
David Hubbard on a big right to see if he can do anything on this huge section. He's going to have to land.
Oh, my God!
Wow. Oh, my God. That was huge. That was huge. That was going to be the wave of the day. That's the wave of the day. Oh, my God. Wow. I cannot believe that. That was a clutch. Alex probably got the score, but Dave just did it like a 10-point air reverse.
Oh,
that was insane.
Goodness.
How was the height on that, Manny?
That it looked like he was going for an air maneuver, and then mid-flight tucked it in and used the momentum to spin around. That was incredible. It totally set the crowd on fire. Wow. It was incredible.
Was that an inverse? Was he doing an invert to reverse air? Because he got super high, and then all of a sudden he's doing a reverse air.
Yeah, that was insane. Probably one of the most spectacular moves we've seen. I did not expect that at all from David Hubbard.
Yeah, the set came in and it was a big peak and he went right and then I was kind of tripping out, but it was such a big steep right. Look at the size of this.
Talk us through.
Biggest wave of the heat. Beautiful bottom turn. Look at he just sees the section, hits it. Huge invert to reverse air, pulls it around. Wow. Just incredible.
Wow. That right
was
there.
What a way to end the heat, Manny.
If you're going to go down to David Hubbard, it's okay because you're going down to a maneuver like that. So Alex Uranga, he had an incredible charge in this event, but has to come to Dave Hubbard and his antics out there. Actually, his power moves. That was incredible. So, wow, advancing on for sure.
Dave Hubbard.
Score is still waiting to drop.
That was incredible. What a heat. Woo. That's what we were waiting to see. Fireworks. Alex getting, just putting on his last wave, and then Dave just coming out with the best wave of the heat. Wow, amazing.
Here's another look at that incredible wave. As you can see, straight off the top, down to the bottom, holding all that speed, and then the timing was perfect.
Wow,
for an
oh my God.
Into reverse mid-flight. Incredible. Woo.
What a great heat. Great job to Alex. Congratulations for surfing so well, Alex. And we'll see, Alex got the score, but, Dave's going to replace his 7.15, 9.65, highest score of the day, David Hubbard. takes the heat in convincing fashion. Congratulations, both of you.
Yeah, we're going to come back with the final results and the score on that last wave from David Hubbard. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard, and yes, wow, that was incredible way to end that heat. Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, I mean, that heat lived up to the expectations. Dave and Alex going blow for blow, just like we expected. Alex putting on an amazing performance the whole event, and the coming in minute left gets the score he needs. Unfortunately for him, Dave Hubbard with a wave of the day so far today, right behind him. Nothing Alex could do. Alex surfed great. Dave surfed great. Everyone was stoked online to watch that.
Yeah, no, if you watch that and live, you're ahead of the game, because we're going to show all this on our YouTube channel, but watching it live is another thing, so we thank you for tuning in. Let's get out in the water. We have the 2 Repcharge heats in the women's division. Top 2 will go into the next round. Let's get out there. So in this heat, we have in red, you're going to see Joanna Schenker from Portugal. In white, Andrea Diaz. In yellow, Paloma Fragan from Chile. And in the blue jersey, Yolened Gonzalez from Venezuela. Again, thank you all for tuning in. Manny V and Jeff Hubbard. I think Jeff is going to sit in for another heat, so we thank you for taking the time and hanging out.
Yeah, this is fun, especially with heats like that. We'll really enjoy watching it from the booth. I mean, getting to call the commentary, in a situation like that is so fun. You can see Dave coming in on your screen. He's stoked. He's just feeling it right there, and Alex, man, what a, if you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose to someone who's on fire like that. That's a good way to do it. And look at the girls up and riding. The girls just did a 360. I think this is Paloma. She is a Chilean local. Is that Paloma? She's in yellow. Yeah, it was. She's from down south. Her husband's Igor, probably one of the hardest charging Canary Island guys you've ever seen. And so she charges. Paloma's pretty nuts. I'd say maybe even Igor is a little worried because she charges too hard.
That's right. There's a bunch of photos of Paloma online of just dropping in on some of the big stuff. And some of the waves don't even look makeable, but she's still charging. And
so nuts.
Yeah, so it's going to be fun to watch her out in the water. She's going to be definitely the one that you're going to see on the bigger stuff without hesitation, without showing fear. And then you're going to see Joanna Schenker as well in the red jersey. She is very confident, draws perfect, nice, clean lines. Andrea Diaz, she's going to have to, feel very comfortable if she's going to want to make it out of this heat. Top 2 riders advancing on. And Yolened Gonzalez from Venezuela, now living in San Francisco as a surf instructor.
Wow.
So she made the trek down here to compete in this unbelievable wave that we know as flopos.
Yeah, and so the water for her is warm. So you're from San Francisco, this water is warm. It's about 60 degrees. San Francisco's about 20 below zero water, so it's pretty awesome.
All right, check it out. We do have the interview ready to go downstairs with the winner of the last heat. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. Well, that was absolutely incredible, that last heat. What an absolute insane thing to watch. Dave Hubbard, you just won that one, mate. Talk us through that last move.
Well, I figured Alex would have gotten the score on his ride. I knew I couldn't rely on him not getting the score, so I wanted to improve on my situation, and that right had just such a big ramp and I had so much speed. And the maneuver I went for was kind of like almost an inverse, but more of like just a jam, kind of lofty air reverse. And I was just hoping that I could stick it and as soon as I pulled it around, I looked up and saw the Flopianos on the building cheering, and I was just like claiming it for them because they always support me, and so I was just had that connection right there with them. So stoked.
Yeah, I mean, you've taken down Alex Uranga now, who's just come off the back of a win in Brazil. You're moving in the quarterfinals. How does that feel?
Oh, I'm super stoked. I knew I was going to have to bring my A game to take Alex. He's been on fire, you know? And yeah, I just feel so blessed to make it through that, and I get to represent Hawaii now in the quarterfinals, so I'm super stoked.
And you'll be taking on Tristan Roberts tomorrow in quarterfinal number 3. Have you seen Tristan surf this contest? He's been on fire. What are you going to do to try and beat him?
Just surf my best, and if the waves come, then great, but I hope we both get opportunities for big scores so we can bring you guys a great show. That's just what we live for here, competing on the World Tour, is just trying to do our best because it's an insane show for you guys.
Yeah, well, congratulations, buddy, and thanks for putting on that huge inverse jam. It was insane for the fans. I'm sure everyone home was probably loving that too. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow, Dave. Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations one more time to Dave Hubbard for that explosive inverse.
That was unreal. That was a great way to end a heat. I mean, hey, if you're gonna go down, I figured it sounded like he said he knew Alex got the score, and so he had to just go down swinging. And so he, instead of going down, he just went high and went up and was able to take out that heat with the best score of the day. Incredible.
All right, so congratulations, Dave. He gets that last spot in the quarterfinals, but now out in the water, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored, and only 2 of the 4 ladies will advance on into the next round, round number 4 in the women's division. Look at these sets rolling in. Right now, looking at your scores, you have Paloma in first in the yellow jersey with a 4.5 and a 6.5. Joanna in second. Third, Yulened and Andrea Diaz. So the scores are still dropping for their last few waves, so situation change may definitely happen. And if you're watching, the best place to watch is apptour.com/live, and that's where you're going to get the live feed, the live scores, and all the draws and results as the heats progress. So again, thank you all for tuning in. Manny V here and Jeff Hubbard giving you the live feed and commentary. Quick shout out to the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and the event is presented by Erizos, Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, and Hertz, plus our friends at Bodyboard King. And if you want to stay tuned on all the happenings of the APB World Bodyboard Tour, this is where it's at right there.
Yeah, follow us on all our social media. It's always pretty fun seeing what everyone's posting and all the conversations that are happening on the social media side of things. But girls up and riding, we got great conditions for them. We saw some cool moves. Yolanda with a 725, with a 725 for a beautiful rollo. I think you guys all saw it as we did. And then Paloma starting with a 675 for I think a little barrel and a spin, another spin for a 4.5. So they've kind of started to take shape. This heat's really taking shape. They're starting to run away with it. Joanna needs to put her foot down and to step it up. She's from Portugal. She's very proficient at bodyboarding. And even though this is an intimidating wave, they have huge waves in Portugal. So she knows reefs. She knows gnarly sections. She's no stranger to that. So she's going to come out attacking it.
Taking a look right here, coming around that section, Joanna. Oh, that wave just dies out on her. As you can see, she has her eyes on the section to do a maneuver. And look at this, out the back. Yep, that looks like Yelined. Again, through the lip roll, nice cylindrical maneuver.
Makes it.
And she pulls it off. She's
awesome.
She's got to get out of there before coming too far into the shallows.
You see the rocks sucking up.
Oh my goodness.
So gnarly. But hey, that's a great second wave for Yolanda. She's going to go straight into the first place after that nice rollo. And Joanna would position herself really well. And there's the other girls. That's Alexander Rinder and another Portuguese,
Teresa Almeida.
Yep.
And there's Sadi O'Hara on the left.
Some of the top women bodyboarders in the world right there. Even though Alexander is only 17 or something, she's the best in the world. She's the world champ, 2-time world champ. She's doing 10-point rides out here. I'm glad she's not in my heat. She's nuts.
Yeah, those 3 ladies are situated in round number 4, standing by, watching who they're going to compete with. And is it going to be Paloma Fragan? So we're going to have the winner of this heat drop into that first heat of round number 4. And then you're going to have second place go into that second heat of round number 4. So that's why these ladies are watching these heats intently, because that's who's they're going to face off in round number 4.
Yeah, so we got the situation. We haven't seen the scores drop for Yolena's second El Rolo, but I'm sure she's going to really do really well. Which sounds like she got a 6 point something. But yeah, so the first place in this will go into heat number 1 with Ayaka Suzuki and Teresa Almeida. So the second place will go against Isabel Sousa and Aeneas Veleles.
Woo!
Look at this. Joanna up and riding. Let's see if she can do a nice roll. Oh, that lip just foiled her attempts. She had a great bottom turn, and I thought her approach was really good, man. I thought she had the right attempt there. She's sitting on the left. It's very sketchy there, and she just this onshore wind is making it really difficult for her. But Yelena,
yes,
6.75. Wow.
That's going to put her into that first place spot. So the Venezuelan bodyboarder Yolanda Gonzalez goes into that first place position. Paloma dropping down to second. She needs a 7.25 to get back into that first place, but it's all about first and second, which means Joanna needs an 8.25 on her next wave or a combination of 2 new rides. And then Andrea Diaz waiting patiently out the back, waiting for a wave. And here she is, Andrea Diaz. There's Andrea trying to make something happen right there. Not much of a wave for her to work with, but it's at least something on her score.
Great, yeah. She's out there. She's having fun, taking off, doing 360s. It's good for her just to be out there trying to attack this wave with the world's best women. And the women, I tell you, this year going at it. Look at these conditions they got right now. It's much better than the first day they were competing, so they're stoked. It's smooth. The guys are out there doing big air reverses like Dave Hubbard showed them. Whoa, I thought Paloma was going to do a roll onto dry rock. She's so nuts. She could do it.
Oh my gosh, that would have been scary. I would have held my breath for sure, because that is like no man's land. I've only seen one person ever do a maneuver in that section.
I've seen two.
Oh, who was the other one? Because the only one I know of is Guilherme Tamega.
So we all know Guilherme Tamega, giant roll on, death roll on an 8 to 10 foot wave. But on a similar day like this, I witnessed Paul Benko do a giant teeth vert right onto the dries, going into right where Paloma cut out. He just went for a huge invert and landed on the dry rocks and made his heat. It was the intense heat against Dave Winchester, probably the most successful rider out here who's had the best consistent results. He's the most consistent rider at Arica. Dave Winchester, I think he's only got below a third once in maybe 8 times he's been here. So that's huge stats.
Yes.
So Paul Benko was able to beat him with his giant invert onto dry reef right there. And we called it a teeth vert because he was just so focused. His mouth was wide open, and he was just gritting his teeth because he knew he was going to land on dry rocks.
So where are these two guys? Give us an update.
So Paul Benko's in the Canary Islands. He's teaching English to everyone over there, and has a great English school. You should go see it. My American Teacher. So go.
He's a genius.
If you want to learn English in the Canary Islands, go see Paul Benko. He's the man. He's got a family, a new daughter. He's very happy, ripping. Guilherme Tamega is at home, lifeguarding, saving lives on a daily basis on the North Shore of Hawaii. One of the best top lifeguards in the state of Hawaii. He's the guy you want to have on the tower pipeline. If you're in trouble, he's going to come save you no matter what situation is in. He's like Aquaman. We really like him up there, and so does all the other lifeguards. They're really stoked to have him as part of their unit.
And Dave Winchester, did you mention?
Oh yeah, Dave Winchester has 4 beautiful daughters. He's still ripping, just doing giant air reverses every day probably, and having a great time at home in Australia with his beautiful family.
All right, so Yolanda was almost going to be that third person to do a maneuver in that area.
She sure was.
Lucky that she did it, because it was dry reef right there. So Yolanda right now currently in that first place spot, 6 minutes remaining in this first heat of 2. And lucky for us, the conditions have remained glassy, and we're coming up at 1 o'clock here in Arica.
Perfect.
So we're stoked. We're going to run one more heat of the women's round number 2 of the repechage, and I believe, don't hold me to this because I've been wrong all day, but we may go into that last heat of the Pro Juniors that has yet to be finished. Look at this out the back.
out the back. Nice set. It looks peaky rights and lefts, breaking anyone. No one wants it. They're a little caught inside. The girls are being very selective. It's very smart for the girls. You know, they want the perfect wave that they can do their nice rolls and get little tubes. And, you know, if you're Alexandria Winder, you're just going to do giant backflips. Or if you're Isabella Souza, you're going to do huge air forwards.
Yeah,
and Namara Carvalho will just do a big invert.
Yes.
Those girls are nuts out here. They just take it to it. I've seen them, all three of them, just do some crazy stuff, and really enjoy watching them when it comes to this wave.
And it looks like the next heat are making their way out. Valentina Diaz, Luz Marie Gran, Begonia Martinez, yes, our very own Begonia, and Savitri Alvarez are coming up next in second heat. So a quick rundown on a few more shout-outs. The ones that I haven't been able to get to. Manuel Gomez is tuned in from Lisbon, Portugal. Emil is in South Africa. Manu from Sintra, Portugal. He along with Nunu never turn off their computers when it comes to the live stream of the APB tour. Warren is also tuned in from Port Elizabeth, South Africa. I'm sure he's proud right now. We got Stephen Miner in SoCal, San Diego. Boom, I miss San Diego. I'll be home soon. Dane is tuned in as well from South Africa. Romold from East Coast Reunion Island. Pierre, thank you for tuning in from Indonesia. What? Rafael is in Rosarito Beach, California, and I miss home. I miss going down to Baja.
Roberto's.
And Roberto's Mexican restaurant, yes. And Lolita's.
Yes.
Yeah, Lolita's. I miss the boys, the Juan and George, far fan from Lolita's. So if anybody is in San Diego, please get me a California burrito to go.
And that has French fries in it, everybody, or potatoes. That's why it's called a California burrito, because people in California love French fries, so they're going to throw them in everything, especially Manny's burritos.
Here we go. Andrea Diaz, reverse on the inside. You can tell she's a little timid, taking the medium-sized waves. I'm sure that she has to get that confidence going to be able to ride this wave. This is no joke.
No,
Flopos is a pretty heavy wave and dangerous. I mean, everybody, when the waves get bigger, will hit the reef at one point.
Totally. We saw someone go right on that wave, and they heard some cheers. So we'll see. You see them paddling back out. I'm not sure what they did, but it would be interesting to see if they improve the situation here. So we're pretty excited to see.
By the looks of it looks like the rider in red did go. So Joanna needed an 8.25. If that was Joanna on the right in the red jersey, we're trying to get a replay dialed up right now. But she needed an 8.25 to get into that second place spot. So scores are dropping. So again, Andrea Diaz, she's just going to be plugging away on these medium-sized waves. I don't know if she's going to be a real threat for the other three ladies. But Joanna Schenker, she is needing an 8.25, and I think that was her on that last wave. I think the boys are whipping up the replay to make sure we take a look at her last wave. But Paloma Fragan in second, Yalune Gonzalez in blue. All of these ladies.
Top two advance, so that's only those top two. We're looking at the advancing situation for Fragan and Gonzalez here. With just a few moments left, we see the other girls out in the back. Who's up? Yellow Paloma wasn't able to capitalize, but she's still in the second position, so she's pretty stoked.
So scores are still waiting to be dropped. A quick little refresh on my end to make sure. Oh, there we go.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Joanna Schenker's last wave coming in at an 8.25, which puts her into that second place spot with less than a minute to go.
Oh my god.
That is what could happen in the last few minutes of a heat. And Joanna going hard on that last wave with an 8.25. And yes, here is a look at Joanna's wave.
I can't wait to see the replay of this 8.25 by Joanna Schenker. Look at her go. Beautiful projection. ARS. Oh my God. What an amazing skill level by this Portuguese rider. She's one of the best in the world, and that's why awesome maneuver by Joanna in the clutch situation. So you'll notice her and Paloma are tied, and the reason Joanna is beating her is because she has the highest score. So she has an 8.25 and a 3, where Paloma only has a 6.75. So Joanna's winning on a countback of the single highest wave. So it's few seconds left. You'll see if Paloma can pull out a comeback. But man, what did Joanna Schenker do with that ARS? We heard the beach go wild, and that was why.
That was incredible. In the last few minutes of that heat, she was able to pull it off.
Incredible.
And Paloma, she has less than 15 seconds to go for a 4.51. Keep your eyes on the rider in yellow. That is Paloma. Is she going to be able to pull it off? Oh, my. So within the last few minutes, it is the Portuguese. And this wave will not count. And coming in on the inside, incredible comeback right there for Joanna Schenker to take that second place spot. And Yulena, both of those ladies advance on into round number 4. Coming up after these commercials, heat number 2 of round number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We're over here. It's so easy to keep looking back to see the surf back there. But once again, Manny V here with Jeff Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge here on Scorpion Island.
It's all happening.
Yes, we saw the last-minute heroics to get one of those 2 elusive spots, first and second, to advance on. That was Joanna Schenker pulling off an ARS in that heat.
Yeah, that was spectacular. Highest score of the day for women, 8.25. Great for her to do an ARS in the critical situation to make it in advance. So really big props to her because she's been following the tour and she's such a top performer. It's nice to see her get past this elimination round into the upper rounds.
All right, let's get into the action with the second heat in this round in the women's division. Let's take it out into the water. So out in this heat, we are going to see Valentina Diaz from Chile, Luz Marie Grand in the white jersey, Begonia in yellow, and in blue, Savitri Alvarez from Chile. So, Jeff Hubbard?
Yeah, wow. This is going to be a really exciting heat, man. I'm so psyched to see what these girls do. Especially the last heat we saw fireworks. So this heat should do the same thing for us. We got 3 Chileans in the heat. Going against up the lone Puerto Rican, Luis Marie Grande. Luis Marie is a solid competitor. She's really strong, and her, coming from Puerto Rico, she's used to heavy, amazing waves, just like El Gringo. Maybe not this freezing water, because Puerto Rico's so warm and tropical. The vibes there are unbelievable at the enchanted island of Puerto Rico. But Luis Marie Grande is going to be looking to do some damage out here in this heat. Valentina Diaz from Chile, Begonia from Chile, and Savitri from Chile are all trying to take out these top 2 spots. And maybe I wonder if they're going to gang up on the lone Puerto Rican. This will be interesting. We'll see what happens. We see some lines out the back. We see these waves cresting. See where they position themselves, Manny. We'll see if they. We got a ride up and riding. It is the Puerto Rican, I think. No, Valentina Diaz, a beautiful roll. Goodness gracious. That was amazing. Great job by Valentina to do a beautiful roll on that set wave on the left-hander. She is psyching. She's a young competitor, and she is fierce. And you can see it in her eye. She wants it. Oh, yellow up and riding. Didn't quite get that. That was Begonia. But Begonia, who's been doing most of the interviews during this entire event, is from Iquique, and she is really well versed in these shallow, dangerous reef breaks. The danger looms as you can see that wave folding over the dry rocks on your screen. So luckily, if you know how the wave breaks, you're trying to position yourself to be not in there. But looks like we're hearing our first score coming in for the girls. I think it was a 5.0 maybe or so. we'll see a drop for Valentina Diaz. Should be awesome, Manny. So yeah, I think we're going to see some great action in this heat. We're just going to throw it and say thanks to the our sponsors, the Ilustria Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and presented by Arizos, Universidad de Tarapaca, Agua de Silo, 360 Energy Drink, and Pan America Hotel, FMOK Hertz, and our boys at Bodyboard King. So yeah, that's all our wonderful sponsors hooking it up, making sure this event comes to you live, making sure the boys and girls all get to surf El Gringo and to show you some great action, Manny.
All right, let's take another look at just what went down. That was Valentina Diaz, and she's coming around the section and finds this roll section and pulls it off on the shallows here at Flopos. Wow, the conditions are still insane here on Scorpion Island in Arica. Look at this, out the back, dropping in Valentina Diaz. Nice clean stall, trying to find that section, but she pulls out of there, and gets pulled over, up and over on that section right there. So, hubby guys, thanks for holding it down.
Yeah, that was really fun watching these girls go at it. Look, someone's going right, Manny. Who is it?
It looks like the Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican. Looks like a rollo, man. It looks like she did a nice roll. Let's see if she makes it. Difficult to make it in those heavy waves of Arica, and that cold must be just sapping her energy, because Puerto Rico is just the warmest, most tropical, beautiful place in the world, and then having cold, icy, chilly waters really might be taking its toll. Using a wetsuit for the first time is not easy.
No, I actually had dinner with a few of the girls last night, and we went to this cool little area where we sat down, and I actually talked to her about that. But look at this, Savitri Alvarez up and riding, looking for a roll section, and she goes for it, holding on tight, but he comes unglued on the inside. And look at this, Begonia Martinez. Begonia, what's she going to do on this inside section? And not much there for her to do, so it looks like we've got some back-to-back waves from all the riders, so everybody has scores now on their scorecard. A little bit more action from all the riders here in heat number 2 of round number 3.
Yeah, really cool action here for the girls. They're just having a great time out in the water. It's round number 2, or maybe it's round number 3, this elimination round. We have 2 heats. This is the repecharge heat for these girls, and they're going at it. Beautiful conditions here. It's still very glassy. The clouds cover came back. It's keeping the winds at bay. The swell seems like it's dissipating quite a bit, but the women are loving it. Look at that big rollo. Doesn't make it, unfortunately, but wow, what a great effort there. And the women are just having a blast, just going blow for blow here on the left-hander of El Flopos. Even the dogs are excited, playing in the streets. It's all happening here.
Yes, the conditions have been very kind to us today, as we've seen glassy conditions for pretty much the entire morning and live broadcast. We're coming up at 1 p.m. or 1:10 p.m. here in Arica. So we're stoked to be able to have these conditions, because it allows us to keep going through the solid action with all the divisions. Well, we're going to jump into the Pro Juniors, I believe, tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think we have one heat of the Pro Juniors we're going to get through tomorrow morning, first thing, send them out, get that heat out of the way, and then we're going to finish the men's tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day for the men's. We're going to run quarters, semis, finals, and the finals. I think they're going to be half-hour heats. We're going to see some crazy matchups. It's going to be an amazing day. So, guys, make sure you're watching for that action. The girls spinning up out the back. Luz Migrande, nice reverse spin just to get some points on the board. It's going to be a tight heat at the moment, so she's got to get anything she can. And then, so after the juniors, then men's tomorrow, we might start to go back into the women's right after that. And then we're going to finish with the women's and juniors finals on Saturday. So we've had a full event. We've had 10 days waiting period, 9 days of competition slated. It doesn't stop here. Every day, people out there ripping it up at El Flopos. Manny, how does that make you feel?
I'm still in awe on how consistent this wave is. I mean, every morning, this is a small day here at Flopos. Can you imagine that? Here we go, up and riding.
Yeah,
Valentina Diaz.
Wow.
She's been moving pretty much this entire heat.
What a nice. Oh, she almost went for the second roll on the dry rocks. What a champion. Valentina Diaz pushing the limits here at Al Flopos. She's looking in a commanding lead, has a 2 Rolos, and so she's going to be really happy here. It's interesting. I haven't seen the. Yeah, we'll see the scores drop. We don't see it on our end, but I know on the screen that you guys are hopefully being able to watch them as well.
Look at this. We have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat with Begonia. I actually know with David Hubbard. Yeah, so he's everywhere today. Take it away, Dave.
All right, we have the winner of the first round 3 heat from the women's division, Yule Gonzalez from Venezuela. And tell us, how did it go out in the water? ¿Cómo te fue?
Bien, conseguí agarrar nada más 2 olas, pero las cuales me dieron la puntuación para pasar de primero en mi heat. Súper contenta de estar aquí en este campeonato representando a mi país. Un saludo a todos allá y contenta.
So she's very content, excited to make it through the heat, also representing her country here. And she had a good time out there. And what do you plan for the next heat? ¿Qué es su plan por el próximo ronda?
Nada, tratar de agarrar 2 buenas olas que me den las puntuaciones para seguir avanzando en este contest y disfrutármelo también.
All right, she wants to get to the 2 best waves and do her best to get some good points to advance, and more than anything, she wants to enjoy herself out there. So, felicitación, congratulations, Yule, and we will be seeing her in round number 4. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Oh my goodness! Is she wearing like a shorty, or what is she wearing? Because I would be freezing if it's not a full suit.
She looked chilly. She was shivering. It looked like it might have just stopped, like a long arm spring. She might have been wearing a long arm spring chest zip, Manny.
Oh my goodness!
It looked like she was freezing to death.
Well, you know what? Whatever it is, keep doing it because it actually helped her win that last heat. So
it sure did.
Her along with Joanna Schenker, who pulled out the last minutes. Heroics to advance on, so they're moving on into round number 4. Out in the water, we have heat number 2, round number 3. Here we go.
Wow, round number 3 of the girls.
Luz Marie Gran, the Puerto Rican, spinning and cutting out of there. Look at the water just churning on the inside as it comes onto the shallows of the reef here in Flopos. Look at this out the back.
Someone else up and riding. Wow, is that Valentina Diaz again pulling into the pit? Oh my gosh, she's an animal. Look at her score. She's got 13 points. All of the girls are almost in combination, but maybe not. But they need a big score to catch her. So she's looking really good. They're nice Rolos, cylindrical Rolos on the left-handers have put her way up in the lead. And we're looking at it's a battle for second place. Luis Marie Grande is holding it down from Puerto Rico, trying to edge out the other Chileans. What a battle.
I know. No, this is it. Only 2 spots are up for grabs, and only the 2 top finishers will go into heats 3 and 4 in round number 4. So, I mean, you got a 50-50 chance, but, I mean, with 3 other riders out there at one peak, it's very tough. Look at this thing out the back. Nobody is going to be in position. In fact, it is time to clean up aisle 1 because this thing is going to be coming in. Oh, lucky for them, they're a little bit off to the side. So,
wow. But
that's probably one of the bigger waves we've seen come in through so far.
It sure was. And actually, I think, Manny, I was incorrect. They're going to run the last heat of juniors after this heat, so that's going to be very nice. Juniors going to be back in the water in these smooth conditions. I mean, yeah, why not? It's glassy. It might stay glassy all day. It's one of those days, rare days in Arica, where you could surf until 4 p.m., maybe even 5 p.m. before the wind comes on and shreds it up. I think there might have only been 10 people in the history of the planet that have surfed here in the afternoon, had evening sessions, because it's just always radically onshore. The tides are usually pretty dangerous, and no one really wants to surf this wave by themselves in the cold, frigid onshore breeze because every morning it's pumping.
Yeah, I think, you're right. I've been out down here in the late afternoon, and seriously, it is just like victory at sea out there.
Yeah, it's a whole different
world. It's still
world.
Perfect, but bumpy, choppy, ugly. Oh, no, we may have an interference situation if black had priority, so it's going to be interesting.
Ooh.
Or if we're going to find out who had the priority right there, but there is a priority system in place in this heat.
Yeah, sure is, Manny. Guys are going Richter out here, and so What do we need? What are we looking for, Manny? There's someone else out the back, takes off late. Oh my gosh, great strategy to pull. She got in there. She scooped in. She almost made it.
I think that was Valentina Diaz in the red jersey, who has obviously showing no fear out here, grabbing everything inside. She's in that first place spot with a 6.0 and a 7.0. With 6 minutes to go, she's looking very good to hold into that first place spot. But it is all about first and second. So Savitri Alvarez in blue and Begonia in yellow both need to get something going.
Animal. That was animal. Look at this triangle here. Someone's getting interference. I'm not sure who it is, but it was really interesting watching that transpire. It keeps the heat so interesting when the girls dropping on each other like this. It really keeps us on our toes here in the booth.
Yeah, that was Begonia in the yellow jersey who dropped in on Savitri. Both of them, that will definitely will not help them get into that second place spot, but we'll give you the quick rundown on if there was a interference, and you can see for yourself as well if you're on apbtour.com/live. So what do you got on your agenda for this afternoon?
Oh, I'm starving, Manny, so I'm super hungry. I'm excited to go eat. I'm going to go eat at Casa Beltran. Their lunch is amazing. They have this, usually you get your set menu, so you get your choice of appetizer and your choice of entree. I usually always order an extra juice. They make their juice fresh there, so I'm usually pretty happy. I eat that, and I'm usually quick nap, FOMA, and then up for the afternoon stretch and cruise with the boys.
So the cat was let out of the bag from I won't mention any names, Finnegan, and said that you love to eat the sweets right before bed. Is that true?
Oh heck yeah! They have the best dessert counter in Chile. I think they have.
They do have some amazing desserts. I mean, I think they're on every corner you go by. The smell of sugary treats. Oh my goodness!
So I indulge for sure. Every night I make sure I have a little treat before bed. Last night I had a warm apple pie with some whipped cream. And the night before that I had a beautiful strawberry cheesecake. And
right before bed.
Oh yeah, I was still hungry. That puts me to bed.
All right.
I'm psyching, and I
well,
wake up.
You know the
excited.
rest of the human bodies on the planet, if they eat sugar before bed, would not give them a perfect night's sleep.
That's a great strategy, Manny. Maybe I sleep like a rock. I think it's like my little bedtime after dinner little sleeping pill.
Well, here's what we need. We need to see some action again. Here's another look at that replay, and we're still here waiting to hear from the judges. And it looks like yes, Begonia was not in priority and dropping in on Savitri Alvarez. So Begonia, unfortunately, in that fourth place spot with 3 minutes to go, probably will not have the chance of getting back into that first or second place spot. And Savitri, she only needs a 3.01 score on her next wave to get into that second place spot.
Very exciting, very entertaining. These girls keeping it so close and fun for us to watch, and seeing who's going to win. Look at this set off the back, little texture. What's it going to do? Is it going to barrel? It's going to mush a little bit. See, this is probably a great reason why they didn't run the men's quarterfinals right now, is because it's just a little bit of texture. And tomorrow, hopefully, we'll have cleaner glacier conditions for the quarter semis-finals of men's, but the women in their repechage heat, they're stoked. This is much better conditions than they had to surf their first heats with, and so they're able to get some great scores. Look at Valentina Diaz, 13 points. She's putting on a clinic out there. She's stamping her authority. I'm from Chile. I belong here. I'm going to show you girls what's up.
Yeah, the bigger waves come in. She is definitely one of those two women, Luis Marie Gran from Puerto Rico. Those two are the ones that are actually waiting for the bigger stuff. And look at this. It is Savitri. She's looking for a 3.01. Is this going to be it? If she can hold on to this, that might be it.
What?
Oh my
gosh.
Did the Chilean take out Luis Marie Gran in the last few minutes of this heat? A 3.01 is what she needed. Now it is Luis Marie Gran who may need to get back into that first place spot. But look at this yellow Begonia. She's not going out without a fight.
Nice.
Pulling that up and over.
This is great. Begonia.
Look at that wave over there. That's what we were talking about.
Begonia's in a someone just went right. Oh my gosh, that's a big score by the right.
Oh,
if that was Luis Marie, she's going to have a great chance of advancing. That's exactly what she needed, because for sure Savitri got that score she needed. She only needed a 3.1, and she did a crazy airdrop rolo, and that would have right into the rock. So Savitri for sure gets the score. Will Luis Marie Grande get the score on that right? That was nicely well executed rolo at the end of that wave.
Yeah, for sure some scores and situation changes are going to happen in these last few minutes of this heat. We got about a minute left in this heat. It's going to be interesting how all the scores are going to drop. But Savitri, and yes. Whoa, so Luz Marie Grande on that right. We have the wide angle shot on that, but Luz Marie with a 9.25. She's not in that first place spot because her second highest scoring wave is only a 3.0, which means Savitri, it was not enough for her. Now she needs a huge score, a 9.35. So that might be the end of this heat. But look at this, Valentina Diaz. She has been in that first place spot pretty much from the beginning of the heat.
She sure has, man. And she's young. I swear she must be like 16. So she's a young Chilean, and so she's attacking this like she's like a veteran.
Yeah, so hopefully here's another look at the couple waves that went down. And this was Savitri's last wave, which needed a 3.01, and she held on through that thing. And if Luz Marie Grande didn't catch a wave, that would have put her into that second place spot, but Luz Marie Grande clocking in a 9.25. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last heat of the day. Oh, wait. Sorry, I stand corrected.
We have juniors, the last heat of juniors.
Oh, we are going to run that heat?
Yep, it looks like they're running it, Manny. There's four guys out there. Juniors are going out. It's Luan Tavares from Brazil, Yurko Gonzalez from Chile, Agustin Figueroa from Chile, and Matias Belmal from Chile. So we have three Chileans. These guys are radical against the lone Brazilian.
So here's the end of that wave. So unfortunately we didn't see the beginning of that wave, but she pulled in at the very last second right there and has to do the rock dance out of there. So here we go. We are ready to rock for the last heat of the day. The juniors, round number 1, the last heat, heat 8 is in the water. So this is, we had to stop the first round of the juniors at heat number 7 a few days ago, just because we had to take somebody to the hospital, which means we didn't have a ambulance on site, so we had to cancel or postpone that last heat until now. This is when it's going to go down. Only 2 riders will advance on.
Yep, so we'll see what happens here in round 1, heat 8 of the juniors. These guys saw the women going at it, so they're going to be super excited to finish off the day of competition. But man, look, Manny, it has gotten glacier. You know, it's almost that wind is holding off all day. What an amazing day here in Arica for July, having the wind just hold off like it is. It's really special. So we're seeing these juniors going to go to battle. It's going to be really fun. You know, the juniors are trying to make it to the quarterfinals. You know, the top 2 advance to the quarterfinals, and you know, if they want to surf them.
Oh my, somebody needs a little nap early right there. Jeff Hubbard holding it together, but hang in there, brother. This is the last heat, and up and riding Matias Bernal, the Chilean. This is the Pro Juniors out in the water, heat number 8 of round number 1, finishing off round number 1 with this heat. So you're going to see, again, Luan Traves in red, Yurko Gonzalez in white, Agustin Figueroa in yellow, and Matias Bernal in blue. And there you saw Matias's first wave.
Beautiful. It's a nice double roll by Matias, finished with a reverse spin, packing in the moves. You know, those kind of waves, he's going to build his house here, try and get some points on the board. This is the juniors division here, and so he's really looking forward to trying to get to the quarterfinals. You know, 16 guys will enter the quarterfinals. Juniors is 4-man heats all the way through these junior rounds. It's teaching these kids how to compete at this high level, and with 4 guys in the water, it creates a much more intense vibe for them. So it's really good training for these junior riders to get to the elite level. And in waves like this, Manny, it's really hollow and heavy. These kids have been watching the men's, the women's blow up all day, so they're excited to go and show their stuff. And with the 3 Chileans in the water, you can bet the beach and the crowd is going to get behind them. And look at the sets up the back, Manny.
Oh my, we've had action all day. We're pretty stoked to be able to run all the way till 1:30. Look at this, coming around that section on this right. It is Agustin Figueroa coming around that section. Oh, it looked like he was going to go for a reverse, but actually held on and just went for an invert right there. And we do have more action out the back. A ton of waves coming in. Not much there for Luan Tavares, the Brazilian. So we are winding down today's action with this last 25-minute heat. Top 2 riders will go into the quarterfinals of the Pro Juniors. Look at this thing. Nice clean bottom turn.
Yeah, nice rollo. And see, for the juniors, that juniors division, that was a decent roll. He's going to be, just trying to get points on the board, keep himself happy, keep himself moving, trying to progress through. The juniors, the standouts of the juniors division, we have guys like Socrates Santana, Tanner McDaniel. We have, Christian Tapia, some Joaquin Soto, some really intense, high-performing junior competitors, Nelson Flores, Matias Bastos. These guys and Diego Gomez, these are young competitors that are that enter the men's division and do pretty well. So when they enter the juniors, they just they're like hammers. They come in raging. So these guys in this heat really have to put on step it up if they want to, advance the quarters and really put on a show and advance farther against these really seasoned junior campaigners.
Look at, we got some waves coming in out the back. Are any of the riders in position? You can hear all the supporters and coaches on the beach whistling. These are the young guns, under 18 pro juniors out in the water. So everybody, little tip will help. Again, this is the last heat in the pro juniors, round number 1, heat 8 that we had to postpone till today. Ton of action went down all day with the men's, women's, and now we're going to end off with this one heat of pro juniors. Have a boat. You are stoked. Check this out. Up and riding. It looks like, rider in white coming down and riding out of your screen.
Beautiful action on the screen. Barrels spitting everywhere. Riders going right. Empty waves on the left. It's great to see. We're all having fun here. And the juniors are just going wild.
All right, looks like we do have some waves coming in still. Action-packed day all day.
Yeah, what an action. We guess it's only 1:38 here in Arica, so we have 7 minutes left. We're going to at least run 1 or 2 more juniors heats. That's great, brilliant. I mean, I'm really happy the organizers are putting the juniors out in such good conditions. We're going to get to see them shine. Tanner McDaniel, stand out in the men's division this year. What's he going to do in the juniors, Manny? Do you think he's just going to go for broke, double backflips, or do you think he's going to, settle down, just try and focus on winning the heat, wave by wave? What's his strategy?
You know what? I'm going to say, even though he has been knocked out of the men's division, I think he's going to, calm down, relax, and reset and say, hey, I'm not out of the entire event yet. I still have a chance to walk out of here with a win.
Oh yeah,
even in the pro juniors. So I think he's gonna come back firing.
Yeah, he's gonna be on fire. I was just checking to see if he thought he's gonna just go for broke and just trying to go for double backflips and big air reverses, or you think he's gonna settle down and just try to build a house, and how his actual heat strategy is gonna play out. But look, up and riding yellow, Rolo into the V, into the danger zone, full danger mouse maneuvers. Not recommended for younger viewers to do that into the rocks.
Oh man, it's coming down to the wire. We're about 6 minutes remaining in this heat, 6 minutes in the pro juniors, and it looks like, things are being called on the spot. I do feel a little breeze though on my back through the screen, which means that is the beginning of the onshore winds coming in. So the decision has yet to be made 100%, but look at this out the back. Nice clean roll. That is what Luan needed to get out of that fourth place spot. He needed a 5.91 to get into second place, and a very low scoring waves for the bottom 3 competitors out in the water. So, we got some serious action still going down, even in the pro juniors.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. These guys are just going for it. They know they want to make the quarterfinals here in the juniors division, and we have Bamal is having a solid heat. He's looking really great. Everyone else is looking pretty solid too. Let's see if these guys can get everything situated and get to these top 2 advancing spots. You know, there's waves are performing out there, so I mean, the waves are going to offer up some amazing opportunity.
Look at this out the back. We do have a rider, I believe that's blue, Matthias Bernal. And he is currently in that first place spot, but it's about this set coming in out the back that could change everything. Again, I just got word we are going to try to pull through and get into those quarterfinals, all 4 of them for the Pro Juniors. So we will have a ton more action with the waves coming in. So yeah, we are going into the quarterfinals, heat number 1 for the Pro Juniors. And look at this, we have White on the inside.
Oh, wow.
Forcing a move.
Aggressive. Oh my gosh, he could be in serious peril there. That wave just closed out on his head again next to the dry rocks. Sea urchins everywhere. Wow. This is crazy stuff these juniors are performing.
Yes, I mean, that was Yurko trying to put a little combination of moves in that last wave, but ends up really on the inside in the shallows here at Flopos. Again, thank you all for tuning in. It is 4 minutes remaining in this heat, the last heat of round number 1 for the Pro Juniors, and then we're going to go into the quarterfinals. That's where you're going to see all the riders from the previous heats in the Pro Juniors putting it all on the line, and that's where you're going to see some big moves. Tanner McDaniel is one of those guys in this heat, so that's the kind of riding you're going to see coming up for the next 4 heats in the quarterfinals.
Totally. Tanner McDaniel, Marcelo Fuentes, I think he also made the top heats. Was he the competitor that beat Jared Houston?
That's right. This is going to be a fun heat to watch, so I'm telling you, it's not over yet as far as the high action is concerned. Again, thank you all for tuning in from the very first heat of today and the very first heat of the comp here for the Arica Chilean Challenge. Here we go, up and ready.
Wow.
Luan.
Look at this kid go. He's gotten the speed. He wants to do a big backflip. And see, that's what we're talking about. The juniors are capable of amazing moves, huge claim, big backflip. That's going to be a giant score. It's going to leap him straight away into some of the most, into the quarterfinals. Is that his ticket to the quarterfinals, Manny? I think so.
I agree 100%, especially he needed 2.90, and that was going to blow that score out of the water. And look at this, White coming all the way down the line. That is Yurko Gonzalez. Not much there for Yurko. So coming down to the last few minutes, it's getting hot and heavy. But wow, Luan's big maneuver, 8.0. So that will definitely going to help him. He's actually in a pretty commanding lead with a 6.85 and an 8.0. So very stoked for Luan Taveras.
Yep, Luan from Brazil, showing why he's one of the top juniors in the world with a nice big roll. That was his first score. And I think we're gonna see the replay of his big backflip right here. Watch it. He gets so much speed and a great projection, throws his legs out, spins around. The speed he had off the bottom turn allowed him to do that incredible maneuver. The control he had on his rail, speeding towards the lip, was the reason he flew so far out into the flats. And for him to hold on in these conditions was great. So he's got a ticket to the quarterfinals. He's psyching.
All right, out the back, Matthias Bernal pulling into that barrel, comes out clean and goes for a roll. Not very projected, not very clean, but it is going to help him hold on to that second place spot.
Yeah, that really solidifies his second place spot. The heat is really taking shape now, Manny. It's nice the juniors are really putting on a show. They've gotten a little more comfortable. Oh, look, someone's getting a barrel again. Wow, I didn't quite make it, but man, nice barrel riding by Matthias. Matthias's barrel was great. The Rolo was a little sloppy, but for the juniors to come out with a Rolo out of a barrel was nice and technical. Judges are going to reward him, and he's going to be a happy camper sitting in the quarterfinals. And he may get to surf again today, Manny, in these great conditions. How cool would that be?
That would be pretty solid if Luan and Matthias hold on to those first and second spots. They're going to be coming up next in the quarterfinals, and you can hear the horn in the background. This score will count, but it is Matthias who is already in that second place spot. You can hear the horn being sounded. That is the end of heat number 8 in the first round of juniors. For Jeff Hubbard and myself, Manny V. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with the quarterfinals of the Pro Juniors right after this.
Aloha.
Welcome back once again. You're everywhere.
Hey, I'm here, I'm there, and I'm back in the booth with you, Manny.
Yes, we're going to give you the live feed again from the 7th day of action here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, and we're going to give you the last 4 heats of the day. I'm pretty sure of that now. But the Pro Juniors quarterfinals are underway out in the water. These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 riders will go into the semifinal. So let's get out into the water right now with heat number 1. Heat number 1, you're going to see red, Tanner McDaniel. In white, Miguel Faundes. In yellow, Pedro Lopez and Cristobal Fernandez. So 3 Chileans and the Hawaiian, Tanner McDaniel. So get ready for an action-packed heat. We saw Marcelo Faundes taking out Jared Houston earlier in the men's division, and here he is trying to make a run for a win in the Pro Juniors. He was knocked out in a later heat from the men's division. And now here he is, up and riding. We got our first wave, and that is
Cristobal Fernandez.
Yes.
He's getting a nice little roll on the end of that section, so he's getting his campaign underway. And we'll have to get complete confirmation. Up until this point, juniors heats have been 20 minutes, so we'll see if they continue 20 minutes for this. But wow, White getting into the barrel. That was Marcelo Faundes, pulling in deep and just unable to ride out of that. But a great effort from Marcelo Faundes. And we do have such terrific sponsors bringing you this event. Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop, the Arica Chilean Challenge presented by Erizos. Also supporting Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, as well as Bodyboard King, sponsoring the webcast of the whole APB World Tour. And please follow us. First of all, log in to apbtour.com, and whichever and all or any of the social medias that you subscribe to, please check us out. They're listed, so find APB Tour on any of and all of those. Here we have another ride. This is, again, Marcelo Faundes trying to pick his way through this inside section. Nice spin after the initial rollo. Out the back, Pedro Lopez up on a beautiful right-hander. Very clinical rollo, and performs even another one before getting out of that right-hander as it gets uber shallow, Manny. So it gets really shallow on that inside section, and it can get very critical. But once again, day number 7 on July 7th, and this day commemorating the invention of the bodyboard. Tom Mori, 45 years ago today, came up with an invention, a new way to ride waves, kind of an old twist on the Alaya, the Pipo boards that were used by the native Hawaiians. And so, using a piece of foam, he carved it up, found some nice rail angles, and found a nice length. And from there, this whole sport and lifestyle was born, and eventually a world tour. Now it's the APB World Tour, and we are bringing you a Pro Junior quarterfinal, which is out in the water now. Tanner McDaniel and Marcelo Faundes, both Pro Juniors that were competing in the men's division. They made it all the way to round 4, so they did incredible to make it through the men's, but now they're in the quarterfinals of the Pro Juniors, and they want to continue going. It is Pedro Lopez and Cristobal Fernandez joining them. 2 of these juniors will move on into the semifinals. So very exciting, and great that the wind's being cooperative, so we can let these women and juniors get a part of the action there, an unreal action that we have today, while we still got it.
No, we've been very fortunate to have solid conditions. Look at this, coming off the bottom. Wow, Tanner McDaniel with a perfectly executed flip maneuver right there. And he is just pulling way ahead right now from the Chileans in this first heat of quarterfinals. So good job, Tanner McDaniel.
For sure. So now that we're taking a peek at some live scores, we got a 7.75 for Tanner and Cristobal with a 5.5. There was a barrel from the guy we were talking about. He only needed a 0.75 to launch himself in a second spot. And yeah, from what it looks like on our side, it does seem like these are going to be 25-minute quarterfinals. Tanner McDaniel getting a 7 for his last ride. So he's sitting in a strong position right now in first place. And even if one of the other riders is able to move above him in first place, second place is still going to advance. So as long as 2 riders don't overtake his lead, looks like Tanner McDaniel has 1 foot in the door of the semifinals here in the Arica Chilean Challenge Pro Junior Division.
Yeah, I mean, he still has his eyes set on a win here, of course, in the Pro Juniors. Here's another look at his last wave. It is perfectly timed off the bottom and didn't get projection straight up, but he did have enough to pull it around. So a solid wave right there for Tanner McDaniel. So yeah, a set of 7s, a 7.0 and a 7.75 for Tanner McDaniel here in the first heat of the quarterfinals.
And wow, what a terrific day of action we've had. We finished off round 3 of the men's, then we went into round 4, and even round 3 of the women's. We finished off the last heat of round 1 of the juniors. Now we're into the quarterfinals of the juniors. So it is really a terrific way to celebrate Bodyboard Day.
Yes.
By watching all 3 of these disciplines that we have on the APB World Tour competing on the world stage here at Flopos on Ex Isla Alacran. This is one of the premier venues on all 3 of these world tours. And scores on your screen revealing it is Tanner McDaniel with a solid position in this heat. Second spot going to Cristobal Fernandez. He's got some consistent scores on his belt. Pressure on Marcelo and Pedro. But they don't need massive scores to get into that second spot. They will need some pretty big scores to get into that first spot.
We're coming up on 2 o'clock here in Arica, and out the back, look at this.
Cristobal going for a nice roll before exiting in the channel. So, yeah, these juniors are going for it. Here, let's take a replay of Marcelo. He got a nice tube ride there. Came out clean. He's a barrel hunter. There he goes for the reverse on the open face. Pretty cool.
So not a bad wave right there for Marcelo Faundes. Now, like you said, not big high-scoring waves that they need to get into that advancement spot. Only the top two riders will go into the semis. And if you make it to the semis, you're one step closer to the final.
Wow, and that's where these pro juniors want to be, for sure. So,
what does that mean for a pro junior to win?
Well, it means a lot.
Event?
They get a ton of recognition. They get a lot of points on the World Tour. Manny, they could even get some cashola, too. There is prize money in the Pro Junior division. And the opportunity for that recognition on the world stage is huge because it could help them with sponsorships. It could help them with support to whether it's follow the rest of the Pro Junior World Tour or whether it's just follow their passion and their dreams of being a pro bodyboarder. It could help them a lot.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna be able to if they're gonna want to be able to travel the world, get on that Pro Junior tour, well, this is it. This is where you got to put your name on stamp your name on the tour, and to be able to come out on top here at Flopos, that's only going to help you.
Indeed. So this could be one of the most prestigious events on the Pro Junior World Tour because this is a renowned wave as far as its gnarliness. The world's best are all pretty intimidated by this wave in some respect, you know? And we've heard it from interviews from the men, the juniors, as well as the women, that this wave is intense, for sure. So this is a great thing to get under your belt for sure.
Look at this out the back. We may have some waves coming in. And we are in the Pro Juniors heat number 1 quarterfinals. And any takers on this one? No, it looks like everybody's a little bit too deep. And the difference between the conditions from the beginning of the day to now, it actually looks very fun. And I don't see anybody sticking around for that afternoon after events session. So I may have to make a run back to the house and grab my J-ROM and my blunt cuts and get out there.
Well, you do that, Manny. No, but for real, if Manny gets back to the hotel in time, he could change, jump right out the front balcony, and paddle over.
Ooh, look at this one, Tanner McDaniel.
Deep inside the barrel. I think he even tried to roll out there at some point, and he just is unable to escape the power of that ocean energy in the form of a tube ride. Tanner McDaniel pulling in deep on that one. No exit in sight. We may have even had a split peak scenario on that. If there was a ride on the right, we'll do our best to get you that.
Tanner McDaniel way ahead. Right now, Cristobal Fernandez in the blue can come into that first place spot with an 8.75, but it's all about that second place spot, it seems like right now, with Marcelo Fondas in third place in the white jersey and Pedro Lopez both needing pretty attainable scores to get into that second place spot. Again, only 2 riders will go into the semifinals. Quarterfinal number 1 out in the water, and on your screen is the situation out in the water with about 12 minutes remaining. Full day of action going down today.
Absolutely amazing. Such a great opportunity, not only for spectators here at Exisla Alacran, also the spectators live, you guys, but also the competitors getting an incredible opportunity to really push their level, really go for it, and be a part of World Bodyboarding Day. So just an epic opportunity overall for everybody involved.
All right, check this out. We do have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat and Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Sorry, I was just changing my clothes because I came out of the water. We're here with Luan Tavares from Brazil. You just made it on your heat, the first heat of the second round in junior. How do you feel? What happened in your heat? ¿Qué se aconteció na la bateria?
O mar tá meio que difícil e eu mantive bastante calma, esperei bastante e consegui pegar 2 ondas boas ali no final que me consagrei para me passar para a próxima bateria.
He said he remained calm during the heat. He was waiting a lot to pick the right one, and he actually found 2 very good waves that made him pass the heat. Esta é a primeira vez que você surfa aqui, verdade? E que você acha desta onda? This is the first time you surf here, right? What do you think about this wave?
Pô, aqui a onda é bastante boa, irada e altas ondas. Tem que aproveitar aí quando eu tô aqui porque oportunidade única.
Okay, well, congratulations, parabéns para você. He thinks this wave is unique, and this is a perfect opportunity to learn how to surf these kind of waves. Parabéns, and I hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Congratulations. Whoa, back to the action. Look at this. Nice invert through the lip right there from the rider in white. Yes, that was... I think that was white or yellow.
Marcelo Fondas,
yes.
I believe, going for his through-the-lip jamvert.
Well, he needed a 4.60 to get into that second place spot. That may have been it. It's going to be a close call as time winds down. We got about 9 minutes remaining in this heat, so a ton of time for each one of the riders. There is a priority system in place. And Tanner McDaniel looking very strong out in the water. Cristobal Fernandez in the blue jersey, currently in second, but I think Marcelo Faundes in the white jersey may have had enough points on that last wave to jump into that second place spot. Again, only 2 riders going into the quarterfinals. Sorry, semifinals.
And these Groms really putting it on the line to be part of that advancing duo. 2 of them moving on to the semis. And once we get into Heat 2, another stacked heat of amazing junior talent, it'll be 2 of them battling it out to be in that first semi-final.
Coming down to the 8-minute, 20-second mark out in the water. Perfect time to give a shout out to our sponsors, the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and event is presented by Erizos. Man, you got to remind me to talk to Begonia. And look at this, out in the water, getting a nice deep barrel. Okay, now here he goes. He's making a run. Marcelo Faundes needing a 4.60, and that looks like it's going to be a solid score for Marcelo. Pedro Lopez now is on the hunt for 6.25. Totally obtainable for all these riders to make it through this heat, but it just comes down to priority and if a wave is coming in for them.
Yeah, and Tanner McDaniel surfing really smart heat. He's got a 7 and a 7.75. He's probably sitting with priority, just patiently waiting for maybe an opportunity to get a higher score. But at this point, in a 4-man heat, 4 junior heat, the top 2 advance. So with a huge total like that, if a wave comes in that looks good, he'll go on it, and he'll either get a better score and improve his situation, or he would, by doing so, maybe keep that ride from one of his opponents. Either way, he's just going to do his own thing out there is what it seems, and it seems like a pretty mellow situation for Tanner. You know, he's proven that he's definitely in the world's elite in the men's division, and you know, even though I think he used to put a lot of pressure on himself in the Pro Juniors, I think he's starting to let a little bit of that go. And we talked about the pressure of the Pro Juniors who compete in the men's, how there's less pressure in the men's and more in the Pro Juniors. And I would like to see Tanner continue to kind of release that pressure and not feel obligated to any specific result in the Pro Junior, because, you know, sure, to have accolades of event wins and a world title in the Pro Junior division, that's great for sure, and that could make a huge difference for riders. But Tanner McDaniel showed that he's one of the world's elite, so it's not really an issue for him, I feel. Nice flip, and that could have been Marcelo Faundes, and he might be establishing an opportunity to be into the lead, but we got some waves out the back.
Oh my, so the action is nonstop. Even here in the last hours of the competition, we still have pretty good conditions. Still waves coming in. The winds are still being light. And look at this, we have a rider out the back through the lip roll right there from Cristobal Fernandez, needing a 6.16 to get into that second place advancement spot. He kicks out of there and makes his way back out. And look at the water still coming up onto the reef here in Flopos. Looks like a split peak. We're going to stick on the right. Tanner McDaniel, look at this. Oh, a nice backflip. Got enough projection to land on the face of the wave, but not as big as some of the other ones we've seen from him throughout the day. But a solid score. Probably won't replace any of the 7s or 7.75, but here's another look from Marcelo.
Beautiful ARS on that inside wave, and we're really well executed, so great way for him to claw his way back into this heat. Now he's got a 6.9 and a 6.25, and another ride happening on the inside. The guy is taking it super far into the keyhole. Not sure exactly why.
All right, looks like we're winding down this last heat right here.
So it is a 20-minute heat, Manny.
Okay. We do have 20-minute heats. These are 20-minute heats in the quarterfinals. And here's another look at Pedro Lopez's last wave in that heat. Coming around the section, and again, those rights, if you don't hit it right off the bat, it'll just get away from you. So don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with quarterfinal number 2 right after this. Congratulations once again to the winner of that last heat, Tanner McDaniel, just blowing doors on that heat. So Manny B here and Dave Hubbard bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge. You can hear it in the background. That is the start of heat number 2 in the quarterfinals.
And we're stoked that the Pro Juniors get an opportunity. Let's go right out there, and we see a consecutive series of spins being performed by Christian Lopez. Really milking the face maneuvers on that. Interesting to see what kind of score he gets. I'm thinking it'll be a 2 or a 3, depending on what he did before it. We cut to the shot just a little late. So had he done some nice slip maneuvers, could see a big score.
Yes, here are the competitors out in the quarterfinals, heat number 2 in the Pro Juniors. But first, look at this. Deep barrel. Oh, and he comes out with a wide open door. Nice, clean roll right there. Wasn't huge projection on that roll, but that barrel was deep. That was the rider Socrates Santana. Dr. Zinho is what they call him, the little doctor. This Brazilian kid has been pretty much on the eyes of a lot of most of the other competitors, and he's a fierce and a force to be reckoned with. Socrates Santana. That barrel was deep.
He certainly is, and I got a chance to free surf with him after the event yesterday, and he's powerful, you know, and that's why he's in the men's division. He made it through a couple heats in the men's, and yeah, he's going to be going for some solid maneuvers out here. We got some waves sneaking through out the back, and this wave is just so radical, Manny. We're so stoked to be celebrating the 45th anniversary of bodyboarding right here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
That's right, Bodyboard Day today, July 7th, 1971 was when it all happened, and check this out, up and riding.
Christian Tapia, he's speed lining through the barrel, gets a nice clean roll there, and again, this is one of our competitors that's amazing in the Pro Junior division, but also in the men's. So Socrates, Dr. Zinho, scooting under this one, nice deep traverse through that section. Does well to even and make a rollo happen there before getting on out. So great way to start for both Socrates Santana as well as Christian Tapia. And we're waiting for scores. We'll bring them to you when we got them. But there it is, Christian Lopez going for another inside corner. And out the back, Socrates having a peek at this one.
Socrates heading back out, knowing he doesn't have priority, but is able to pull off a quick little roll on that inside wave, and now he is at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to priority. And right now, red turning around, Joaquin Soto.
So this is the Super Grom from Chile. A beautiful up down, unable to complete it, but a missed opportunity, as what Action Jackson would call a bit of a miscue from Joaquin Soto.
So Joaquin Soto showing what he had in the earlier heats. Absolutely came back from an incredible a comeback in his last heat. So Joaquim Soto knows how to keep cool and calm in the last minutes of the heat. But now it's all about these top 2 spots. Heat number 2 in the quarterfinals. Only 2 will advance into the semis. Look at this, coming off the bottom. Christian Lopez, clean roll right there. Has time for another maneuver. Tries to sneak in an ARS, but cannot pull it off and slides down the face of the wave.
Well, I think it's a good thing because he was right on the corner of the keyhole and he would have landed in the rocks area. So we got a little look from Dr. Zeno. No ride there. But anyways, for Christian Lopez, smooth roll. Anyways, and I think, yeah, probably going for just a second roll probably would have been the call. But I like that they're going for it.
Yeah, Socrates Santana's first wave coming in at a 7.25. Again, you can watch the live scores being dropped as well as well as with the draws and the results from all the heats from day number 1. If you head over to apbtour.com/live, paddling hard into this one, Christian Tapia.
Whoa, that was radical.
Oh my goodness, is he going to pull this thing around?
That was a huge flip, and that was a nice cover-up on his way there. Unable to ride out of the flip, but wow, man. Solid riding from Christian Tapia, runner-up at the Itacoatiara Junior Pro.
Yes, this is definitely a stacked heat, and as you can tell, each one of these riders is dropping some serious scores and showing what is possible out in these conditions, which to me are still pretty perfect.
Oh, it's still radical out there, and that's why we're firing in to the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior Division. And if they stay this way, we could get all the quarters of the Pro Junior done, hopefully.
All right, we got the winner of the last heat downstairs with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with the usual suspect, Tanner McDaniel, once again taking this heat. How do you feel and what happened out there?
Yeah, I felt like I was kind of playing it safe in this heat. I had one pretty good barrel that I thought I should have made, so I was kind of bummed about that. But yeah, stoked to move through.
Are you tired today? Because you have been surfing like two heats today, or 4? No, 3? Oh, you're second. Are you tired?
Not that tired. Yeah, just cruising, yeah.
Well, there you go, people. Tanner McDaniel just cruising out here. Well, I don't know. Congratulations, and I'm sure we're going to see you back here.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Begonia. And a very happy Tanner McDaniel. Quite a jovial youngster. Yesterday he was super stoked. He was like a kid in a candy store because he did find a candy store and actually went inside and purchased a lot of candy. Socrates Santana up on this right-hander. He's got a lot of speed and he's trimming down, doesn't find what he was looking for, and he's out of there. So again, just a terrific glimpse at what we have shaping up. Tanner McDaniel, Marcelo Fondes, moving on in to semifinal number 1 of the Pro Junior Division, and they will be met by 2 of the 4 competitors in this heat. And right now it is Socrates Santana and Christian Tapia trying to stake a claim in the first 2 spots. They're looking to try to secure berths into the semifinals to join Tanner and Marcelo. And as we continue to progress through the rounds, we sometimes say the cream rises to the top, and we're hoping to get the best of the best all the way up to the final. Christian Lopez from Chile.
Coming off the bottom, looking for a section. That barrel just escaped from him, but he's able to come up and over safely. But look at this, going right, Joaquim Soto.
There we see him stalling at the top now, taking a beautiful line, tons of speed, big bottom turn with 2 hands on the nose, and it gets out of that wave, likely to be another 1.25 or maybe even a 1.5. We'll have to wait to see, but those scores aren't going to help him. He needs something more.
We're coming into 2 o'clock here, 2 p.m. in Arica, and about 12 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in this second heat in the quarters, and conditions are still pretty epic.
Oh, they totally are. We've got nice opportunity, lefts and rights. The wind's being really compliant at this point. Smooth conditions prevailing, and we are hoping that it will continue so we can push through the rest of the quarterfinals of the juniors, because here we are in the quarterfinals, and it's been an action-packed first heat, and this second quarterfinal right now is definitely a battle.
Yes, the Pro Juniors out in the water. These are 20-minute heats. Top 2 riders will go into the semifinals. And we are plugging away here at all the action. And yes, it has been insane from heat number 1. And we're pretty stoked that Mother Nature was on our side today. We needed it as far as conditions are concerned. They've been pretty epic.
They've been pretty epic, and we want to make sure that we can continue to bring you epic surf in epic conditions at the Arica Chilean Challenge. The next 3 days look like it will be our best shot at doing that, because the last day of the waiting period, Sunday, does look pretty pequeño, or pretty manini, or pretty small, or pretty petite, depending on the language you use. So getting through these quarterfinals of Pro Juniors will help us, and possibly we'll get a Saturday finish, which would be just a massive fiesta for all the competitors.
Yes, that is the goal, is trying to get to Saturday, and hopefully, you know what, maybe a secret swell will appear.
And wouldn't that be amazing? What I notice out in the lineup is the secret marine life, the lobos, the sea lions.
Where did you see him?
Well,
I think I saw one earlier.
There was one in my heat with Alex, and we continued to converse almost the entire heat. He'd pop his head up. I'd say, "Hey, buddy." And I kind of know them as seals, but I think technically they're sea lions. But I was just vibing because I love seals. Back home, we have monk seals in Hawaii, quite an endangered species. There were 3 different varieties of monk seals: the Mediterranean monk seal, the Caribbean monk seal, as well as the Hawaiian monk seal. And there could be a few Mediterranean monks left. The Caribbean monks are extinct, and the Hawaiian monk seal also on that endangered species list. So come over here. The population of marine wildlife is doing well, so I always love to see those sea mammals vibing out there. We also have sea otters, and those are super cute out there, and they're fishing, and so I've seen them like buzzing around on the inside in the impact zone, dipping like under 5-6 foot Hawaiian waves, and that's like 10, 12, 14 foot on the face, and they're just little magicians, and they'll come up with a little snack, and they will nibble it down and then move on out of the lineup. So I'm not sure exactly what they're fishing over here, if it is the sea urchins known here as erizos, or if they're going for little fishies, pescaditos, or pulpo. We do know that the seals, the sea lions, they're definitely mopping the octopus. And we once had a beautiful photo taken from the now wife of Ardiel Jimenez of a seal actually repositioning its grip on an octopus. It was kind of flinging it around in the air. I don't know how attentive she had to be to capture that image, but it's one that remains in my mind, and I love to think about it. So thank you, and saludos to todo el gente en Puerto Rico, todo el gente en Latin Americana zonzis, and let's see if we get a wave exchange during this set.
We do have some waves coming in, and it looks like all the riders are on the outside. The question is, who is in position to get this wave? This is probably one of the last 2 set waves to roll on through, and yes, somebody is on it yellow. It is Lopez, Christian Lopez.
And he gets up there, doesn't see what he wants, a bit of a miscue, as Action would say, and he gets out of there. So Christian Lopez not finding the section he was looking for, but surprising, he was the only taker on that set. And, you know, with time winding down, we would expect that these kids are going to be, you know, really searching for those high scoring opportunities, and a set wave kind of seems like it'd be one of those opportunities.
Now it's a great time as the sets roll through, and it doesn't look like there's much left after that. So big shout out to those that made it happen the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop. And this event is brought to you by Erizos, Universidad of Tarapacá. And look at this, out the back. This is Christian Tapia coming off the bottom. Oh, goes for an invert. Oh my. Landing really hard and bouncing off his board and getting inverted upside down.
A second time on the bounce, but that lended itself to an incomplete maneuver. And looks like he was just kind of touching his chin there. Not sure if he struck his face on his equipment, but it is a common occurrence when you have a jarring maneuver like that where you contact the flats with so much momentum and velocity. Christian Tapia throwing on a big invert, but not riding away from it. So let's get back into it. We want to say Agua Cielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, Hertz, and Bodyboard King are all tremendous parts of putting this event together. And we're going to do the first shout out of the day, or second, third, or fourth, but it's it's the last shout out of the day. It's almost going to get posted, but let's see this ride from Joaquin Soto. Tons of speed, gets up there.
Nice.
Huge flip.
What?
This is going to be an excellent score. And Joaquin Soto is back in the mix with just about 5 minutes left. He needed that 925, which he's probably going to get almost exactly that. Let's see this ride from Christian Tapia. Beautiful bottom turn. Gets up there. Throws the invert. The legs come way around. And you could see how jarring the impact was because, sometimes it's those legs that are stabilizers. And if you're able to control your legs through a big air like that, you have a better chance at controlling your landing. And it was apparent that he lost control of the rear end, the rear axle, so to speak, of the vehicle, and boom, just sliding out. And let's wait to see scores coming in for Joaquin. It's going to be massive because that flip was so well executed. Let me take you through it. He found this right-hander. He's been waiting all heat, and he's stalling at the top like he did before. Now he takes all that speed. Beautiful bottom turn, connects perfectly. Absolutely a massive flip maneuver. And pulls it off super clean. Beautiful ride from Joaquin Soto, the Chilean wonder child.
Yes, that was the action we've been seeing from him in the earlier rounds, and he was keeping us on our toes and waiting for the very last 5 minutes of this heat to come out with that maneuver. So it's going to be, a super high score dropping for Joaquin Soto. As you can see on your screen right there, we do have a tie for that first place spot. Was Joaquin Soto and Socrates Santana.
Perfect 10, Manny. A perfect 10-point ride.
Wow.
Only our third of the competition. And here we got up and riding Christian Lopez. He's eyeing this section down there, and he's got tons of speed. Let's see what he does. And he boosts a pretend vert. So back to that 10, Manny. And hopefully we can get replays of the 10-point ride because that was one of the best waves of the day, obviously. And it was one of the best maneuvers of the event, and specifically one of the best of the junior division. So here it is again. So nice slow takeoff. He was waiting. Now he sees the section. It's all systems go. Takes that gas, speed line up there, and the rotation, Manny, perfect. He gets the landing down so clean that it is perfect. Perfection. All judges dropping 10s on that one. So a terrific comeback from Joaquin Soto. He now is leading this heat with a 1.25 on his score line, and that's not very impressive. But what is that 10-point ride on his score line. And he's tied Socrates Santana, but on the countback, he's got the highest score of the heat. So that 10-point ride, putting him in first position. Just like that, Manny. Fourth to first. That's the Chilean wonder child that we know, Joaquin Soto.
And that's what we were looking for from the get-go. So it's very strange for him to be sitting down all the way to the end of that heat. But here we go, answering back. It is Christian Tapia needing a 5.76 and in and out for Christian Tapia. Woo! So Joaquin Soto, he is in that first place spot, 2 minutes remaining. And Socrates Santana, he has to just be on his toes, because Christian Tapia in blue and Christian Lopez are still within that striking distance to catch that wave. 5.76 from Christian Tapia, and Christian Lopez needing a 5.86. So to avoid getting knocked out of that second place spot, Socrates Santana should catch something solid on this next wave.
Yeah, we are seeing them start to bunch up here in the final minutes, all of them within just a point and a half of each other. And this is really intense, man, because like you mentioned, the opportunity is with all four of these competitors. Only two will be making it on to the first semifinal of the Pro Junior. And this is the kind of action that we're continuing the Arica Chilean Challenge on day 7 for, the longest day that we've run thus far, because we're getting the best opportunity at these conditions, and the wind is cooperating. So International Bodyboard Day being celebrated in a monumental way, the 45th anniversary of the bodyboard, and this could be one of the most suited ways to celebrate this day, and one of the best anniversaries ever, depending on how you're looking at it. So thank you for tuning in and being a part of this.
Yep, July 7, 1971 is when it all went down, when Tom Morey invented the bodyboard. And here we are now, decades later, on an international world bodyboarding tour with Pro Juniors, women's, and men's division. It is amazing.
Those were some critical final exchanges, Manny. It did look like we had an attempt from almost the bottom three in that heat. And it does look like Joaquin Soto winning that heat on the strength of a 10 and a 1.25, and also Socrates Santana moving on through.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with heat number 3 of the quarterfinals, Pro Juniors, right after this. 10 points. Joaquin Soto in that last heat, dropping a 10-point ride here in the Pro Juniors in the last heats of the day. So, yes, if you're watching, thank you for tuning in, because the action is not done yet. We got 2 more heats in the quarterfinals for the Pro Juniors.
Absolutely amazing to see these Pro Juniors go for it. And the level of riding is through the roof. And that 10-point ride, simply amazing. Let's get out into the action right now. It is heat number 3 of the quarterfinals, Pro Junior Division, at this year's 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge. We got Diego Gomez in the red jersey, Nelson Flores from Chile in white, Rodrigo Correa in yellow, Matias Bernal in blue. The lone Brazilian going against 3 Chileans. And this should be another spectacle to behold, as we see 4 of these riders competing for just 2 slots in the second semifinal.
20-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. The sum of those 2 waves will be your total points. The ones with the highest points, top 2, will advance on and up and riding. It is our rider in white pulling into that little barrel, but he punches through the front end of that. Not a super clean exit, but he did come out of that barrel. That is our rider in white, Nelson Flores, the Chilean. So we got a Brazilian, a Chilean, and 2 more Chileans, I believe, out in the water. So keep your eyes peeled, as we've seen some explosive action so far in these Pro Junior quarterfinals. It was Tanner McDaniel on that first heat, who was just going absolutely crazy. And then Joaquin Soto, 10-point ride in this last heat was incredible as well. So heat number 3 out in the water. Anything is possible in these last couple heats of the day.
And
you can see, look, it's still going off out in the water. We're already coming up on 2:30, and this is a very incredible conditions to be able to run all the way to 2:30, and we'll take it here and the Pro Juniors out in the water.
I'm still just baffled at how Joaquin won the heat without a backup score, Manny. That 125 counted for his total, and it was enough to take out the other 3 very talented riders, and only because he had a perfect 10-point ride. And Joaquin Soto really doing exactly what was necessary in that heat. And, you know, he didn't surf a safe heat with a couple consistent scores. He just went big.
I just got word that this is the last heat of the day. Unfortunately, we won't be jumping into that last quarterfinal, so this will be the last heat of the day, which is going to be a good one. Look at this right off the bat.
Matias Benal going up for a nice smooth roll there. And he's hoping for something more, Manny, but he's just able to dive out. And we've got Nacho Flores, Rodrigo Correa battling the Itacoatiara champion, Diego Gomes. Terrific battle on our hands. Diego and Nacho, the only ones who scores until Bernals falls into place because he got that last pretty cool little ride. So Nacho right now sitting in the lead with that 2.5.
20-minute heats, and these 20 minutes will zip right by if you're in those last 3rd and 4th place positions. And if you're not careful, you could get knocked out of that 2nd place spot. It seems like those are the 2nd place spot are the ones that are being fought for. First place is usually walking away with a solid commanding lead, but we're going to see what
it was a tie. So it could be either way, but like you said, Manny, somebody wants to win this and put a solid stamp on this quarterfinal heat and move on with authority into the semifinals. Here it is. Diego Gomes with a nice forward, caught a little bit of air there, technical riding, variety of maneuver there. So we expect another nice score for Diego. With the only rider to have 2 rides, he will be into the lead with that.
And we got to remember, this is the Pro Juniors, under 18 competitors. So this is the next generation. So to see them perform at this level is really great to see.
It's super awesome to see. A great opportunity, not only for us as spectators, but for the competitors. These Pro Juniors are putting it all on the line. They're really pushing it, and we're seeing incredible performances. And these are the kind of performances that really motivate not only the other competitors, but the riders who are pushing it the hardest and getting the highest points. And then the confidence that comes along with that, Manny.
That's
through
right.
the roof. And then it's the support, the backing, and just really this is like pouring kerosene on a fire. This is like just making the sport become engulfed in a furnace of just flames and excitement. And this is exactly why we do the Pro Junior division on the world stage, APB World Tour.
Yeah, and the Groms know that too. The Pro Juniors know that the world is watching, and this is a perfect opportunity to put their stamp on the world bodyboarding community. Check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with Joaquin Soto from Iquique, the young rider that made the first 10 in your category, the third 10 of the whole contest. What was that backflip? Oh my God, I think everybody back home is so stoked. Increíble tu backflip. Cuéntanos un poco acerca de esa maniobra y el resto de tu hit.
Nada, todo muy bueno.
Puedes mandar igual a los chicos de tu edad que están empezando, tú eres muy joven, tienes 14 años y en nuestro, o sea, en nuestra ciudad de Iquique hay muchísimos jóvenes que surfean increíble. ¿Qué mensaje puedes mandar?
Nada, que sigan motivados, que sigan corriendo, que no se pierdan en otro camino. Y nada, agradecer a la tienda Arizo Surf, soy un wetsuit. Y nada, feliz a seguir con el campeonato.
Well, I asked him to send a message for the rest of the kids that have his age. He's only 14 years old, and he said, just keep riding and do not take the wrong path. Very good message. So congratulations, Joaquin. Felicitaciones, and I hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, super stoked, man. Look at this. Back to the action. Well, the pro juniors, the Groms, are killing it out here, enjoying Flopos all to themselves out here in, these conditions anywhere in the world would be super crowded, super epic, and they get to ride it with three other riders out here in perfect peaks here at Flopos on the island, Scorpion Island.
Scorpion Island, just outside the beautiful city of Arica in northern Chile. And this is the Chilean Challenge. The Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and of course presented by Erizos. Check this one out, Manny.
Nice wave out the back. This is Matias Bernal going a nice roll on the top of that wave, comes to the inside, spins off and out of that wave. So waves are still coming in.
Waves are still coming in. Probably a good call. We do see the texture just starting to get a little fluffy. But here we got another ride. This could be Diego Gomez getting a little cover up. Wow, he wasn't super deep, but he had a lot of speed. Throws it into that reverse and gets out of there. He is tied for the lead right now with Nacho, but he's got the higher single score.
And look at this. More action. Oh, nice scoop right under the barrel. Nelson Flores, are you kidding me? Wow, what a perfectly executed barrel riding from the Grom. Nelson Flores from Chile in the white jersey. Look at this. We got more waves stacking up out the back. The pro juniors are pumped right now, especially in this heat. This is the last heat of the day, quarterfinal number 3 out on the water. And, 9 minutes remaining. Big shout out to those tuning in from all over the world. We got a list of shout outs, the last shout outs of the day. And we know for a fact Happy Zorowski is in Puerto Escondido, giving a shout out to Dave and Jeff, fellow Hawaiians. Bodyboarding is life. That's right, Happy. Thank you for tuning in. Bruno in Portugal. Simon is in Biarritz, near Biarritz, France. So bonjour. Hiram in Puerto Rico. Yuri Textera, the U-Riding world champion so far. He is saying the event is killing his work time, so we apologize. Manu is still tuned in Sintra. He's been online from day number 1. I think he's been on every single day. So
you, Manu.
Manu. Jose is in Florida, East Coast, Puerto Rico, and check this out, another look.
Nacho Flores on this left-hander, pulls in, sneaks under the pit, gets even spit out, Manny, and then cuts out. He's put himself now in the lead with that 7-point ride, and it is Matias Bernal moving ahead of Diego Gomez, and it is Rodrigo Correa with just a 4 on his scorecard. He's sitting in 4th position, so we're starting to see this heat really take shape, and with just 7.5 minutes remaining, we definitely got a battle on our hands.
Couple more shout outs. Juarez in Torres, Brazil. Obrigado. And we have Núcleo de Bodyboard da Zambrujera do Mar in Portugal. I know I didn't even come close, but thank you all for, and a big thank you for all those commentators coming in throughout the day, for coming in and holding it down for us.
Yeah, that was terrific. Louis Finnegan, Pierre-Louis Coste, Jeff Hubbard, and even getting Alex Leon in here to the booth. So terrific opportunity to speak with not only the riders, but also APB mastermind Alex Leon, giving us the rundown, giving you, the viewer, the exact details that are really crucial and important and, pertinent to the APB World Tour. We got a split peak scenario here It is Bernal with a huge
Nice.
Rolo there,
Ooh.
and kind of comes a little bit askew on the landing, off kilter, and we'll have to leave the result up to the judges.
So we saw a lot of action going down today. We saw the women's round 3, 2 heats going on there, and we Yulene, Joanna Schenker, Valentin Diaz, and Luz Marie Grand were those advancing on to round number 4, where there are 8 women standing by in round number 4. They're going to be facing off with them as soon as we, I believe, as soon as we find out when those heats are going to go on, we're going to let you know on the apbtour.com website. So the women's went out. The pro juniors are currently out in the water for the quarterfinals. So they are finishing off today with this heat. And here's another look at Rodrigo Correa's last wave.
Nice roll there. Smooth, completes it, and goes for kind of a mid-face shoulder roll there, and also rides out of that secondary maneuver. Looks like we've got 5 minutes remaining now, and if the champion of the Itacoatiara Pro wants to move on through into the semifinals, he's going to need to find a 5.45 in the next 5 minutes. But it is also Rodrigo Correa not currently in that advancing position. He needs a 6.2 if he wants to get to the semis. Nelson Flores and Bernal have been in charge and holding on to those leadership positions at this point.
4 minutes remaining out in this quarterfinal number 3. You can hear some of the coaches on the beach whistling, saying, hey, there could be a set out the back, and trying to direct them where to sit. And you know what? Right now, it is Rodrigo Correa and Diego Gomez who are in that 4th and 3rd spot, respectively. Matias Bernal, 2nd. Nelson Flores in 1st. 5.54 is what Diego Gomez needs to get into that 2nd place spot. He's the lone Brazilian. Rodrigo Correa, he needs a 6.20, totally doable to get into that 2nd place spot. Again, only top 2 riders will advance on into, here we go, up and riding. This is it, Rodrigo Correa coming around the section. Nice clean barrel, he gets in there and he comes out of there. He is stoked on that barrel.
He was feeling it.
He was feeling it.
He threw a big old claim.
6.20 is what he needed. It's going to be, the scores will drop for that, and you can see some of the free surfers paddling out through the keyhole, the deep part of the channel. They're going to make their way out to get ready to get a few waves for themselves, and why not? The waves are still going off out there. Even with this light onshore texture, it's still pretty good. You just saw Rodrigo Correa in the yellow jersey get a nice deep barrel ride, super clean. So there are waves to be had out in the water. So it's going to get packed within the next 3 minutes, from 4 people to
8 people.
Yes.
Maybe even more.
Maybe
we'll have
even
to
more.
wait and see. Yesterday was pretty mellow vibes out there. It was only probably about 6 of us, which for post-event days has been super uncrowded. So here's Rodrigo. He scuffles into this insider. Now he's taking the line. He sees that tube, and he just sits in the little pit and makes it through. There's a hair whip to big claim. Holds the arm up first, and then throws the air punch. And just could have even heard some audio coming out of his miniature vocal cords, too. Maybe a little squeal or a shriek. So he does get a 5.95, I believe. And now he needs a 5.66 with about a minute and a half remaining. This puts the champion of the Itacoatiara Pro, the Brazilian Diego Gomez, in 4th position. Rodrigo going up for a roll there, pretty nice. Unable to ride out, and we've got some waves out the back, and it did look like 4th place was just kind of looking at it after 1st and 2nd in priority, and in the heat didn't go. So sitting in 3rd priority, but going on this one, Diego, and he needs a score. And that roll won't be it, Manny.
5.45 is what he needed.
He needs to get back out there fast.
He's running out of time. He's got about 1 minute remaining, and it is going to be tight for that second place spot. Right now, 5.66 is what Rodrigo Correa in the yellow jersey needs. Matias Bernal, he has to be aware that he is within striking distance of getting knocked out of this heat and out of the event. So Matias Bernal in the blue jersey, he can better a 5.60. Nelson Flores, he is also within. Here we go.
Here it is. Nelson Flores, our heat leader, bottom turning way around that section and hops out. So that score won't count. He's relinquished first priority. The other fellas move up in the priority sequence. And now with 20 seconds remaining, we're looking like we're going to be closing out this heat with Nacho potentially going to stay in first position. And let's see if we can get a final ride to find out exactly who else will be moving on into the semifinals of the Pro Junior division. Here it is, Rodrigo going for a nice smooth roll. And he's hoping to complete it. He punches through and he lands it.
That 5.66, a 5.66.
That could have been what he needed. It was critical. It was well executed. It wasn't a large wave, but it's not a large score required. So Rodrigo Correa could have just pulled out a massive upset over the Itacoatiara Junior Pro champion, Diego Gomes, and Matias Bernal, who before that wave was sitting in second. Will give you the official results when they come in.
All right, and we're going to give you that official results when we come back right after this. All right, so that's it. The last heat of the day. Day number 7 was incredible action from the very first heat. And thank you all for tuning in. Dub, last words.
Well, thanks so much for tuning in. This was an amazing 45th anniversary of the invention of the bodyboard, and I hope you enjoyed. Day number 7 was just exactly what we could have hoped for in every way. Tons of action throughout all 3 divisions here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow morning because I am sure we're going to be getting into more epic bodyboarding action first thing in the morning.
All right, check it out. We do have the highlight reel, and we will have the interview after the highlight reel with the winner of this last heat. So for now, don't go anywhere. We're going to come right back with the interview. But first, the highlight reel from yesterday. Check it. Hey, what's up? This is Manny V coming to you once again for day number 6 of the Arica Chilean Challenge. And today, big names have dropped. And we went with round number 3 in the men's division. And there was a little space in today's action where we saw 9s dropping all over the place as well. Tanner McDaniel, Jeff Hubbard, and PLC were going crazy. Now, let's take a look at some of the action. another incredible highlight reel thrown down by our friend Cristobal here in Arica. So stay tuned on apbtour.com. That's where we're gonna get all the information for the next day's action. So until then, Manny V, I'm out. Boom! So those highlight reels are insane from day number 1 to that one right there. So great job to the editors who are producing these incredible highlights. So we do have the interview with Begonia of the winner of that last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Nelson Flores from Chile. You just won that heat, the last heat of the day. Juniors. Oh my God, Nelson, he's very young. He's 16 years old, and we've been seeing you surfing out there. Excellent. How do you feel right now? ¿Cómo te sientes ahora? Ganaste el último hit del día, sigues avanzando, te vimos surfeando increíble. Cuéntanos un poco.
Nada, muchas gracias. Me siento súper feliz, súper contento de haber avanzado a la semifinal ya de la categoría junior, así que nada, súper contento y motivado a darle por más.
¿Hay alguien a quien le quieras mandar un saludo en estos momentos? Te voy a dejar porque eres el último del día.
Quisiera mandarle un saludo a mi familia, en especial a mi mamá que me apoya siempre en todo. También al Club Chevispoint y a la Municipalidad del Tau por hacer que yo esté acá.
Well, that was Nelson Flores, also known as Nachito, winning this last heat and passing straight to the semifinals. Congratulations, and we know you're going to do excellent tomorrow on the semifinals. For everyone that is tuning, goodbye, and I see you back tomorrow. Back to you guys.
So much, Begonia, for that terrific interview with Nacho, making it in to the semifinals of the Pro Junior division. So terrific interviews by Begonia, of course, all day. Congratulations to the Pro Juniors who have made it into the semifinals. We got one more quarter of the Pro Juniors, so we'll see when that goes out next. But make sure you check in at 7 a.m. tomorrow because we're almost 100% on again for another epic day of action.
Yes, day number 8 will go down tomorrow, 7 a.m. Arica time, so find out what time it is from where you're watching from. Again, all the info on apbtour.com. And for everybody here in Arica, we're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow for day number 8. Peace.
The ACC, it's one of the most feared events for all the athletes and one of the most popular for all bodyboarders and fans. Whoever wins here could possibly win the world title.
Ahorita ahora va a volar el sudafricano, a ver qué trama este humano. Vamos a ver qué trama este muchacho, va a ir arriba. ¡Ay! Tremendo aéreo de cohete Houston. Voló la Brenner de la reunión.
What's up, everyone? Manny V here. The Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop invite you to the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by Erizos Surf Brand.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz. Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.